그렇죠.
잘 큰 아비게일을 어떻게 막나요?
아드리아나의 기속딜도 중요하지만 세라핀 선수의 아비게일 순간 폭딜도 무시 못하거든요.
자 11킬이나 있던 오토함주도 지금 블랑슈 만나서 킬 하나도 따내지 못했습니다.
하이.
네. 체력이 정말 뭉텅이로 삭제가 되는 상황. 자 그리고 슬슬 베어 선수의 아드리아나가 영역을 전개해 줍니다.
대신 선수의 포트 타이밍까지 좀 기다렸다가 그날 들려는 것 같습니다. 상대가 안쪽으로 들어와야 되는 상황에서 이런 거.
그렇죠.
디나 선수 블링크 빠졌어요.
자 이렇게 빠지는 만큼 아무리 팔이 길어도 딜럭기 쉽지 않고요.
자, 너무 아픈데요.
네.
블랑주의 후반 밸류가 너무 아픈데요. 대전 사이버즈 어떻게 뚫어낼 수 있을까요?
자 이제 슬슬 시간에 대한 압박을 느낄 수밖에 없는 대전 사이버즈.
이게 결국 레블루 선수가 들어간다고 하더라도 궁극기로 카운터 쳐버리면 세나핀 선수가 그냥 안쪽 파고 들어서
네.
궁극기로 카운터.
자 디나부터 정리가 됐고요.
이거는 W 쉴드량도 워낙 높다 보니까 마무리가 돼갑니다.
그렇죠.
자, 뒤쪽에 있는 더블 기오치인데
네.
에키온이라 그리고 아비게일 진입에 반피가 깎여버린 지금.
자 이렇게 로즈부터 정리가 됐고요.
그렇죠. 그리고 두 수준 딜러끼리의 싸움은 일단 주오크가 이겨내기는 했는데
근데 이게 두모 선수 쪽 포커싱이 들어가게 되면 블랑주 괜찮나요? 그래도 일단 잡았으니까.
예, 그 로즈가 안 쓰러졌어요.
자, 이 스킬 워프 슬래시 타면서 안쪽 파고들면
그렇죠.
로지도 위험합니다.
자, 다시 한번 타고요. 아비게일.
네. 워프 슬래시를 맞고서
마무리.
네.
자 6번 중에
사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 좀 이상하니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야. 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데 퓨즈가
Okay, yes, it's really bad, guys. Welcome back. First of all, welcome back to Eternal Return Masters Season 5 Phase 2 Finals. We're not choppy at least, so that's something. I will say, again, we're still trying to figure it out. I know that this stream's lagging right now, and it's not us, it's not you, I promise. I promise to you guys are okay. There's some issues with the connection on the clean feed right now, so give us a moment. We're still trying to figure it out right now with the staff over on the Pneumoniron side, so we're gonna try our best to get a stable stream going. And that worst comes to worst, we might actually end up just using like the what is it? The Nimbunyon Africa TV version, and then maybe do it with no sound so we don't hear the casters or something. There will be ways that we can brute force it if we really have to, if the streams really start to get bad. So I do apologize for that. We'll see what we can do with the staff. They're also trying to figure it out over on their side right now as well. But before all that, hope all of you guys are having a fantastic start to your day. This is like the first thing that you're doing, so I can't really ask how was your day for most of you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do with this clean feed, so it's hopefully things get resolved shortly. But otherwise, I'm doing good. Otherwise, things have been eventful this morning.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely an eventful morning right now, for sure. We've been trying to sort this out for, I think, the past, like, 20 to 30 minutes, because, yeah, it is what it is. But for now, we'll take a look at the teams that are going to be playing in the finals. I know I'm going on about a lot of jargon. I'm still trying to talk about some of that. I'm still trying to fix stuff in the background as well.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's take a look at what we have got here today. Because at least for this, we don't need frames. We can just take a look at this as a
this is
still
one
picture.
stable image. Yeah.
What have you got for us, Meek?
So we got Gyeonggi and Nate, who we saw in okay, so for the top 4 teams on the top side, those are the teams we saw in groups, which were Gyeonggi and Nate in FearX in Group A, and Cartel and Sparkle Esports in Group B. Gyeonggi, and on the bottom side we have our wildcard teams, Blanche, Autorarms, Asher, and Daejeon Cybers, who we saw yesterday, and all of these teams look like phenomenal. Gyeonggi was super dominant day 1. Blanche was super dominant yesterday, so I'm going to be watching these 2 teams in specific. But really, any one of these teams could win today. I mean, especially with Miran Sejong not making it out of groups, which I'm still like thinking about. Like it's still weighing on my mind. With them out of the picture, this opens up an opportunity for anybody to just win. Like, because when Miran Sejong is in the finals, it really holds a lot of teams back, because they're one of the teams that are just a wall for a lot of these players to deal with. And with them out of the picture, it's going to be a really interesting finals for Phase 2.
Yeah, for sure. This is a very unique situation that not a lot of us are going to have to deal with, right? One of the things that has always been consistent in the past is the simple fact that we have had Mira and Sejong in the finals. That is just something that all of us inherently knew was going to happen, and we just don't have that today. It is definitely going to be a different flavor of a finals, I will have to say, when it comes to the overall logistics of how today is going to be ran. I really don't have any idea what is going to happen, if I'm going to be honest with you, Meek, and that's why I'm all the more excited to see what is going to happen today at the end of it all.
Yeah, it's I'm just looking at this clean feed right now. I'm sorry.
Yep.
We just have nothing now. Hopefully we'll be able to witness what's gonna happen, because right now we have no Okay, just hold on a sec.
Yeah.
We're getting another clean feed here, and we're gonna see what happens here. So just hold on a sec, guys.
All right, there we go. Let's see if we got anything going. What is this? What's going on here now?
I just see chairs on the. Which I'm just like, what?
They gave us a new link, and it says the live stream's all fine. So, all right, how are you all doing tonight? Did you guys get any RP today? What about you, Meek? Did you play any last night? What'd you do?
Well, it's not tonight for me. It's good morning for me. I'm not. I'm not like you, who stayed up all night and just showed their hand by wording it like that. But I did manage to squeeze in a game last night. It went well. Man, I not to gloat or anything, but I've been winning. I don't know if you checked my deck for my main account, but I've been winning.
Been winning. All right. Well, there you
I've been
go.
winning. Yeah, I've played 5 games on my main account and I've gotten 5 wins. It's pretty good. Pretty good start to the season.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
Just taking it slow, but you got the massive gains for RP, eh?
Well, I'm not really taking it slow. I've been playing a little bit on a secret account, testing things out and trying to figure out
spooky.
where, spooky secret account for right in season with Halloween coming up. And I've been playing on that account to just kind of get myself refamiliarized with things. Because while I have been casting, I haven't exactly been playing a lot as much as I used to, rather. And so yeah, it's been good to hold on. Let's just gonna check this. Yeah, it's been good to refamiliarize myself with the game, but not only that, but kind of like innovate a little bit because my character doesn't really have any Korean representation anymore. Sorun just doesn't really play anymore. So I'm back on my own again to try and figure things out.
Hey, listen, if anything, that means you are going to be the new pioneer for your character, and maybe we might see some cool things later down the road if you do end up continuing to play. And for me, I'll be honest with you, I'm still casually playing every now and then with a friend of mine that I also +1. He's actually been going a bit turbo.
Okay, a +1er.
Yeah, I know. Dude's been playing only for a couple of weeks, and he's been doing really good. And I'm just honestly happy about the fact that people are able to enjoy the game. And for how new of a player he is able to adjust pretty well. So really glad about that one. And let's see if this thing starts to work a little bit now. Let's see.
Hopefully mine's starting up. But for the game. To +1, it's more easier than it's ever been before. A lot of the complicated nuances of the game have been simplified significantly by Nimble Neuron, and they've done a good job of recreating familiar experiences that people may have from other games and implementing into theirs. So yeah, it seems pretty good. I don't know about you with this clean feed, but
what have you got?
Okay, I can.
You can work with it, right?
I can work with this. Yeah, it's not. It's not. There's something I'm noticing about it. I don't know if you're noticing it, but I can work with this.
Oh,
no frame drops.
I have not noticed it. Well, what's the problem right now? Can you hear? No way. Can you hear them?
No, I can't hear them.
Okay.
Mine was just a little
was it being
pixely.
a little funny?
It was a little pixely.
Oh.
It wasn't. The quality wasn't fantastic, but that's fine.
All right. Well. Again, we'll sort it out, everybody. I'm pretty sure if there's any further issues, I'm pretty sure it'll work out. As long as we don't have Windy sleeping on this specific fiber optic cable, I think we should be okay, but we never know about that one. We'll figure it out when time comes. Everything is on the spot for us when it comes down to it. You guys know that stuff, right? You guys know all about the history of how we run things around here. We've had times where we were literally editing things on stream right here on the screen too. We've improved a little bit, but that always doesn't concern when we're having issues with the actual video feed itself. That's a problem we can't really fix. So, we're just handling it one at a time. Again, we really appreciate all of your guys' patience. And as soon as the games begin, we'll give it a test run. Maybe game 1 will be just perfect now with the new clean feed. I don't know.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for us, we are getting into game 1, and I haven't noticed any frame drops yet. Everything's been looking pretty crispy. We'll see if anybody's locking in anything crazy. Blanche is going with the comp they more or less discovered yesterday. They didn't play this in groups at all, so they're busting it back out for the finals. G-Work is going to go over to that Adela for the first game. We'll see if he busts out Elena later on. Everything looks pretty standard from what I expect. Fauna hovering Mai. We'll see if they play Mai or... Wow, we have 7 Mai's if this is the case.
What the...
This might be... this character might be a problem. Yeah, no, Fauna does end up going back over to that Chloe, but we still have 6 Mai's.
You know what? I think mine's pretty balanced. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, definitely.
No,
Yeah,
look.
totally balanced.
Here's the thing, right? If anything, I think the my skin might be pretty broken. Look at that, the transfer student
Oh,
mine.
wow.
Yeah, there's 4 of them instead
Wow.
of splitting it 3 and 3. Maybe it's the skin that makes her really good. I don't know.
Wait, what? Your math is way off. 3 of them are cadet, and there's 6 of them. How's
You're
there 4 transfer students?
right.
What is
Ooh.
going on here, man? What are you talking
Oh.
about?
Maybe these players are just goated with the sauce, dude. They know which skins are good, and that's why mine's broken.
Yeah, okay. There's a pretty even split here. We got 1 transfer student, 2 base skin, and 3 cadets. So, I mean,
With a
at
1,
least
2, 3 combo.
yeah, they got the 1, 2, 3, and at least 3 of our ERM players managed to get higher than gold.
Oh, well, there you go. Although I will say, on the tournament client, it's a completely isolated account, so they just get
Oh, really?
half the skins.
They just have
Yeah.
one loss, yeah.
All they have to do is just ask for him. Bam, there it
Come
is.
on, man. My funny little joke ruined. All you could have done was just need to laugh.
Listen,
Come on.
I'm a realistic human being, alright? I see what you were trying to do, but nah, you ain't getting that past me at all. But you're right, though. All jokes aside, guys, Mai is pretty good right now when it comes to the competitive setting. Now, I don't know too much about the solo queue, ranked, all that stuff right now when it comes to the specific meta for Mai, but if anything that this weekend has specifically taught us,
wait.
1.32, Mai is pretty solid.
B&K Fear X is playing the exact same comp as Gyeonggi.
Yeah, you know,
Instead of playing their IREM, what was it? IREM, Sua. Oh, what was the third character? Why is it slipping my mind right now?
Oh, you're right. What it was the last one?
I can't remember. I can't remember. But yeah, they're not playing their usual composition. They are playing the Gyeonggi comp.
Yeah, I think this means that they're probably going to be starting out with Sunzar, because on their roster, usually the player who ends up locking in the haze is going to be Sunzar. I don't... It's probably... Oh man, I guess it's E8 that got subbed out like this, because E8 usually likes to just simply play the IRM, which means that if this doesn't work out at the start, there is still other options that BNK Fear can go for. But on the flip side, BNK Fear X, I think whenever they decide to bring in Salazar, they really understand what the situation in the lobby itself is, and that's why they tend to sub this player in. I think this could work. We'll have to see. The mirror matchups are going to go crazy here today, especially with all the Nadine Mize that are coming through. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. But Forest is going to be a bit of a hot spot when it comes to fights early game. Once again, there is the Debbie and Marlene using the Twins rush in. Sebi trying to get a little bit of aggression early game again. Nadine trying to run away. The Mize should be able to catch up, and there's the first kill of our finals. Going into the hands of Team Blanche using a Mai. Who knew?
Yeah, surprise, surprise. I mean, fantastic 2-man taunt to start that off with the catwalk, and yeah, the Twins rushed to follow up on the chase, and yeah, they managed to take him down. Fantastic. But it's still very early. I mean, no real thing of substance has happened yet. I mean, Bum's going to go down here. Auto Arms picking up with themselves another kill. A lot of fighting going on right now. Yeah, Xenophine going to get taken down here as well. The revenge kills from Gyeonggi onto Blanche. They're actually going to get 2, so... Yeah, Gyeonggi, they want their forest.
Little bit unfortunate. Even more picks trying to get done so far in this game. Down goes the Nadine. We've had 2 Nadine deaths so far. I think we have a few Nadines in this lobby, which might make sense into the reason why she's the one being targeted at the moment. Ping also about to get taken down in just a couple moments. Is she going to have enough damage to knock down the Nadine? I highly doubt it, especially with G-Work jumping over the wall like that. Nice kill going into the hands of Team Asher. But even more fights now on the south side as Hong Harang is going to be forced to use the totem. Okay. Interesting augment choice and tactical skill choice for Song Harang. Bang Nani trying to chase this through. The Soul Link has been procced and down goes Fauna. Song Harang trying to run. This could be a little bit problematic. I apologize. That was the Emma earlier that ended up using the totem. Oh, that is a little bit unfortunate. But we do have the Emma coming back up already. Team Sparkle Esports still alive, and I don't know why Fauna just teleported back in there. He's gonna die.
Yeah, he wants Fight Club, and
there it is.
He's gonna catch the hands. So down he goes. The Chunk Sliber is certainly happy with that decision. But you know, Sparkle Esports, they're still alive. They're not wiped from that decision, thankfully. So, yeah, they'll be okay. Blanche just farming out Beach. I mean, yeah, a lot of these other teams just trying to find their farm. Looks like Daejeon Cybers is going to contest for these mutant wolves here. Magnani jumping in. Oh, wait. No, they're not. Magnani's just here alone, dying. Okay. interesting.
Yeah, we have no idea what's going on. This is
These players
definitely
they want to make this a quick day today, I guess. I mean, if we toss more points around to each other, then we can hit checkpoint faster. So, a little interesting.
for sure. We're already on 11 kills, by the way, and it's night number 1. I think we were talking about how 17 was a relatively fast game yesterday by night number 2, and that might honestly get even more accelerated as G-Work. He does end up getting taken down. No checkmate available for him. This should also mean that Jubo's going to get taken down too. It's very difficult for a tank to run away from a team like Blanche. We saw it yesterday, especially if it's an Alonso on top of it as well. He's going to get taken down with about 20 seconds left going into day number 2, and you see nobody in Hotel, which is so weird for us because we saw so many fights in that zone yesterday for that Tree of Life.
Yeah, Gyungi's actually up in the stream pond area, so this is certainly different. Normally Gyungi's down here at this hotel tree. We saw it all on Friday, so this is a change of pace as far as where these players are macroing towards and where they're going to go contest. Looks like Cartel is going to be contesting Fear-X. Whoa, the rockets are big. Jiangyi getting brought pretty low here, but with Boonhwa beside him, the healing is going to be effective. And, yeah, they're just kind of posturing here. Peng going to look for the catwalk that does land onto Rosner. But now Rosner with the return taunt onto Jiangyi, and he just goes down immediately. The Soul Stealer's activated. Boonhwa's trying to get away, but he's not going to be able to.
Another fight in archery range. It's going to be between Team Asher and Team Blanche. Sebi's trying to get an angle over on towards the Nadine, and he gets the Twins Rush. Char is going to get taken down. 1-for-0 clean from Team Blanche. They get full control over the archery range zone, whereas Cartel, we saw them losing 2. I saw Bum on Nadine. Again, with this meta on Mai for this weekend, we're seeing a weird setup where certain players that usually don't tend to play a certain archetype of characters in the competitive setting are all being forced to do that right now.
Yeah.
Bum, a player that we are all very well familiar with, trying to play these very frontline and bruiser-esque characters. He's on Nadine, which is super weird. Team Blanche, on the other hand, they're just playing their same old from yesterday, finding a lot of success, already sitting on 5 kills, the kill leaders in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday must have been a huge confidence boost as well, right? You walk out of wildcards, double the points of anybody else. Yeah, you got to be feeling like, got to be feeling pretty good. Maybe, dare I say, on fire. But yeah, the Fear-X running this composition just goes to show you just how powerful it is, right? Just how potent it is. Because this is, Bum does not play these kinds of characters at all, as you said. But this just is a testament to how important playing the meta is at the highest level of competition.
For sure. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm honestly genuinely amazed at that too, right? Because you know for sure that these players are always going to have these kind of picks in the back of their heads, but you really don't get to see it until it actually happens like this. And then you're all the more impressed when it actually works out, because I'm going to go back to the fight earlier in Cemetery between the two teams of Tree of Life that we saw, but Bum's targeting onto the Nadine was spectacular. I think the Mai was a little bit too focused on the haze, and the enemy Nadine was also trying to get damage down into the haze because the shot call is there. Let's go for the haze. Instead, Bum finds the opportunity, gets the angle on the backlane Nadine, and immediately goes for it. We're gonna have to see it here again, but no. Char gets obliterated. Only 2 people from Team Asher sitting inside the zone. G-Work absolutely nowhere to be seen. They're gonna get wiped out pretty early into that pond temporary battle zone.
Yeah, a little uncharacteristic, and that's going to hand one of those 2 teams a force core here. So yeah, Gyungi and AutoArm's already fighting out. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Magnani getting taunted by the catwalk. Oh my goodness! The knock-up from Revolu was huge! Takes down Bum, and they're going to win this battle zone for Daejeon Cybers. Let's take a look at the other side now. AutoArm's Cinema dangerously low. It's already down to a 2v3. Gyungi pushing forward now. And now with this drone coming back towards them and them having the range advantage, the haze rockets coming out, Sadhan is getting connected by all of them, and it's just pure damage coming down.
I don't really see a way that Team AutoArms can recover from this. The damage coming out from Zerogen's rockets are a little bit too much. A persona already built up for Zerogen, and he picks up another force core for himself, sending it straight over onto Jinho. This should either go into radar or something similar. No, it's going to be the new helmet for Jinho. Awesome. I actually don't remember the name of it, if I'm going to be honest with you, but it is just raw crit stats, man. That item is so good.
Legatus?
I think?
It's the force core one?
Yeah, the helmet with the crit stats, right? It's like
Yeah, the crit, attack speed, and AP. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's literally Star of the Wilds, but like with crit instead of heal cut.
Yeah, it's just raw numbers, dude.
Yeah, it's just pure damage. Yeah, I love that head slot, but it is a little bougie to build. But you know, because a lot of these crit characters, they want to invest that force core into their arm slot between Dice of Destiny or Radar, so it can be a little difficult to get to Legatus, but if you can build it, man, that item pumps.
Yeah, and the thing is, especially with Team Gyeonggi Innate, they are actually able to do that because remember, eventually down the road, you're going to get Aoyai on that Nadine, which means you're going to be missing a slot for crit, and you can see it right there. With the Legatus, you're already sitting on the triple crit item that everybody tends to prefer to go for the maximum number of damage at the cost of nothing. Now you have all the attack power that you need, you have all the attack speed that you need thanks to the work of Aoyai. This Nadine, all she needs probably at this point is probably going to be the Blood Half Moon crossbow, and she is going to be so disgusting.
Oh, yeah. It's just going to be pure obliteration. I mean, but that's part of what makes Maya so strong as well, is that Aoyai. I mean, that item is just insane. It's the highest AP in the game that you can get on a chest slot, and it provides attack speed as well, CDR. Like, the luxury stats are just too valuable to pass up, but we have the tree contest going on in stream. It looks like FearX is going to back off. Meanwhile, on the other side in archery range, Blanche is kiting back from Sparkle Esports. Now, Asher came in for the third party trying to pincer Gyeonggi, but they retreated backwards, found themselves in corridor, and yeah, Asher's not going to be able to contest.
This is brutal. This is brutal. Sebi already down on the ground. That's going to be our minus 250, the first one in this game. Beautiful exclusive coming out from Ignite, and he's going to be able to dodge out on the damage from the checkmate, but I don't know if he's going to be able to dodge out on more. Jino is going crazy right now. He manages to knock down G-Work and Char. Jumo's in the whole heap of trouble. The shotgun lands. Gyeonggi Innate back at it once again. This time it's Jinho sitting on the 4 transition items we were mentioning earlier. He goes absolutely massive, and that allows Gyeonggi Innate to recover from a potential wipe from this game. Although his might is gone, their chances of winning this game are still alive.
And now Sadhand just on the run. Magnani really wants to catch up here, and I don't think this chase is going to end. I mean, when you have something like Felix Mai, it's... Oh, they're going to catch up to him, maybe. It's hard to catch a thing like Razi, though. As soon as you get close, she gains access to Q and just dashes away. The White Lily as well coming into play here. Yeah, it looks like Sadhand's going to get out here.
Good stuff, good stuff. Tejon Cybers in a little bit of a good situation for themselves, especially with the Omega spawning inside a chapel in about 30 seconds, whereas Gyeonggi Innate, they're back into another situation again. Ing9 just completely isolated. This choke point is making it so difficult for the rest of Team Gyeonggi Innate to come in. BNK FearX, they may have found a little bit of a lead with their specific composition, just copying what Gyeonggi Innate wants to do. Down goes the Nadine, and now we have to see whether or not this Nadine can get some damage done. Shotguns are landing. Zerojin still goes down. 2 for 0 in favor of Team BNK FearX. While 8 kills down, they still win out on the fight.
But Gyeonggi getting the revives off pretty much instantly, and that's one of those things I love to see, is it's, you know, Bum holding that Q and just gaining distance further and further as Zerojin's forced to try and sidestep. And by the time he's, oh my goodness, those rockets are doing so much damage, and the return rockets are doing so much damage. When these rockets hit multiple people that are corralled together, it more or less hits one person twice, essentially, because of the explosion damage coming behind and it penetrating through. So, poke is going to be the name of the game. The health advantage is good enough for FearX to go in on, but not good enough as 2 members go down. Bum getting low. The crossbow skill isn't going to be enough. Pushing forward still. Is he going to be able to find it? Yes, the monkey wire comes up in time. FearX getting wiped by Gyeonggi on the repeat fight.
Oh my goodness, in the end, it's Gyeonggi Innate that just completely wipes BNK FearX this time around. The fight goes a little bit in both teams' favor. The rocket launcher's doing massive damage at the start, but they tunnel vision on the haze again, and it allows this Nadine on Gyeonggi Innate. Jinho once again stepping up to the fray. Beautiful exclusive coming out from Ing9 to save that haze, and on top of it, all the focus diverted, which means that Nadine has free will and free reign over the fight. It is just incredible what Gyeonggi Innate is able to do. 8 kills strong right now. They're still looking for more in this game. Sparkle Esports, though, looking for Cartel.
Ooh, good exclusive use to save Boomwa there. That knockup might have proved fatal, as the follow-up would have been there on point. But it looks like, yeah, they are going to back out. Sparkle Esports is going to be able to get their box. It was a VF blood, no less. Daejong Cybers, meanwhile, fighting out with auto arms, but I don't think... Ooh! JCP getting caught out there a little bit by Revolu, the exclusive forced out. The White Lily will be able to get them out of here. Uh-oh, the White Lily went a little south. JCP actually looking to turn this now. The damage onto Revolu is pretty good, and yeah, it looks like both teams are going to disengage.
Dina allows the recovery to come back, but can we mention, you mentioned it too, but the blood sample being stolen from Team Sparkle Esports. I saw the blood shuriken being built onto Fauna. Oh, that has gotta hurt so bad for Team Cartel. I was talking about it earlier, but Nadine's really need to get a lot of damage done, especially with how Jinho is playing in this game. Losing out on that blood sample is going to be absolutely detrimental. Whether you were looking to go for the Blood Half Moon or even the Queen of Hearts that we've seen a lot of our Dina's build throughout the course of the weekend, it is a huge setback. Minus 500 credits, especially at the Night 3 part. God, that has got to hurt so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard to recover from that because how do you get a blood back at this point? I mean, you're kind of relying on that blood spike to contest Wickline, but without it now, you know, other teams are ahead of you on tempo, and it's you're going to get stat checked if you try to go to this Wickline and it's contested. So it's one of those things that kind of has a spiral effect more than just getting damage for a carry. It also affects the rest of your game because now you're just behind every team by 500 credits. It's almost as if you lost 2 teammates, or maybe even worse than that.
Yeah, most of the time when you have a good game, you get around, what, 1,200 credits overall per character on your team. Yeah, that pretty much effectively takes out half of the credits that one person obtains throughout the entire course of the game, and that has got to absolutely suck. But in the end, it's still not like they're dead, right? They're still alive in the game, they're just kind of falling behind. You can definitely make up those kind of moments where you do fall behind, especially if you have a situation like this where you could possibly get a sandwich moment, but nope, Kyunggi and Nate a little bit too smart for that one. And immediately hop on out of there. Sparkle Esports trying to control the zone a little bit, especially with that Celine looking for that red box, whereas Tej and Cybers getting a free track over onto the Wickling. This is something that we have seen pretty commonly throughout the course of the weekend. You mentioned it yesterday where we saw one game where a couple teams decided to fight for the objective. It was quite interesting to us.
Yeah, Wickline contests seem to be a bit of a rarity here in ERM, which is surprising because it's such a powerful buff, and you'd think that most of these teams would be in a position where they can contest Wickline, but it seems that it's almost like they know that there is a team that's going to be like ahead of tempo, and if they're not the ones that are ahead, they're not going to bother. They just don't feel comfortable with their game state to contest such a risky objective.
Yeah, Tej and Cybers, I will say, are relatively in a solid spot. 4 kills might not seem like much, but these guys have been pretty much out of the picture when it comes to fighting for a majority of the mid to late game so far. The rest of the time, they've just been spending farming. I think they're on really, really good pace right now, especially with the Adina sitting on 270 credits. They can call another transition, and they do that exactly. A Mithril called for the Adina. That will be the Sultan's Adorn. I guess that was just... okay. So they flip-flopped items. I was gonna say, I was like, Sultan's Adorn does not build up from...
Mithril, yeah.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
What do I say all the time?
And that's the power of remote drones save lives. Ladies and gentlemen, buy a remote drone for your, you can save 1 life.
Yeah, but it might be your own, honestly.
For the small price of 50 credits, you too can save 2 lives.
There you go. Well, let's see what ends up happening to Team Blanche. They are trying to heal back up. Bear was taken down to about half HP. That is a pretty good wound Dorito. It will delay the initiation a little bit. Fantastic Twins Rush, but it doesn't take Jingy too far away from the fight. It still knocks him up, but the damage is coming out. Sebi gets the targeting down onto the Nadine, and he does manage to spin his way to victory. Down goes Jingy. Cartel losing out on the Nadine, who probably would have loved that blood sample by now. Not going to be able to have it, but it's the same composition that Team Blanche is going to have to deal with. A very similar one. Going to be able to. Kyunggi Innate is actually the ones being wary right now, especially with the Meteorite being called by ZeroGen. Just can grab and dip.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the other side of things, poor Auto Arms, their 2 remaining members were just trapped in hotel with Sparkle not letting them leave. And they had like 5 seconds timers, so... yeah, they ended up getting wiped by Sparkle Esports on down in hotel. Absolutely. So Auto Arms will be taking, I believe it would be 6 there with 1 kill. yeah, things are relatively tame for now. I mean, Cartel's positioning on the map is a little risky. You know, I'd imagine Chapel's going to be the next zone to close, and then Forest and Factory will be our final two zones from just the way the map looks structured. So if they can hold this corner and not have anyone come in from Chapel, they'll be okay. But for the time being, I mean, where do you really go if you're Team Cartel?
I'm not entirely sure. No matter where you go, you're going to have to deal with a lot of people anyways. 5 teams left. Outside of Factory... Oh, actually, no, never mind. It is Forest for our other temporary zone. There is a lot of space to work with. This is actually quite funny, because you usually don't see this combination of temporary zones. And even with 5 teams, there is a lot of room to work with. Some of our biggest zones available to us in Lumia Island. And with only 5 teams compared to, what, 6, 7 that we've seen in the past couple of games over the course of the weekend, I'll take this.
Yeah, I mean, but unfortunately, it looks like Sparkle is going to walk into Factory here. So Forest is going to go to Daejeon Cybers completely uncontested, which is something we've seen all weekend. I mean, the Wick team getting a zone uncontested. It's pretty par of the course for ERM. Boonghwa getting chunked a little bit. Sparkle walking their way in like it's nobody's business. They look like they want to just kind of hang out in this bush. Gyeonggi has control over the center here, which is probably the best spot to be in, especially when you have an Adine setting up those squirrel traps in what's going to be the relevant position.
Yeah, we saw this
and
yesterday.
Blanche is just gone.
Oh, that could be bad though. The blink has already been invested. Boonghwa in a whole heap of trouble gets eliminated before he's able to get anything done. Fantastic initiation coming through from Team Sparkle Esports. Cartel looking for a little bit more. Jaegi gets taken down. Scarlet comes into the fray and knocks down the rest of the backline too. Song Harang is going to be able to pick a Fauna thanks to the work that he did by going up to the top of the screen. The team that tried the third party was just a simple Mai. There's no damage there. So he backs away and we will see Team Sparkle Esports back all up to 6. They're looking for a little bit more. Nice check from Zero Jin. Pang getting found out. This might be a bit problematic. Ing9 looking for the initiation. He has a Soul Stealer. Pang's going to get caught out. There's the whip skill coming through as well. But who is he going to get taken out by? Is it going to be Team Sparkle Esports or is it going to be Team Gyeonggi and 8? Take your pick.
Oh, no.
He's going to go down to Gyeonggi and 8.
And this is one of the things that happens when a team has a member dying. If you look at the top, it would say 5 teams, 13 alive at that point. Well, okay, fighting's going on. What's going on? Teams start to investigate, right? But Blanche starting up a fight with Sparkle Esports. Sebi is going to get locked down here. A lot of damage going down on him. This is really uncharacteristic. Normally, we see Sebi being pretty much invincible. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Gyeonggi is walking in now, and it does look like Blanche has the most timer out of everybody. Sparkle Esports has got to be feeling a little bit of pressure here, but both teams are really...
Oh my god!
And yeah, Sparkle does find their way to a kill. Fauna pops the ultimate, and yeah, Xenophine's going to go down as well. Sebi finding his way to a kill, but it's not going to be enough. It's triple backline. The damage threats are everywhere. Gyeonggi now sees that it has dropped down to 3 teams. Zerojin doing a little bit of investigating, but with the timer situation, 4 seconds on Zerojin, 20 seconds on the hands of Sparkle Esports' members, it's going to be hard to walk in here. Scarlet almost getting caught out there. In fact, he is getting caught out there. And now it's down to a 2v3. Song Harang trying to find an angle onto Zerojin, but it just doesn't connect. Jinho is on the backside here, completely unavailable. And yeah, the timers are going to be a situation here for Sparkle Esports as well. And yeah, Gyeonggi looking strong as ever.
Terrible misfortunes coming to both Team Blanche as well as Team Sparkle Esports. They both had such a really good standing inside of the fight, but Fauna held onto a Soul Link until they were able to knock down Team Blanche. That was such a big factor in why they were able to win out on the fight, because I think even Team Blanche was thinking that Fauna didn't have access to a Soul Link. I was thinking the exact same thing. I was wondering why he was sending his Nina in first just like that, especially when he wouldn't have that ultimate. But no, he held on to it in the fight right here in this little warehouse inside a factory. Really good decision making. It allows Team Sparkle Esports to pick up the kills onto Team Blanche, but after that point, they ran out of time. Trying to walk down, we had a couple members of Daejeon Esports also very low on time. Of course, Team Sparkle Esports don't know about that, but Daejeon Cybers is able to turn it around. The rocket launchers from Zerojin marks the Emma, takes him down, so his timer is a little bit reset. Everybody else starting to file on him, but by then it's a little too late. So now Gyeonggi and they have one more hurdle to come over. Plenty of time now for this team. 37 seconds at least for Zerojin. Beautiful disengage coming through from Dina. He's trying to stay alive on his end. Jinho trying to run away as far as possible. The Tempest Hydra has already been invested. Now Revolu sitting all the way in the backside. He's gonna get taken down. Gyeonggi Innate looking strong now. 13 kills for this team. Dina's trying to follow up. He's trying to get a little bit of damage done onto the backside of this team. Zerojin still stays alive. The Moon Dorito lands, but the damage just isn't confirmed. Zerojin, he's still alive. There's the blinking coming through from Dina. Can you get the kill? No, he cannot. Ing9 is still alive, just barely. They're trying to walk back in. Mangnan, he's trying to get the res. He's trying to get it. He does get the res. Revolu needs to go big. Revolu needs to go big. But the crossbow skill coming through from Jino is absolutely bonkers. Mangnan trying to do a little bit more. No! Gyeonggi Innate.
Wow.
What on earth? They come back fighting strong. Game 1 goes to Gyeonggi Innate. 16 kills. What?
That was crazy. I don't even know what to say about that. That was just an insane fight. I mean, the catwalk into the crossbow skill at the end just sealed Revolu's fate. And just, oh man, that was really good. Gyeonggi is just, you know, I thought maybe with them not playing yesterday, they might have cooled down a bit, but they're coming in just, you know, swinging, looking like the best team, honestly, showing why they were so dominant in such a top-heavy group like Group A. And, showing why they were able to send Mira and Sejong backing home from group stage. That was impressive.
Wow. Wow. I am lost for words. How many highlights was Team Gyeonggi Innate was able to pull off, right? This is one of the things that a lot of players really like. Because I don't know if you've been watching the Korean YouTube channel for Eternal Return, but they got some banger thumbnails over there for these ERM highlights.
I've seen some screenshots.
Oh yeah, you have. I think Gyeonggi Innate is farming clips here, my friend. My god,
Yeah.
off of game number 1 already, I'm pretty sure they farmed minutes worth of clips. Such long fights, such long times that you have to have your micro on point, but they are able to do it. Such low health bars. Remember what I said on Friday about how these players, one small mistake, one tiny mistake is going to get them over the line of no return, but they never make that one tiny mistake. Single digit health bars for some of these players. It was so close. Somebody breathes on them, they're gonna fall to pieces. But that is not what ends up happening. Gyeonggi Innate, their micro is on point, their fighting's on point, their shot calls are on point. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, everything is just so consistently clean from them. I mean, Zerojin's haze is just so impressive. If you watch him in any of these fights, he's always just at the perfect spacing for everything, and just is always playing completely flawlessly. And I mean, all three of them are really, but yeah, you nailed it on the head with that.
Oh gosh, we are already treated with an absolute monstrosity of a game off the bat, Meek. This is game 1 of the finals, by the way, and that is the type of game that we are treated with. But it does allow us to know that Gyeonggi Innate is absolutely on form still, right? And that has got to be terrifying for the rest of the lobby, because we saw how dominant they were. You were talking about it multiple times throughout the day already. We're only, like an hour into the stream?
Yeah, I mean, they racked up how many kills that game? They had, what was it, 15 kills, first place? I mean,
16, I think.
16 was it? 16 with the first place, so they're looking at 24 points on the scoreboard out of game 1. Like, wow, that is impressive.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea how other teams are going to be able to deal with this, because we're going to loop back to what we said during Friday. Teams are going to have to somehow figure out a way to deal with Team Gyeonggi Innate right now, and they have to do it right now. You are not going to get that many chances if Gyeonggi Innate continues to play like this, because 16 field kills first place off of the bat in game number 1. They outdid the performance they had in game number 1, where it seemed like nobody was able to stop them. So yeah, all of our finals teams are going to have to quickly develop ways to deal with that specific composition. And I guess to start it out, the My Ban is there, right?
Yeah.
We did see Gyeonggi Innate struggling a little bit without the My Nadine Hayes composition. So this could be a little bit of a method where they could play around with some of these teams, try to knock down Gyeonggi Innate down the peg. But still, 24 points has got to feel really good, especially when they're above Team Sparkle Esports in second place with 13.
Yeah, I mean, that's an 11-point deficit out the gate from game 1. Daejeon Cybers, despite getting second, actually is in third place on the leaderboard with 11 points. Blanche following suit with 10, and then, everybody else is in single digits, so they've still got to get the engine revving here.
Mm-hmm. Well then, my goodness, a great start to our finals evening. We're already, nearly, well, I would say not nearly halfway there, because halfway mark would be around 27 to 28 points, but Gyeonggi N8 might be giving me my wish of going to sleep a little bit earlier today at the cost of everyone in chat's disappointment to not let this game go 13 games, as I saw somebody wanted in the chat. Well,
13?
13. They wanted 13 games tonight. I swear, it's obligatory at this
God.
point for people to torture me.
Well, the people at home's credit, this is the checkpoint format, so even if Gyeonggi does manage to hit that checkpoint, that's when things get interesting. That's when the metagaming begins. people start, busting out a little white flag action. That's when things get kind of crazy. So it's still anybody's game. There's still a lot of time for this to develop further, unless everyone forgets to do that, then Gyeonggi might run away with it.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening, because guys, here we go. Character selection for game number 2 is underway, and with the Mai being banned, we're seeing a lot of changes. We're going to see BNK FearX flipping back onto the Suo. We do see Hollensar going on to his Cecilia as well. Windy, Machek, where you at? Felix back for Revolu. Magnani just going to simply swap over onto the Estelle. I think this is one of our rare cases throughout the course of the weekend where just because Mai is banned, the team is not completely flipping their composition on its head. Gyeonggi N8 kind of doing the same thing, but they will swap out the Nadine in exchange for the Razi on top of it. It's a lot more of the self-sustain and a lot more of the self-peel for herself. I like that pick.
Yeah.
Everybody else, just pretty casual too.
Yeah, well, with Nadine and my ban, Gyeonggi's got to switch it up significantly. And now we actually have a situation where Razi is banned in ERM. So all the Razi copers at home, yeah, nice try. Sedaphine's actually on Abigail again as well, which is going to be exciting.
I'm surprised they're busting it out this early, right? Because the Abigail we saw yesterday was definitely a pick that I think was done simply due to the fact that they were so far ahead. But in a checkpoint format like this, a very versatile pick like the Abigail that we never know how it's going to do is really dangerous. I think especially in a situation where Blanche is also a team trying to look for that top place spot right now. After the performance in game number 1, very, very dangerous pick. If this does pay out in the end though, it will pay out in a huge way, since look at how many backline characters are in this game in comparison to yesterday. Abigail will have targets. We know that Team Blanche is able to play this Abigail to its fullest extent from how we saw Sebi play with it yesterday too. There's a lot of things up in the air right now for Team Blanche, but we'll take a look because Game 2 is underway now.
Yeah, I mean, the comp changes have been incredible here, and of course we get a little advertisement as I'm looking at that. Ah, man, life is hard. It's hard being me, but one of the things I did see was FearX is running a more familiar comp. They have that, but they're running Yawn, which is something I'm less familiar with them running.
Yeah, I think they have ran Yan in the past, especially on the player who's running it. I'm forgetting his name real quickly because my brain's small, I guess, at this point. But here we go. Yep, Bum, absolutely a Yan player. Yeah, there it is. He definitely knows how to play a character like this. And yep, just like that. Tomahawk Roundhouse. Dina is going to take a bunch of speed gates though, and it's going to be a good way for him to get himself away. No early kill coming through for Team BNK FearX just yet. Whereas Auto Arms even investing the blink to try knocking down G-Work. Maybe it's the other way around where JCP still the one trying to run away. Tard trying to follow through. I think JCP is dead to rights. There we go. Finger point is going to be the kill secure. Maybe it was the pawn. Either way, Asher starting out game number 2 strong with a single kill onto JCP.
Yeah, I mean, first kill of the game, to be honest. I'm surprised we haven't seen more at this point. Normally, with how things were last game, everything was going wild. But maybe with that My ban, people's macro plans are grouping up is a little, not quite where it normally is. G-Work gonna get frozen, the Dance Macabre gonna connect, but the checkmate was able to come out inside the CC duration. Now, Jolenchel trying to take down Cinema. No, he is not able to. Jumo forced to run the speed gate to get out of here.
Wow, I'm impressed. I don't know if anyone caught this, but Sadhan actually opted to go in towards the checkmate because he gun vaulted over the duration that it slams down. So he was able to dodge out on the duration, on the damage coming through from the checkmate, but he was right on top of G-Work when he landed too. Really nice play coming through from Sadhan. The micro plays coming from this Razi player is absolutely on point in game number 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something Sadhan's kind of renowned for, is his microplay on Razi, but here we have another Razi. is going to get taken down here, and yeah, it looks like the rest of Youngie is just going to run away here and kite back on this. Zerojin finding a little bit of damage, but with their Rozzy level 8 now, the respawn timer is full. They're not going to get him back for another couple seconds here.
Alright, more fights on the north side though. This time around it's going to be Team Blanche. There is the jump from Cenifine. He's still trying to stay alive. Same thing for Sevi, but it's a little bit too early for this composition to find too much success. They're not going to get any kills, unfortunately. 2 members super low, but Char and Jumo keeping their lives intact will have full control over the top side of the map, meaning a lot of animal experience going their way. The bear, the mutant boars, really big start of night number 1 to Team Asher.
Yeah, and that's one of those things with these early fights that's a little understated, is not just the kills you're getting, but the XP leads you're getting through access to zones that have high hunt density like Alley, and you know, gas station by extension. Especially with these bears spawning during night 1, it's something that's worth contesting over, honestly. Everyone always thinks, you know, you got to contest over objectives, but this is one of those rare points in the game, or where you really want to contest for hunts and get those early XP advantages, because that can be what snowballs your game entirely and gets you ahead of the curve.
Sir, it's these small victories in the earlier stages of the game, whereas Team Cartel, they might be struggling a little bit here, as Jangy, ooh, the Gunvault actually doesn't carry the Rozzy over, so Jangy for now, he is keeping his life intact, although A9 is looking to initiate back on. Nope, he's not going to be able to find it, as Jangy just jumps over the wall and says sayonara. He will keep his life intact, although BNK Furex, they find an angle potentially over onto A9. He's not really going to have a safety net outside of this fight, trying to get knocked down. A couple more auto attacks should do it. They do end up getting the damage done. Gino also caught out thanks to the work of the Cecilia. He's trying to cut it to the best of his abilities, will not pick himself up and kill. BNK Furex 2-0, whereas another fight on the north side, 2 members of Team Auto Arms down already, and we will see that team struggle to find the footing in the earlier stages of the game, whereas Team Asher, 6 kills already for themselves, have full control over Temple. That should be a tree of life, and early kills going in their favor for game 2.
Yeah, and playing around Sisla is going to be something vital for Furex here. I mean, they have so much follow-up potential on it between the Yan and Sua. I mean, Yan can follow up with the knock-up, and while that's all going on, Sua's already mid-follow-up. But speaking of follow-ups, oh my goodness, Song Harong just gets wiped completely. Scarlet on the backside dealing with Dina, so we're seeing a little 1v1 for now on the top side, but Revolu starting to close forward. Scarlet is trying to figure out which way to go. Does gonna push him towards Dina, maybe get a kill onto Dina. Good stasis to dodge out on the Dorito, but now Revolu's here, and yeah, that's gonna be the end of Scarlet as well. So 2 kills going over to Daejong Cybers, as well as the tree. That's about the best you could ask for on a tree contest.
I love the fact that Revolu was also making sure to keep track of the dove, because you have to remember when you use the dove dealer, the dove disappears from enemy view for after like a second or two. So the fact that Revolu was able to keep the heads up and make sure that he doesn't leave any way out for Bubba was super nice. Really fantastic play. Whoa, that's bad for Zerojin. He's in a little bit of trouble. Team Cartel should be able to pick up an easy kill there for themselves. The Wolf is going to block the way in for the Estelle, but the Dema says yellow, and down goes the Haze.
Yellow. I like that. Yeah, unfortunately, poor Zerojin. I mean, we've all done it before. We mess up a White Lily, but it just goes to show that even at the best level of play, people still make mistakes. These guys are still human at the end of the day, no matter how perfect they look on the screen. But yeah, and that's you know, that's Zerojin. That's one of the premier players and has been for a long time. I mean, he's been around for eons. But yeah, looks like another 40 seconds here till this alpha objective rotation spawns. I really like this school battle zone alpha in archery angle. This might create a bit of a heated school, because if whoever wins school can kind of get things. Whoa, okay. A fight going on. The Twins Rush hitting 2-man with the hell-attack stack coming in right after. That's a lot of damage. Peng is cutting back here. I mean, they have lost their damage dealer, and they're not really able to touch Rozzy, because, you know, Melee's versus Rozzy, a tale of soul this time. Jangy now on the run. I mean, he's got to live for 13 seconds. I don't think this is doable. I believe Cartel's going to get wiped here.
Ah, you're right. It was so close. I think Jangy missed a lot of crucial skills in that fight. The Twins Rush looked really good, and the combination with the Helitax stat, we saw it from Team Non-Responsible during phase number 1. The combo got off, but the problem is they just didn't really have the follow-through damage, especially after the Adina died. We saw yesterday that Team Blanche, they really relied on something like the Priya to continue keeping the Debbie and Marlene alive. They need the Adina to do damage and also heal the Debbie and Marlene, but they did not have that. A fight right after the Alpha instead of archery range though, Ing9 taken down to about a third of his HP, still trying to keep himself alive as Xenophine is going to completely whiff the Dimensional Cleave, not looking or finding a way back into the fight just yet. Really nice heads up play from Zerojin. He does end up getting taken down to about half of his HP, but Xenophine also gets taken down too. Really nice follow through from Jinno. He's trying to find a kill onto Sebi. Bear, he's trying to run away. I think Sebi needs to sacrifice himself, and he will. Down goes the Ekion, and Kyungi Innate again doing some really nice plays on the west side of the map. The first 2 kills of themselves in this game, whereas Team Asher losing down on G-Work. Jumo's going to follow through in just a moment as Tejan Cybers picks up another 2 for themselves too.
Yeah, and this is one of those things with Asher, their composition. I mean, until they get enough items onto G-Work where he can just one-shot whoever Alonso points at, it's really hard for this comp to be effective until that comes to fruition. With something like Razi alongside, where she has to really step up and commit to dealing damage to whatever is getting hit. So until they can get G-Work online where he can completely one-shot something, it's hard to get this Razi past the front line to hit these more vital targets.
Sure. Oh, good lord. The fact that she is still such a close-range character, and the fact that we're seeing so many of our Razzies actually do find angles like this, you can tell how brawly these teams really are, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you look down, I mean, the only team that's really looking to kite back permanently is Sparkle Esports. A lot of these teams do have a double melee angle. You know, you got Daejong Cybers with Estelle and Revolu on Felix. You got Blanche running Abigail Ekion. You have BNK Fear X with the Yansua. Like, a lot of at least half of the teams here are double melee, if not more. Cartel as well, also double melee. So I really like the idea of running Razi in a melee-heavy lobby. But yeah, when you go up against something like Youngie, where you have Hayes who's super far away and you know it's pretty much impossible to interact with, it's really hard for Asher to find an angle onto Hayes.
For sure.
And Nikki's parry kind of, you know, negates G-Work's attempt to follow up on a point.
For sure. It almost feels like Kyungi Innate is just playing the lobby itself well. They're already winning the game in character select. Although, you know, that's been a theory that's been out there for a lot of different games where you do have that character selection phase, right? A lot of people say that you have to win from the character selection time. And it really just feels like Kyungi Innate is doing it. The RPS that I've been constantly talking about the course of the weekend really comes into play when you take a look at how these characters and compositions theoretically want to play around each other. Kyungi Innate just does so well in understanding what the lobby itself looks like and actually playing around it.
Yeah, and you'd think it wouldn't be something that's really possible in a game like this. You know, you have you have 8 different teams to try and pick one composition for. It almost seems nigh impossible, but somehow, some way, they've found a comp that is meta and also plays around the rest of the lobby really well. Even when they're on their backup composition like this, it still just looks really good. I mean, Hayes in general just also looks very hard for a lot of these teams to deal with. It just seems like the perfect fit for this lobby.
See, it's either that or they're just really good and we're overthinking it.
Yeah, that too. I mean, they might just be the goats as well. You know, they're just playing their mains and they're just, you know, they're doing the opposite of everyone. Wow, Dina getting completely chunked by Fauna there. But no fight committed to yet. Zongarong trying to get this box. I mean, Sparkle does not want to give up his posturing on this box here.
Yeah, it's going to be just a simple... No, that is not a Tree of Light because that's an Auto Arms pickup. Fawn is going to look for it. Blast Wave is going to deny his entryway a little bit, which means Team Sparkle Esports on a bit of a back foot on this initiation. Wait for the cooldown on Fauna. Team Daejeon Cybers doing really good, zoning away a lot of the members of Team Sparkle Esports. Remember, Sparkle Esports do not have sustain. Whatever damage they take, it's going to stick, whereas Team Daejeon Cybers, they can get the heals off from the Adina. Look at this. Over the course of the fight, more skill shots have landed from Team Sparkle Esports, and they're finally going to pull the trigger. Team Daejeon Cybers looking for an angle on the backside. Down goes Hong Hanang, down goes Fauna. Scarlet on the backside, he's trying to run away, but now he's locked in as Revolu. He's not going to go for the kill, but the box is secured from the side of Team Daejeon Cybers, and they will win out on the positioning inside of Hospital.
Yeah, you totally nailed it. The war of attrition going against Adina with no sustain on the side of Sparkle Esports was the deciding factor. And they ultimately do have, you know, the ability to control the engage at that point too, with something like Estelle and Felix. Revolu blanking in on the backside, finding the assassination, and Boomwa staying safe while the hell attack stack gets dropped on him.
Yeah, you hate to see that kind of situation as a Celine as well. I've been in that situation many a times where Felix gets onto you. You can use Blast Save only once every, 10 or so seconds. Whereas the Felix is just rotating through his mobility skills every, 2 to 3 seconds after he uses it 3 times. The difference is quite there, and I don't think, especially at this stage of Eternal Return, Celine ever has any damage to 100 to 0 a Felix from the get-go. So you're already at a disadvantage. The rest of your team is focused on trying to maybe knock down somebody else that is closer to them. You're not going to get any help. It's just not a good situation for Song.
Yeah, no, especially not with the health deficit that had already been established as well. It's not even, you know, there's multiple factors to what created that engage. And yeah, I mean, if you Sparkle Esports, you got to be pretty frustrated about that, honestly. It's just one of those situations you don't have any control over other than, you know, maybe establishing more vision to make your call-in a bit safer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Team Digit Cybers, though, still looking for a little bit more in the hospital. They do end up finding the members of Team Auto Arms, but no one wants to fight right now, and for good reason. We're just about to head into day number 4. This is also another time where teams are going to start to look for either the second rotation of small transitions with their credits, or maybe go for a really big one sometime soon. Especially considering the fact that Night 3 has already passed. If you're looking for a blood sample, you either called it already, or you're looking for one in just a few moments. You can also see everyone's credits right now hovering somewhere around 200. We do see Kyungi Innates. What is it? Hayes looking for something else, possibly. Seraphine being forced to ult. He is not going to be able to stay alive. Sebi on the flip side, he is trying desperately to stay alive, but he doesn't get the resets on his dash. Sebi still trying to stay alive. Sad Hand on the backside. This is a straight line, but the damage coming out from JCP is absolutely insane. Down goes 2 members of Team Blanche. Now it's a minus 500 for that team out of nowhere.
Yeah, you know, you're walking around, and as you always say,
heck yeah. It's the
recon drones save lives.
There you go. Indeed, if
Yes,
Seraphine just had one.
Yeah, if only they had one. But they did not, so they run the risk and they pay the price. 500 credits going down. But Bear, down to 4 seconds timer as well with, I mean, you're surrounded by red zones, and with Youngie and 8 coming in from the top side, and you have Blanche coming in from the bottom side as well. I mean, you're just kind of sitting in the corner praying nobody finds you.
This is a really awkward spot for Team Blanche to be as well. The camera positionings on the east side of Police Station are actually really, really good. So that's why they're trying to hover around that little cubby area in between where the mutant boar spawn and the bush near the entrance of Stream, I apologize. That is the little bit of area that you don't have vision with the CCTV. For Team Blanche, they're going to have to need it. They're going to need that because they just barely have enough credits. But no way they're going to be able to find any consoles anytime soon. Just stuck in the middle of everybody. As you mentioned, not that much timer on either one of the players on the side of Team Blanche either. I don't know about this, man. It's just looking tough.
Yeah, and it looks like Youngie's the only one here for Wickline. They already have control of the CCTV before the zone reopens. And yeah, Seraphine is going to get caught out here. Fortunately, some hunts are available, but Abigail, notorious for her ability to not be able to run away very efficiently. And yeah, the Dance Macaw's going to drop, and that's going to be the end of Seraphine. Back down on the ground, another 250 credits gone from the side of Blanche. I mean, they don't have enough to even get these revives off entirely just yet, so, and they only have enough to really get one.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what the credit situation was like earlier, because more so than the Abigail, I feel like rezzing the Ekion would have been a much better option in this kind of situation, especially when you know the map situation is exactly the way that it was just now. But Team Blanche going to pay the price for making a slight miscalculation on what kind of character to pick. We do see Bear already sitting on the Chaser, but that's all he has to show for himself. No teammate alive, that's all he ever gets. I don't think... Yeah, I saw that too.
What the heck was that? Okay,
that boar's invincible.
Anyways, go ahead, go back on your train of thought there.
Yeah, I just don't really see a way back in for Team Blanche, especially with Bear having no time. But here we go, a fight towards the north side of the map, and Revolut gets assassinated, just completely obliterated. There was no checkmate damage, it was just a knife fork into the entire damage rotation of Char. Where the heck did the Felix go?
And yeah, that's something a lot of people don't talk about, is Rosie's burst on her ultimate. It does a ton of damage. You combine it with G-Work's burst behind it, yeah, the checkmate was not even necessary. It was completely overkill.
max percent of HP, if I remember correctly, on that Semtex bomb as long as you continuously get the bomb procs. And if you pocket manually yourself, I think you get bonus damage off on top of it. Oh yeah, you do not want to be stuck in the CC rotation, especially when something like a Della or a Razi is in play, but they got both of them, so you really don't want to get caught out in crowd control rotation.
G-Work not respecting Wilson there, taking a good quarter of his health at least here. Fishing for a queen over on the Rosner does not find its mark, but the Night Fork does find a knock up here, but nothing really concrete to engage on here. Sua using her ultimate, the Soul Stealer is going to be activated here. Jumo pushing forward, but not going to find any priority targets that he's interested in pointing at here. And yeah, it looks like Asher's going to have to kite back here unless they can find some sort of angle off of G-Work's queen here. G-Work kind of posturing, but Wilson deployed. I mean, it's so hard to step up when the risk of being pulled is there. And yeah, G-Work forced to blink now. Looks are an angle. Bum trying to find the knockup. The point is going to happen, but Bum is barely going to survive from the burst combination. No, he's actually going to get brought down. The aggression from this Razi finding an angle. Rosner's going to get brought down too, but G-Work is going to get killed on the backside. Can this Sisla do it? One Sisla in a dream. Yes, the dreams are real.
Oh, the pull!
Negating the revive of the G-Work, but Jumo's just going to go back. Giga Chad, I don't care about
Oh my god, he canceled it again!
The rotation has enough time, and yeah, he's not going to be able to find this revive. No, he is! G-Work gets brought back up!
Oh my god!
The Wolf bringing him down!
He got it! He's got it! What? Dude, what is happening today? What is happening today? What is happening today? Windy, you gotta wake up from the fiber optic cables, my guy. You just saw an incredible play coming through from Sonsor, and he managed to keep all of his teammates alive. That's the big part of this.
Sonsor, oh my god. This guy is the LeBron of Sisla. Wow, I'm impressed. Another fight starting up. I don't have time to stay impressed. Big 9 getting chunked, but so is Fauna. Fauna dangerously low, and now this corral is so hard to get past when you're dealing with a Celine. These bombs just cover the whole entranceway, and with no way to step up, I mean, the disengage is good. Fauna gets to rest up, but so does Ing 9 on the tail end of things. Ing 9 just walking past the bombs, finds an angle onto Scarlet, but you know, Emma notorious for her tricky ways of getting out. The shield gonna drop as well. Zerojun trying to find rockets, none really finding their mark. Just a little bit of poke damage established onto both sides, so yeah, for now, posturing again, and yeah, here we go again. Celine dropping more bombs into this corral, but Gyeonggi looking to wrap around on the top side. Sparkle Esports does have vision set up over there, so they are just going to be able to take control of that zone on the hands of Gyeonggi. Meanwhile, Auto Arms versus Fear X over in Hospital. I mean, these are our remaining teams left. I'm curious where Blanche's Ekion is residing. I'm not sure where he was hiding on the map.
He was in police station.
Was he in police?
Yeah,
okay,
you know
so
that entrance to Temple up at the top right? He's like sitting in that corner right now where the White Lily is.
Yeah, Cinema going for that White Lily in Hospital. We saw him use that many times yesterday, but not finding any angles. Meanwhile, Sparkle Esports getting chunked out by Zerojin here. I mean, the damage is coming down. Fauna's dangerously low, and yes, Fauna is going to get brought down. Scarlet brought down on the tail end of things as well from Jinho. Jinho pushing forward onto Songarong with no bombs left. Yeah, that is going to be Gyeonggi winning the zone over in Police Station. Meanwhile, down here in Hospital, Auto Arms versus BNK Fear X.
See what ends up happening. BNK Fear X off of the play from Sonsor. They've been given a breath of fresh air, a breath of new life. Are they going to be able to actually capitalize on this? They're jumping in down towards JCP. Does end up getting a good amount of damage, but the parry is good. Sad Hand trying to 1v1 Sonsor on the backside. Does end up getting the fight win on his end. But here we go. JCP trying to stay alive. He lands the Fenty. Fantastic outer ring hit from him, and it's going to knock down Rosner. Bomb should fall in just a moment, and it seems like the life expectancy of BNK Fear X has expired. The play from Sonsor will only live in the memories as a really cool play off of game number 2.
But now Auto Arms have to fight their group stages. Demon Gyeonggi was so brutal for them all group stage, but to their credit, Gyeonggi is on their off composition, and I'm going to be honest, Cinema looked phenomenal in that fight. I'm not sure if you saw the freeze combo he got onto the Yon, but he managed to get out his freeze before Yon could even get the roundhouse kick out after the Tetragon was dropped. So, yeah, it was a super fast and clean freeze combo from Cinema, and that really just controlled the 2v2 fight on the bottom side. Sad Hand just barely winning out in that 1v1 on the top side, that also pretty much being a deciding factor on who won the fight.
Yeah, and I love this play from Team Gyeonggi. Going into a tighter corridor actually works out in their favor because they're the ones with the range advantage on the haze. I think the tight corridor on the left side is a little bit awkward because there is a couple walls that's very difficult for someone like a Razi or a Haze to jump over, so they're not bothering with that at all. Cinema's going to pull the trigger. He gets taken down to about half HP. The damage from JCP is absolutely bonkers on the backside. We saw this a couple days ago. They're all corralling into a corner again. The choke point, but this time it actually works for Team Auto Arms. Ignite taken down. Zero He is pushing everybody else away though. Sad hand, these rocket launchers not landing, but it is a fight reset. We are going to see the Nikki come back alive. Look at on the timer side though, 30 seconds left for a majority of the members of Team Gyeonggi. That rocket launcher is absolutely massive. Will buy themselves a few extra seconds. Sad hand, he got tagged on the flip side too. He's got to heal back up. He's got to rest too. Zero Jin's not going to let that happen easily, pushing him further and further in on towards the red. Although for some reason, Sad hand has more timer than Zero Jin, so he's going to go back. Cinema looking for a flank. He's going to try to go for a jump in on towards Zero Jin again. Oh my god! What is that prediction from Cinema? What the hell was that? They lose Cinema, but the priority target of Zero Jin is already gone. Jino has to go absolutely massive. JCP sitting on the front side trying to create a little bit of a buffer space. Sad hand microwing massively right now. Ing9 sitting with about a quarter of his HP. He needs to heal, but now timer really starts to become a problem for these players. Jinho sitting on 19 seconds, but the kills are there. Auto Arms, are they going to be able to do it? No, Jinho, he gets damage done. JCP, can you do it? No! What the hell is this series? Gyeonggi takes away game number 2, 10 kills on hand, 2 games in a row.
Oh my god, Jinho with the clutch wrap supreme. Oh my god. I don't even know what just happened. That was crazy. Okay, so the trade for Cinema and Zero Jin was pretty good. That definitely looked favorable for Auto Arms, but man, Jinho with the 2v1 at the end, I mean, the health advantage was just barely enough for him. Sadhan trying to use the corpse to gunvault off of as a means of outplaying, but Jinho just didn't fall for it at all. I mean, he didn't commit any sort of cooldown on that gunvault, and it didn't really accomplish anything for Sadhand.
Oh, dude, that sucks too. We saw Cinema's freeze predicting Zero Jin using the shotgun and running back in towards it too. It looks so good for a second, but the Razi plays, it actually does end up seeming like Jinho was able to outbeat Sad Hands Razi, which is not something that you hear any day, right? It might be any player that you can substitute in for Jinho, but outdo Razi on Sad Hand is not something that you get to say a lot in ERM at all. Quite frankly, we really haven't had the opportunity to say that at all in the recent seasons.
Yeah,
but I guess a situation like this is where it delivers. What an amazing play from Jinho, keeping his teammates' dreams alive. Now, it might not be the performance they were looking for from in comparison to game number 1 because they only got 10 kills. But that's another first place. That's 18 points.
That's Gyeonggi once again just showing how dominant they are. And I mean, if they just keep winning or have such a good shot at winning, I mean, they're on their off composition this game too. With my band, I mean, with my and Nadine band, sorry, 2 of their 3 characters from their main composition were banned, and they still won. I mean, mind you, a lot of these other teams are also using Mai, so they're not the only ones playing, you know, in a state of disadvantage particularly. But even still, they're just showing that they're the top dog to look for.
Here's the thing, though. In my opinion, for most part, I think you're absolutely right. But where I think you do have a slight fault in your reasoning is that a lot of these teams are feeling like they're forced to play Mai. I feel like, because we saw, BNK FearX also playing Mai, but that's their off comp. We don't see that team usually running that roster. We saw them running their usual roster in game number 2. So now we're having a really awkward situation where is Gyeonggi Innate's off composition now just playing better than a lot of teams' normal comps? That is a terrifying thought to think about.
But for now, we do have the scores coming through. Gyeonggi with 42 points. I mean, if they stay on track, they're going to be at checkpoint by next game, which, I mean, hey, Shuvi, you might be able to go back to sleep pretty early. It might be might be similar to a No Flame performance here from last season. A nice little 4-game bangy. But, well, we'll have to wait and see as Auto Arms is behind them at 24 points. BNK FearX and Daejong Cybers both sitting at 17, but FearX coming ahead with 1 more field kill. Sparkle Esports falling just behind that by 1 point with 16 points. Asher and Blanche down at 15-13, and Cartel just at the bottom. It doesn't really feel like Cartel's been able to get their footing in these lobbies.
It's the same situation I think they found themselves during the group stages, where they were barely just able to make the cut into the wild cards, right? They're doing a lot of stuff and they're being very proactive, but there's a lot of situations where their damage is super close to actually killing somebody, but it's just barely not enough. That happens a couple times over throughout the course of a game, and it will definitely be a problem as you're not going to be able to snowball that early. But guys, that was game number 2, which means you know what's happening. We're going to go on to a break, so we'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4. So grab yourselves a snack, grab some water, and go take a stretch. We'll be right back with you for the next 2 games.
Yippee!
Yippee!
사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 부 말하는 대로 이루어져라. 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이쁘라니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야. 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데. 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빰빰빰. 받아줄 거지. 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
밝은 달 아래 맑은 바람 불어오네. 버들잎은 말없이 그저 흔들리네. 세상에 바람 한 점 없는 곳이 있다고 하더니 이 섬이 바로 그곳인가? 바람을 타고 자유롭게 섭리의 바람 휘몰아쳐라. 기류를 타고 풍류운산. 바람이 길을 열고 구름이 흩어지니 흐르는 대로 흘러가는 대로 종잡을 수 없는 고민이 있는 모양이군. 도사란 무엇인가? 바람을 부리고 구름을 타고 날아 도를 주문자. 너희들은 도를 믿지 않아도 좋아. 무엇을 믿을진 사람 나름이니까. 이 또한 섭리일지니.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, you guys were looking at some beautiful Yumin clips, but I am sorry, I'm gonna cut you guys short. You guys get to watch us instead. Welcome back to the Eternal Return Masters Season 5 Phase 2 Finals. Guys, if you're not here, I don't know what the heck you're doing. This series has been an incredible blast already. We are only 2 games in. We are just about to step into our 3rd, and I can already imagine the highlight reels going on YouTube being like 5 minutes long. We are farming clips here today, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, if this ends up going, the 14 or 13 game prediction, the guys on the YouTube side are gonna have to run like multiple videos or just like one really long, like 45-minute long video of highlight reels. But it does look like we're getting right into the action here.
Yeah, indeed, here we are. Let's see what ends up happening. I saw somebody spoiling it in chat. He predicted that Mai is going to get banned. What a surprise. Let's see. I wonder why.
Wow. 3 Mai's, 4 Mai's hovered already. That's a surprise. I'm glad to see FearX just sticking with their guns here. E8 is now substitute in for them, so we're going to see that ERM come back out that we're used to.
No! Feels right at home
little,
for us.
Yeah, just like North America. I love it.
Well, it is what it is. It's okay. Exactly for you and me, Meek, we feel right at home. A dodge is always going to happen. Now we can really start the series.
Yeah, now this marks the true beginning of the series. I mean, the past 2 games of Gyeonggi just dominating, those didn't happen. Right now, all we really need to focus on is a dodge. But yeah, it looks like our technical difficulties will be short-lived here as we are getting right back into things.
Indeed, maybe just a little bit of an oopsies on a disconnect. It's all good and dandy. We're just going to wait until the lobby gets restarted, and it seems like it already has. So there we go. We're just going to send it straight back in. Character select are, of course, going to be exactly the same for the most part, unless somebody actually had issues picking a character that they wanted to go for. So let's take a look at what we have now. We are down to 4 mice, and let's take a look at the statistics here. We have 2 cadets. No, the cadet is going to go back. No, sorry, we do have the 2 cadets. The transfer student, we had 2 of them, but one of them flipped back over onto the default Mai. So I guess still, statistically wise, it is the cadet Mai skin that is broken and not just Mai herself.
So something I'm finding interesting is AutoArms is making sure they run Nadine to get it banned for the next game, but also are running Demapriya to kind of emulate what Blanche is doing. So a little bit different from Team AutoArms than what I would expect to see, but it does play into the longer standing of this series. They want to get that Nadine banned. They want to make sure Game 4 could be one that they can take.
The thing is, though, I'm wondering if it's even worth it, right? Unless this is a composition that they've already practiced, I do wonder if it's worth it. Because the Nadine typically didn't get picked for a lot of our teams, especially if the Mai was not there. Right? Now, the hand is kind of forced because Sad Hand... okay, that was unintended, but the hand of Sad Hand is kind of forced because the Razi is banned, so he has to opt for something else anyways. But I'm wondering if this Nadine is really in the case that you were talking about, where he's trying to get it banned for the next game, which I don't really see the merit to, considering the Mai is going to be banned. I think it's just something that they have practiced, if I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I haven't seen them play it all
I haven't
ERM, I'm pretty sure. So we'll see how well rehearsed it is, and if they're able to pop off on this composition. But the rest of our teams here looking pretty standard on what they're running here. Cartel sticking with the composition they've been running. Same with FearX and Gyeonggi. Pretty standard stuff. I believe Circle Esports is still running their triple backline as well. So yeah, nothing really standing out this game. Pretty standard stuff for this ERM that we've seen so far.
Yeah, except for small caveats that we've been talking about, I think this is very much to be expected from a lot of teams, considering the fact that now that I look at it, there aren't that many teams that are playing here today that are the sponsored teams, right? I think at least nearly half, if anything, of the teams are non-sponsored teams. The teams that aren't playing in the National League, so it's not like they're always forced to play or practice multiple compositions. We should, for the most part, be able to see some consistencies in character selects throughout the course of this weekend, and indeed we are. These are character picks, for the most part, that we have seen from a lot of these players, and if anything, it's things that we have seen throughout the course of the weekend.
Yeah, for sure, and something we've been seeing a lot of. Gyeonggi and Forest early game. Blanche is there too. I mean, these guys are going to be fighting pretty much every game, or every other game rather, in Forest here. It looks like Jinho is getting a lot of damage put down here. Sebi getting split off from the rest of his team, so Ing9 and Jinho are going to chase him down. Meanwhile, over in Cemetery, FearX is fighting with Sparkle Esports, and it looks like it's come down to a 2-on-2 on that side of things. Bum trying to kind of posture around with Scarlet's Dove here, not get himself changed on, and yes, he does manage to dodge out on that. Now, Rosner coming back. back and getting dropped again. Did I see that correctly?
Yep.
Yeah, so EA is going to have to retreat here. Sparkle Esports picking up 3 kills.
Yeah, a lot of fights happening in the earlier stages of the game. Day 1 absolutely becoming a massacre as soon as people started coming back from the break. Down goes one. It's going to be G-Work taken down to the ground. Jumo once again trying to waddle away, but we know what the result of this is most likely going to look like. He's not even going to make it to the White Lily. Down he goes. 2 members of Team Asher taken down. It's not a sight all too unfamiliar to the members of Team Asher. For now, it will be the Nadine, just the last one alive for the time being. Level 8s were hit, by the way, for Team Asher. Their death timers are quite long.
Yeah, and with Gonki already having 3 kills, I mean, a real worry for this lobby is them hitting checkpoint. They don't have to win this lobby, they just need to rack up enough points, and yeah, they're well on their pace to reach checkpoint here.
I think it was, I don't remember what it was, but maybe 12 to 13, 14 kills, somewhere around there. Yeah, they're getting really close at this stage. Char should get taken down by Rosner. I don't think Nadine's going to be able to get away from this. Down she goes. Really nice pick coming through from Rosner. I think a Suo versus an ADC this early on is always almost going to work in favor of the Suo, so nicely done. Everybody else, now that Night 1 has hit, we are just casually moving on. Whereas Team Asher...
Yeah, that's what I was going to discuss just now. They've been on staggered death timers for the past minute. Their XP must be in the tank, and I mean, it reflects in the credit scores. They have they're the only team that's under 200 credits, or just hitting 200 credits now. Everybody else is well over it outside of them and Cartel. Fear X has been kind of fighting a lot as well, but even their credit score and XP value here is much higher than Asher's.
Right, the one thing that a lot of people completely forget when it comes to dying like this... Oh, wait, whoa, that double Dorito is actually going to hurt a lot. They're going to prioritize Songaran because he has less mobility. Nicely done. Another fight. I'm going to get back to my point later, I guess. These players just really want to fight. Team Blanche looking for additional kills. They want to overturn the performance from game number 2. Twins Rush is good, that targets 2. But Sebi's taken pretty low. Exclusive is amazing. Down goes Nadine, Team Auto Arms. Gonna get taken down, and again, as I mentioned earlier, it seems like this composition a little bit forced out from the side of Auto Arms. Team Blanche will pick up 2. And another fight up on the north side. Now Jumo's isolated again. He's gonna get taken down again in this game. What an amazing start for everyone else but Team Asher. They are struggling severely right now.
Yeah, I mean, Daejong Cybers has been uncharacteristically quiet this early game. Normally they come out swinging and get a couple things going, but I guess they just, you know, silently farmed their way up here. And as I say that, yeah, Daejong Cybers is now having a fight with Sparkle Esports. Revolut getting brought down already. Magnani now on the run. He's not going to be able to get away from this unless the catwalk comes up soon. No, Sparkle Esports actually just gives up the chase, taking priority over establishing vision. And yeah, and meanwhile, G-Work is going to go down here. The Queen connects. Is it going to be enough? Soul Stealer as well. Twins Rush coming down.
Oh no!
And he's going to get... Oh, okay.
That sucks.
Or is he?
Yeah, they're trying to get the chase down, but Jumo's already there. Seraphine might get him caught out in a really awkward situation. Beautiful Night Fork angle. Jumo! Yo! 007 moment out here for Jumo. This guy does not want to die anymore.
He's at an upper lane on the ground. He doesn't need any more sleep. He needs to wake up, and wake up he does as G-Work gets over to the Hyperloop. Jumo gonna follow suit here and get themselves grouped up.
Wow! Is this something that Alonso's have been running for a while? Divine Fist, that's an item I haven't seen in forever.
Divine Fist? Interesting.
Really?
That's not something I'm used to seeing.
At all. Alright, here we go though. Team Auto Arms now trying to duke it out. Oh, that's a really weird... Oh my goodness, that's a really weird Twins Rush. Oh, no goodness. Cinema's gonna get taken down. Team Auto Arms not having it at all for this one. Taking, trying to duke it out up against Bum, but Bum has sustain, and it's too early game in the game for this Dema to have full effectiveness on damage. 1v3 might be a little bit too far-fetched for her. She's trying to run away. She's trying to deal damage, but it's just not going to happen. 2 members again down for Team Auto Arms, and this has got to feel tough for a lot of these teams because look at the credit count of Team Auto Arms. They desperately want to spend it.
Yeah, I mean, Bomb shoving, taking back. That's why that Twins Rush looked so janky. And that was super effective. It completely denied the engage. But speaking of engages, Bear finding the taunt onto Ing9, but it's not going to connect. But the Twins Rush is massive. Down goes Zerojin. And now Jinho is going to get brought down as well. Daejong Cybers, Magnani finds out what's going on here. They're going to try and get a third party, but no. Blanche is already out. They've already, you know, dipped on out. Ing9 is going to find his way to the Hyperloop nice and safely. But, you know, 3 teams in Beach with what? Just mutant bears there? Interesting.
Yeah, there's nothing here. These guys are just all hanging around for additional animals, I guess. Makes sense for the Nadim, but for everyone else, I guess they wanted the Lumi credits. I don't know.
Yeah, a little strange. And 2 teams over in Forest, too. It makes you wonder what's going on with these alphas and battle zones. I mean, yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
It's quite interesting. Now, let's finally go back to a topic that I wanted to talk about earlier in the game, now that there's nothing happening for once in this game, and as soon as I say that, something's probably going to happen. But if you die in the earlier stages of the game, a lot of people think about the fact that you're not going to get mastery point and farm, but the passive regen for the credits is also big. And as soon as I say that, a fight begins. Down goes Sadhan, absolutely obliterated. Marcus gets on top of a Nadine, she is dead, absolutely to rights. And it's exactly what happened. There's the parry coming out from Taekyung. Auto Arms 2 down again. This time it's to Priya to make it out. They're just falling apart at this point. They have 2 kills, so it's not that bad. But the amount of times they've been spending dead so far, I really wonder what their passive credit generation is looking like. It is just down in the dirts, Meek.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's really no other way to put it. Zero Jin actually going to get brought down here. A little split off from his team, so good pick by Asher here, getting themselves on the board with a kill. About time at this point. These guys had to have been worried with the scoreboard looking the way it is as well, and having a game like this happening.
The only problem now with Team Auto Arms is that, again, I do really feel like their composition is forced. The Razi player of Sadhan, he just doesn't seem to be able to get the hang of this Nadine. He's always the one getting jumped on first. Usually we see throughout the course of the weekend that the Nadines have really good micro to not be the one that gets caught out first, but the double taunt coming in from Ping, there's a lot of damage and the Echoes of the Earth goes down. He might have just walked into his own death. Exclusive and the Shaw Veil, not enough, and the Twins Rush is good on top of it. Gino looking for a little bit more. There's the explosion shot, but he's by himself. Where the hell is the rest of his team? Whoa. Yo, this guy is just sitting up in the front and Blanche is just taking the brunt of the damage. What?
What is going on here? And it's just after you talking about these Nadine's positioning immaculately, here goes Jinho just solo Dolo 1v3, and it works out. Nina gonna get flipped back. They are gonna focus her down, but not quite able to take her down. The healing plant now on the backside, healing up Nina 100 health apiece each tick, and with no time at all, you know, Nina's already got 1,000 health racked on up, and Bum is still half health.
The flank Bum's looking for a little bit more. Nina taken down to about 700 HP. Oh my god, all the interrupts on the Fauna is just making it impossible for him to help the rest of his team. Down goes Scarlet, he's gonna get taken down. Song Harang also getting very close to death. There is the 4-stack bomb popped from the Celine. Now the Marcus is on top of her. This is gonna be tough to get away from. EA gets taken down. There's the res possibly coming back onto Scarlet. Absolutely not. She ended up popping. So that is a 2 for 0 in favor of Team BNK Firax. Whereas on the south side, Tejan Cybers duking it out up against Team Blanche. 8 kills strong for that team. They desperately need more kills to make up for their performance in Game 2.
But to mitigate the losses, Fauna did pick up the box. It was a tree inside of it. So, you know, minus 500, but plus 200 in RNG. So, you know, down 300 overall. Not the worst exchange.
Hey, maybe if they had Penny Pincher, it's 185, so it's actually even more. 315 credits. Wow. Whoa! No, of course that's a joke, but yeah, the Tree of Life is a little bit of, I guess, reconciliation with the state of the game that is right now for Team Sparkle Esports. They are 7 kills strong, but the fact I wonder what ended up happening to Scarlet. Actually, did he actually end up using a head pop, or did his timer just run out because somebody was hitting him throughout the whole course of the fight? Not entirely sure, but minus 500 is still going to hurt no matter what. Even if you do get a Tree of Life, it's not like you're going to make up the credit deficit all of its entirety. Potential fight brewing between Team Asher as well as Tejan Cybers, as Charter is actually going to send out a lot of damage. The Wolf Assault has been invested. There's the checkmate coming out. Damage is pretty good, but nothing conclusive just yet, as Revolu taken down to about 2/3 of his own HP. Moon Dorito is pretty good. Jumo's actually going to full send it in. The damage is good, and down goes Adida, and down goes the Felix. Fantastic finger point from Jumo, and he locks it in with the magnetic field.
Yeah, and the follow-up is just there. I mean, Asher, you know, turn it up a little bit, and it's like I always say with Adela, it's one of those characters that needs a little bit of time to ramp up. Same with Nadine. You can't just come out the gate swinging on these characters. You need a little bit of, you need stacks on Nadine, you need items on Adela, and wow, the bush check is good onto Stubby here. Half his health dropped completely. The Echoes of the Earth coming out. The exclusive also dropped onto Ing9 but it's not going to buy enough time at all. Sebi now pushing forward. The parry into the exclusive is going to keep Sebi safe on trying to find a re-engage, so they are just going to take their 1-0 against Youngie and 8 here.
all of our Mi's are just not learning their lesson up against Team Blanche. You can't just full send it like that by yourself. You are going to die eventually. There is so much crowd control on the back end of Team, Blanche, especially if they're not the ones to send the fight in from the start. Although this is a little bit awkward. Marcus is already having access to a Nadina. He doesn't have that many moons available to him. He's going to get taken down. Terrible situation for him, especially with the constellations the way that it was. Look at the items on Bum too. He's already got the Axe of Pongu, and he's got the Guardian suit and the solar system miniature. He's so
massive.
tanky. Look at him go.
And you can see it reflect in how he's playing. He's getting in there. He's getting aggressive. He really wants to try and find more fights, and they are definitely finding fights in their favor. I mean, 10 field kills already in the hands of Fear X. I mean, they're really trying to catch up in points here to Youngie.
Yep, this Marcus has definitely accelerated. He wants to look for a little bit more, but doesn't just want to always full send the Smash to Smithereens, because he knows Sadhand's going to be able to react to it in time. Rosner looking for a little bit of a flank. Smash to Smithereens goes down. It does split up Taken a little bit, but the damage is being dealt now. There's the Echoes of the Earth coming out. Twins Rush does come through. Double knockup coming through from Taken again as well. Rosner goes a little bit too far. Will get taken down. E8 trying to recover, but he's going to get taken down too. Down goes the kitty cat. Auto Arms finally finding themselves a little bit of a break as their first 2 kills after the early game comes at the time of night number 3.
Yeah, I mean, Fear X just not able to find any priority targets. They're really only able to hit the W Marlene, the Priya on the backside, and Sadhand as well. Both completely safe throughout that whole fight. And while that all went on, Bum pushed forward, but there was no follow-up damage or anything going on for the side of Fear X. I mean, it just looked like Auto Arms was wailing on Bum without anything happening in return.
It's a really awkward situation as well, because Marcus can't jump walls and Sua can't jump walls. And we talked about that corner in Fire Station a lot. I think it was during the group stages, because there was a final zone where one of our teams just tried to brute force that specific area, and they got completely countered in exchange. You cannot go into that little cubby right next to the bush, the big bush and Fire Station under the campfire, without having a solid plan, and it just didn't seem like a solid plan. Yeah, Rosner did have a flank, but a flank's only going to work if you can actually get access to people.
Yeah, right. That giant car pretty much blocking him for access to that fight the entire time. And, yeah, there just really wasn't any follow-up. But Youngie, all teams here, all back on their feet. 8 teams alive. What are we on? Day 4 here? Oh, wow, huge pick onto Scarlet here. The knockup is going to land as well. The stasis forced out. Is he going to find it? Yes, he is going to be able to take down Scarlet here. Now Fauna on the run. The Soul Stealer popped. E8 is running him down. And yes, he found his way into Fauna, but the return damage is huge. E8 almost gets brought down. Yes, he does, but not without Fauna going down as well. Meanwhile, over in Factory, Blanche is getting engaged on by Cartel here. It looks like Boom was just sitting in the back completely unchecked. While meanwhile, Blanche, they're slowly getting whittled down by this team comp. And wait, who is that on Felix? We didn't talk about this guy coming through.
Oh, yeah, you're right. NCMB is playing. Oh, no, that's not good. Moon Dorito does end up landing onto Xenophine. Xenophine will get taken down. NCMB staying alive throughout the course of the fight. Nicely done. You're right. We didn't really talk about the player substitution coming in for Team Cartel. It is working. Right? It might not be working too well because they're only sitting on 3 kills, but that's a start. That is absolutely a start.
Yeah, for sure. I had no idea he was in, and yeah, it looks like they're going to pick up a Blood Crown going over into the hands of NCMB, so that is going to be a massive win on that fight, getting that red box. But, meanwhile, this all went on. Asher actually picking up Wickline. Maybe a little Adela burst to uncontested Wickline. I mean, you know, we know it from way back in the day. The pawn stack on top of the Wickline spawn is just immense damage.
There were times when she genuinely used to 100-0 Wickline.
Yeah,
those aren't the days
literally
anymore, but we do have good damage coming out from the Adela. She did have to invest her checkmate, but it is late enough in the game where it does come up almost instantly. But for Team Sparkle Esports, their credits counts are in the dirt. We might have our first team not be able to make it to full going into day number 5. That should be the case for Team Sparkle Esports. A devastating loss considering the fact that they're already sitting on 8 kills, so quite brutal for them, whereas everybody else still all 3-man strong. But I will say though, Meek, Tejon Cyber still sitting on 0 kills. That is not a good situation to be in at night 4.
Yeah. No, it's entirely worrisome, and you know, these teams now, these Nadines are scaled up, and oh, it looks like Songharan is going to get found here. NCMB committing to the kill and finding it. And Sparkle Esports will be going out 8th place, but with 8 kills, so they did rack up a good amount of points this game despite going in 8th place.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Alright, we are in day number 5. We're going to see Hospital closing. I do see the Factory Chapel situation again. I don't know what the final other zone is going to be. We'll see when we pan our camera down to the south side later down the road. For now, Team Asher and Team Auto Arms trying to get positioning inside of Hospital. Shields coming through from the Priya is pretty good, so it seems like actually Team Asher is the one to be forced out of there. And we do have confirmation our other temporary zone will be Forest. But again, another Chapel final zone, by the way.
Yeah, it's Chapel final zone with Factory Forest temporary zones again, so this is going to be wild. Looks like Fear X and Auto Arms, or no, not Auto Arms, Daejeon Cybers are sitting on the top side of Forest, just kind of picking their own corners to chill in. And meanwhile, over in Hospital, wrong zone. Youngie is cornered here, and we'll have to see if Taegyung is able to find an engage here. And yeah, it looks like they are going to push the Soul Stealer, try to push forward onto Zerojin, and or rather onto Ing9. Ing9 taking the brunt of things, but the return damage is big from Jinho. He is blasting down on Taegyung. Sadhan trying to poke out with this Q here, but the rockets will be coming back on the hand of Zerojin. They're respecting that. They want to get to a more open space so it's easier to dodge. And yeah, it looks like Taegyung is just barely going to survive here, actually. Cinema providing a little bit of shielding, a little bit of move speed to get them out, but timers are now burning. I mean, look at Team Auto Arms. They have to run through Cemetery, but also Asher, realizing that something's up, and here comes the burst.
Zerojin? Oh no!
Oh no! Zerojin's timer, he's not able to get into the zone in time! And Ing9 goes down. Now Jinho is the sole remaining player alive for Youngie, and now it looks like Youngie will not win this lobby.
He miscalculated hard, and now if Kyunggi and A want even a remote chance to make it into the checkpoint after this, he's gonna have to stay alive, but he's been found out. Team Asher will wipe Team Kyunggi and 8 off the face of the earth in game number 3. 6 kills, they're gonna go down in 7th place. That is all the points they will get. We will not have a checkpoint team in game 4, which means we are guaranteed at least a game number 5 after this one. BNK Fear X, kill leaders in the lobby with 12 kills strong. Everybody else sitting on single-digit kills, or if you're Daejeon Cybers, absolutely none. This is not good for Team Daejeon Cybers. I don't even see them on the minimap right now. They don't want a piece of anything at the moment. That's really awkward.
Last I checked, and they're still there. It's hiding in the corner of Forest, just kind of biding their time, waiting for maybe an opportunity to stumble their way. But for now, just playing for placement points. I mean, this game has not gone their way, so they don't want to take any unnecessary risks. But the Soul Stealer is popped on the side of Cartel. Blanche is going to have theirs. Seraphine does go down, and now the rest of the damage is coming through. Without the shielding provided from Seraphine, the damage is going to all stick. NCMB is chopping. Oh my god, his attack speed. The 2-man taunt from the catwalk is massive. And now Sebi is going to not go down. It's actually going to be Bear that goes down, but Sebi will be following suit. Meanwhile, over in Factory, it looks like Asher is going to get the better of Auto Arms here. So Sadhan goes down, and 3 kills go over to Asher.
Both of the fights were so close. I saw timers ticking into single digits over on Factory. I saw health bars looking so close in the side of Forest as well. 2 teams falling in both of the fights on top of it. Blanche as well as Team Auto Arms taking the fall. Really unfortunate, but the timers are ticking. Here we go. Daejeon Cybers looking for kills now. Finally, are they going to be able to pick up anything for the first time in their game? Exclusive going to be forced out for Revolu. He's going to get taken down. Healing drone is just not enough. Team BNK Fear X, they need to recover from this. Dina, they're going to give up on the kill for that one. Bogdan should get taken down. Timers need to be considered now for Team BNK Fear X. Team Cartel doing the exact same thing, but BNK Fear X, thanks to all the kills they've gotten, do recover a hefty chunk. Bungwa looking to deny any of the initiation attempts from Team BNK Fear X. It is tight corridors, Bomb taking down at half his HP, and the Ghostfire proc. They got a full send in now though. Their timers are not looking good.
Yeah, and Bum gaining this huge shield between Force Field and SSM. Meanwhile, on the backside, E8 trying to find a little bit of burst damage on the boom wall, but it's not going to be enough. Is he going to be able to just barely stay alive? Yes. And Timer is now becoming a very real issue. Oh my god, everybody's getting low. And it looks like Cartel managed to find their way to a kill, and now the timers on the side of BNK Fear X are going to be lower due to that.
That is brutal. Rosner, he was so close to maybe staying alive up against Team Cartel, but they just barely had enough damage, and it enables Team Cartel to outdo them in regards to timer. Well done to Cartel, but there's still another team waiting for them inside a chapel. 11 kills strong for Team Cartel, looking for 14, possibly more. Team Asher now looking for 11 and also possibly more. We'll have to see what ends up happening. A box was called. That was just a tactical skill upgrade for one of these players. Not that bad of an item transition to go for, especially at this stage in the game, because every single small amount of utility will matter in the long run in this fight.
Yeah, and looking at Asher already, they've got the squirrel trap set up. They've got guillotines at the wazoo just everywhere. Looks like NCMB is going to look at a little flank angle here, trying to wrap around undetected. But Asher's positioning is much too far back to be flanked by that kind of angle, and everybody's spotted out here anyways. So yeah, Asher with complete control over. Oh my goodness, G-Works damage, and is the Ghost Light going to be enough to take him out? No, he's going to barely live there. The food keeping him just alive, and Boomwa now healing him up with the Star Conjunct here. Yeah, so NCMB already healed up. One of the big advantages of running something like Athena, that healing that you can provide to get yourself back in. But timers are ticking on the side of Cartel. They have something happen, and they try to burst down Peng, but he is just barely alive.
This is not good. This is not good. G-Work still has checkmate as well. Everybody's got to be careful. Their timers are sitting in the 10s now. There's a checkmate coming in. Who's it going to go on to? It is Boomwa, but he's still alive. Ghostfire has been procced. The Night Fork misses. NCMB's taken down, though. The timer is in favor of Team Asher. Boomwa has to go in, but his timer, it's not good. 2-1 and a pop. Down goes the Dina. Down goes the Mai, and it's going to be Team Asher. A team without a Mai will finally win out a game in a Mai-enabled lobby. Team Asher takes away game number 3 with 11 kills on hand. GG's.
And it's just so hard for Felix to approach in that kind of situation where you have all these squirrel traps and guillotines and everything drop down. You have to pretty much EMP the entire area in order to try and approach. And you have to commit to what do you do? Do you just commit to the fight? Do you commit to trying to take out the traps? It's a very difficult decision to make.
For how long the fight went, you would have needed at least 5 to 6, maybe even more EMP drones. And guys, this is not recon drones we're talking about. Yes, recon drones save lives, but it doesn't disable traps. They would have needed several of those to maintain their position without having to deal with those traps for pretty much the entire duration of the fight. That would have taken several of those EMP drones calculated and also used in the middle of a fight. That's really hard to do.
Yeah, and the EMP is not just that, but there's the amount of traps they have are so spread out. They not just one EMP can cover all the ground for every trap that's on the ground. They have to position more EMPs even further back outside of the zone from where Asher is going to kite back to, which is exactly what they ended up doing. They ended up kiting back further back to more guillotines that were placed further back, and yeah, it was just way too hard to approach.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Either way, Team Asher takes away game number 3 with 11 kills. They definitely needed this break, especially with Gyeonggi Innate not making it to checkpoint after this game. The buffer zone of an additional game is going to go super well for a lot of these teams. We had a lot of kills happening in this game too, for the most part, during the middle of the game. I think a lot of teams were able to rack up a decent amount.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every team that wasn't Gyeonggi is very happy about the outcome of this game. I mean, Gyeonggi going out early means now that they can't be on checkpoint for game 4. They're gonna have to play another game and maybe even more after that before they hit checkpoint, which buys these teams a lot more time and a bit more reprieve on their mental to, getting to that checkpoint and not having to worry about metagaming another team out and teaming up to, white flag Gyeonggi.
That's a big mental break for a lot of these teams too. After game number 2, seeing a team be, 18 points above the counterpart, that is a very tough kind of mountain to look at, right? You have to climb it eventually, but the fact that they were able to chisel away at that mountain during game number 3 is going to create them a little bit of a sense of, not exactly relief because the mountain is still there, but a sense of accomplishment. A lot of these teams thrive off of those kind of senses as well. I'm really excited to see what we're going to see for game number 4, especially considering the fact that we are going to have the My Ban, but the Razi will be back in game number 4.
Yeah, we'll be able to see Sadhand go back to his Razi.
Oh, hold on. Razi might be banned for game number 4, sorry, but is it? Wait, hold on. Now I'm confused.
What's going on?
Now
here?
I'm very confused.
Rozzy was just banned from
there
game
we go.
2, and she's coming back in game 4. It's Nadine
there
that's
we
going
go.
to be banned alongside of Mai. Anyways, we have the scores. Youngie sitting at 48, still the point leaders, but by a less significant margin as Fearx and Asher shooting up the scoreboard significantly with that win. That is exactly what they needed. Auto Arms trailing just behind them at 30 points. And the rest of our teams here, Cartel, Sparkle, Blanche, and Daejeon Cybers, all sitting within the 20s range. So the point deficits are not that huge, even from, even for a team like Daejeon Cybers. With the checkpoint format, I mean, they could still have a lot more time than they think to rack up points.
All of our teams are at least out of the single-digit numbers now, right? Even after game number 2, we saw a couple teams hanging around that region. It is good to see these teams out of there. 20 points for the 8th place team. That's about a 28-point difference. That can be made up. Remember, Gyeonggi Innate got 24 points in game number 1. You can really see it go any way after game number 4, but it all just depends on how these players go about it, Meek. Oh, game 4 is going to be such a turning point in this series. If Gyeonggi Innate is able to go into checkpoint after this one, of course it's going to be really big. And if anything, I don't really think there's any other teams that can easily get in there, so I'm going to give Team Gyeonggi Innate another buffer round for now. But they have to make it into checkpoint this specific round to actually take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't get into checkpoint this round, things are going to get a little difficult. They're probably going to be walking to checkpoint alongside a team like Fearx or Asher, which is not what they want. They want to be the only team in checkpoint, so that way, if the pressure's on all the other teams to try and deal with them.
Exactly. Well, we shall see. Game 4 should be underway very, very soon. We'll see what ends up happening with all the My bans that are going to come through in game number 4. Yeah. Rozzy being back. I did see somebody predicting a Rozzy, Elena, and a Fiora for one of our teams. If that doesn't happen, I got the ban. No, I'm just kidding.
You don't got it. I do.
Dude said he was from the future. I was about to ask for my life savings. What's going on?
Yeah. Well, if they got the lottery numbers, I'll take those too while they're at it. But
sure.
It's really going to be important for Gyeonggi to get into checkpoint this game, because the Mai and Nadine bans are something they're going to have to be constantly dealing with. And if they don't get it this game, then they're back on the ban.
I think the fact that Rozzy and Mai is being banned interchangeably right now is also kind of throwing a lot of these teams off guard. Because Rozzy is really good by herself at self-peel, but we've seen a lot of teams pair her up with the Mai, and that's when Rozzy gets really annoying. You think you have her. You think you caught her. But there's an exclusive. You think you caught her again. There's the gunfall. You think you caught her again. There's the flutter. You think you caught her again. There's the moving reload. It sucks trying to chase down the Rozzy, especially as a melee character. And we are seeing that throughout the course of today. But at least the fact that Mai and the Rozzy being banned interchangeably, that fact alone helps a lot of these teams try to deal with one important factor or another.
But we do have, what is this, Sandstorm Windy, so we're going to see a lot of fun weather things spread along the map. You got the tailwinds alongside the sandstorms, so we'll see how that affects this game. Gyeonggi going over to this Rozzy Hayes Nikki comp that they ran before with the Nadine and Mai ban that we saw from round 2. Fearx sticking with their guns, same with Sparkle Esports. Same with Cartel, but they're just substituting the Mai with Estelle, something we're used to seeing quite frequently. Seraphine going Sua this time. I see.
This is a little bit of an homage to Friday, I think, right? They bring out this composition a few times. I think they also brought it out yesterday when the Mai was banned, but opted to go for the Abigail in game number 1. Of course, it didn't work. As I said, very volatile pick. They got 0 kills off of that game. So flip-flopping over onto a character select that they're a little bit more comfortable with, I like this pick over the Abigail, especially when the game state and the lobby state is in this specific form. Now, I have so many problems with a certain prediction that came through. Team Auto Arms is not running a Fiora, so I think I got to swing my ban hammer a little bit here. But
yeah,
it will be
I think a certain someone forgot that JCP had been substituted out.
Yeah, exactly. He did a little bit of an oopsie, but that's okay. It's all good. I'll forgive you for this one as long as you can tell us the lottery numbers so that Meek and I can share the numbers. But it's all good. just DM it to us later down the road. We'll appreciate it, and we'll overlook this little mishap. But here we go, guys.
The transgression, yeah.
Exactly, the transgression. Game 4 is underway. This game right here will be a pivotal mark to see what the game state is going to look like in our next 2 games. Will Team Gyeonggi and 8 be able to get themselves to checkpoint, or is it going to be everybody else denying them that entry and creating themselves a buffers game instead? We shall take a look.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how the early game macro plays, because we're so used to seeing Blanche and Gyeonggi fight in Forest, but now with the bans coming back out, things are going to get switched up on where people are ending their routes, and that will heavily affect the macro play. But yeah, AutoArms busting out that Jan-Elena combination that I love oh so much. Really excited to see them bust that out. I mean, you know, who better to pair it with than someone like Sadhand, who can maneuver around the fight so easily with so much CC.
Exactly. There are so many cool ways that these compositions can work with each other. We've seen so many of them throughout the course of the weekend, but overall, these games are so unique in how they are actually well done from these players. Song Harang getting ran down by Rosner. There's the knockup coming from Bum. He should have the blast wave in just a second, and he gets it. The angle is perfect where he's the only one that goes over the wall. Fantastic. Nicely done. Actually, now that I think about it, enemies can't be jumped over the wall, so he was at an advantage there. Great positioning. Nicely done from Song Harang. AutoArms about to lose a member. Cinema stays alive just barely. Taegyung just jumps over the wall. He's fine. And the blink over from Char. Okay.
Yeah, that's on cooldown now, but, you know, it's well before the first objective rotation, so it's worth going for a little ambition on your plays here. But meanwhile in Cemetery, looks like Rosner's going to get brought down by Sparkle Esports. Scarlet and Fauna already grouped up together nice and early, finding a good pick. 2 kills already on the hands of Sparkle Esports.
Good start, good start. I talked about this yesterday with you, right? Team Sparkle Esports, if they get a couple kills early in the game, they're going to look for a bit more of that consistent high kill overall count in this game. We'll have to see if that's actually going to come to fruition. But for now, Magnani will take the fall. Team Cartel picking one up as they're going to turn it around a little bit. Daejeon Cybers, again, starting out with 0 kills in this game so far. Magnani being down does not help their cause, although it is a level 7 death. He will be back up in just a moment. Daejeon Cybers have to desperately turn their fates around in this one because, my goodness, Game 3 did not go well in their favor at all.
Yeah, no, that was probably very close to worst case scenario for Daejeon Cybers last game. I mean, coming into Final Zone, 0 kills, I mean, it feels horrendous. I mean, okay, Sebi is out of there. Or is he? Revolute, sorry. NCMB landing the W to, you know, lock him down. Sebi, yeah, he's actually going to get brought down here. No matter how many dashes he has, if Felix lands that W, he is going to be able to lock him down and the follow-up will come through.
I do like how whenever Sebi is getting caught out in a solo situation like that, he forces somebody's blink because everyone knows that Sebi's just going to keep dashing around until a speed gate anyway, so they just preemptively blink. It's some kind of utility gone from everybody else. Of course, you're still dying, so it's not like it's actually going to be any useful for you by any means, but it is quite funny that we are seeing something like that. Nicely done from Team Cartel to pick themselves up their 3rd kill of the game. Sebi being down doesn't really mean too much because, again, for Team Blanche, split farming is the name of the game in the earlier stages.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, forcing out the blink early in this specific situation is kind of... Oh, Senna is going to get brought down here. The Hell Attack stat is going to land with the knockup. Yeah, anyways, back to what I was saying. Never mind. AutoArms is now getting ran at by Sparkle Esports. Yelena forced to use the escape, but still has metered for another one. Meanwhile, yeah, the other side of things, Sadhand and Taegyung taking a little bit of damage as well. Yeah, Sparkle is still pushing forward. The Blink Blast Wave is good. It's going to connect. And down goes Cinema. Taegyung might follow suit here. The roundhouse kick not connecting, but Cartel is also waiting in the wings here. Yeah, and Scarlet is going to... Oh, wait. Daejeon Cybers. Sparkle Esports is actually surrounded here. The stasis is going to be forced out, and yeah, Scarlet is going to go down. Fauna is on the run, but Cartel is here. The blink forced out. Fauna going over the wall to keep his team alive here.
This is really annoying for Team Sparkle Esports. They were in such a good spot inside a cemetery, but with that, now they lose control over cemetery. Now they lose control over the objective. in essence, it actually ends up helping Team Blanche as it brought the members of Team Daejeon Cybers over to the right side. They did end up picking up a kill, so at least their performance is better than it was in game number 3, but losing out a Tree of Life like that has gotta definitely hurt a little bit. Now Team Blanche looking for a kill opportunity on Tefana. They should be able to find it, although the Soul Link was invested. Not gonna find the damage. AoE from the Adriana a little bit too good. Seraphine will be able to pick that one up.
Yeah, you have something like Sue Adriana. I mean, that's one of those situations where the AoE damage is really good, even if it's on a single target, specifically because of how Chloe is. But Daejeon Cybers finding an engagement. Magnani getting half his health chunked out, almost about a quarter of his health, rather. The Soul Stealer already invested on the side of Daejeon Cybers as well. Whoa, the Sun Conjunct's doing a lot of damage. Magnani now pushing forward again with this health advantage that they have, but the Star Conjunct also healing up the side of Cartel. NCB trying to go in on Revolu here and find an angle, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like Dina will be able to regroup with Magnani here, so now Boomwall left all alone as Revolu gets ran down in the 2v1 on the other side. So yeah, it does look like it will be a... No, wait, Revolu's actually still alive. There is not going to be a trade on this side. Now, yeah, Revolu finding Peng, the spear skill, not finding its mark, but Peng is completely cornered here. 1v3, is it going to be able to find the kill on Revolu? No, he's not going to.
No, the dodges!
Dodges out on the queue. Oh man, Revolu just bobbing, weaving, and dodging out on Peng's Q reset for the stun, not finding the damage onto him. Daejeon Cybers now with more kills on the board.
We heckin' love Crescent Wave, man. The amount of dodges that character has is absurd. It is so brutal. For Team Cartel, it looked so good for a second, and I thought genuinely that the frontline abandoning the backside was going to be bad, but they just regrouped with the Adina, managed to take their counterpart of Adina, and starting from there, the fight just completely devolved into something that they couldn't recover from. Cartel down 2 members, but they are all back. Daejeon Cybers, on the other hand, finally finding themselves a little bit of a footing in this game.
And Ig9 gonna get this call-in off before the battle zone. Otterarm's not really able to contest it, or rather looking to posture over the drone rather than posture towards contesting that. So yeah, it looks like Gyeonggi is gonna wait for this drone to explode here to pause their battle zone timer. And Cinema, whoa, he is looking for something sneaky. Okay, the nighttime vision cheese was an attempt, but Gyeonggi spotting him out. Now Cinema on the flank. Zero Jin trying to respect him. No, he's actually going to go in. He's going to realize he has a huge enough health advantage that we can blow him up before a freeze can happen. But on the tail end of things, Jinho gets brought down by Taekyung and Sadhan. Now down to a 2v2. Taekyung not finding the knock-up on a Zero Jin. Now the fight's completely split up. But on the other side of things, Ing9 getting brought down by Sadhan. Now a 2v1. Zero Jin needs to kill Taekyung in order to have a shot at this. But no, Taekyung is going to invest the blink, and now the timer's ticking. 5 seconds till Zero Jin drops, and yeah, Taekyung's just going to run to the corner, not get detected, and pop goes the Zero Jin.
That's so funny. He just ran him around like... he just ran him around in a circle, just like that. Such an easy way for Taekyung to be able to get that done. Nice setup from the two. They were able to get the win, able to knock down the counterpart Razi, and they do end up taking the battle zone. Will be a Mithril going into the hands of Taekyung. I believe that is the Mithril arm, not the Mithril armband, sorry, the Mithril I forget the glove name, but Mithril silk gloves or something? Imperial silk gloves. There it is. I was thinking Mithril for some reason. There's so many items now with just the name Mithril slapped on there. But Imperial silk gloves, upline and up and ready to go for Taekyung. He's going to be completely happy with that one. Battle zone again being one in Hotel. Opens up pretty much the entire bottom side of the map, I think, for that team too. I didn't really see anyone in Beach, so really, really proactive. Night number 2 for team... Which was the one with the Razi? Auto Arms, there we go.
Auto Arms, yep. Bit of a throwback nostalgia moment while we have a bit of downtime. Remember when Imperial Silk Gloves built out of Mithril string?
Yep. You had to build it with the piano wires.
Get 2 items for 1 RNG. Oh boy. That was a good time. That was something I completely forgot about until you mentioned Imperial Silk Glove now. But Asher now posturing against Gyeonggi. The rockets are going to be invested. Meanwhile, over in, I believe that is Warehouse, Scarlet, or rather, Sparkly Swords is going to find a kill. Yeah, Jumo getting chunked out here. Ing9 now looking to push forward. I mean, they have a slight health advantage, but it's something you gotta not get baited by against an Alonso. I mean, Alonso can provide a lot of healing for himself with his ultimate, Magnetic Storm. And whoa! Huge damage! G-Work just doing it himself on Zero Jin. Oh my goodness! And now Gyeonggi just has to run the Meteorite going over into the hands of Asher alongside a huge kill. I mean, Gyeonggi just hasn't found their footing this game. They have 0 field kills, and yeah, it's just been kind of rough for them.
Oh, you can feel that 4-stack Magnetic Compulsion just landing on a Team Cartel. There's a little bit of recovery, but oh, this is awkward for Gyeonggi Innate. He gets out for free? Okay, well that's interesting. Ignite just barely getting away with his life, I suppose, intact. And by the way, Gyeonggi Innate, Ignite was able to pick up a Mithril from a purple box that was also inside a school, so no matter what credit is used to resurrect, at least it's able to get a little bit offset by the fact that they managed to get 250 credits worth of transitions.
Or 235. No, I won't go into that.
Whoa.
Oh my god, 2 fights happening at the same time in Forest. Blanche and Auto Arms. Taegyung is brought dangerously low. He is going to get knocked up by Xenophine in the backside, but Xenophine is going to get knocked back himself. Meanwhile, on the tail end of things, this fight is completely going in Auto Arms' favor, to be honest. They're not able to take down Taegyung, and now the teammates of Auto Arms here are going to reconvene here with a lot invested to take down Taegyung. Whoa, what has just happened here? Xenophine, can you do it? The hammer skill is connecting, but the Don Quixote does not. It goes wide, and yeah, he is going to get brought down by the duo of Sad Hand and Cinema.
Hey, who knew? In order to beat Sua, you just dodge all of her skills and she can't do anything. Well, that's unfortunate for Xenophine. That's a minus 500 going into the hands, I believe, for Team Blanche. No, actually, they're all back up. I guess somehow Bear managed to get the res back onto Sebi because they didn't finish off the body.
Magnani just looked a little silly there, but everything is all good. I believe so. Wait. When did G-Work die? Am I missing something?
I think it was off screen, I'm pretty sure.
I see. Okay. So yeah, Asher's gonna try and get this revive, but Gyeonggi is here. They're gonna spot out Jumo, who, is just gonna turn tail and run. They're not even gonna entertain trying to go over there now. With that zone also turning red, they don't want to try and get the revive as they know Gyeonggi is going to be in pond. Meanwhile, Cartel and Zerojin just kind of dealing with the rockets as the Omega spawns. Looks like Cartel's actually just going to back out here and surrender this Omega to Gyeonggi.
Okay, well, this is a pretty good way for the mid game to go for Team Gyeonggi Innate, securing not just the 4 score but the Tears of Selene that's going to be put onto the Haze. Even more damage coming from the rocket. Flare gun activated now for Pang. It is a blue one though, so even if you use it, it's not going to be guaranteed that it will spawn on top of you. Now you have to figure out where and how you can get control over that flare gun. There's the Mithril, there's the Tindalo spawner coming online for one of our Sulas in this game. It's not Xenophine, which means it's Rosner most likely. And for Team Blanche, they have to recover a little bit. 3 kills on hand, definitely not a bad situation to be in. But, again, for a team that didn't really get too much done during game number 3, they really need something done now. Or, sorry, in game number 2, I apologize. Game 3 was actually pretty good.
Yeah, no, game 2 was definitely good for them. But yeah, we just have a little bit of downtime here. The map's relatively spread out despite there being 8 teams alive, but as these zones close further and further, we're gonna see things get a little riskier for a lot of these teams. As vision control is going to become a huge priority with 8 teams still alive. And yeah, we can see Asher just kind of trying to push Blanche out of school here. They want to take control over this zone, but yeah, they're going to head up towards CCTV and grab that. Like I said, vision is going to be king here. Nobody wants to get third-partied when they commit to a fight. They want to have as much information as possible.
I like how decisive Team Asher was there. You know that Team Blanche has dealt with Team Asher for a while now, and I think both of those teams know that it's just going to be a losing fight for both of them, assuming it goes long. So I like the fact that Team Asher just backed away. They say, hey, we don't have to kill this team now. Even if we have enough damage, we probably shouldn't try it, but this is an awkward TP in for Pang, and everybody else joins the fray, but the shield has already been activated. Down he goes. This is a horrible situation now for Team Cartel. Down goes Pang, and yeah, the other two is just going to have to immediately book it. Team Cartel, look at their credit count. It is not good at all, and I don't think Pang used the flare gun, and now it's in the hands, I think, of Team Sparkle Esports. I don't know if it's guaranteed or not. I couldn't tell, but if they did, that's a really, really big transition that could potentially come through.
Yeah, I mean, man, that's so tough for Team Cartel. And yeah, it looks like Gyeonggi is going to be picking up a blood sample right now on the hands of Zerojin. Yeah, that Hellfire coming online. That is something to watch out for. Hellfire Haze is... it's a transformation in the poke damage that gets established. It's absolutely incredible as a multiplier.
Get the Cataclysm on top of it, those Haze Rockets are going to be packing quite a punch. Although Team Blanche, okay, a little bit of an awkward situation. They do manage to get out of it, not even bothering fighting with BNK Furex because they know how many teams are in this area. Luckily for Bear, not getting tagged by the Semtex either. All of these teams sitting inside of Forest, they're going to have to walk out one way or another. We got 20 seconds to go until Forest is going to close. Team Blanche having the priority on the positioning. Auto Arms not wanting to bother with it. They're just going to eat a little bit of timer most likely. Nope, Uptown is actually opening. So not that bad of a situation for any of these teams. Map is going to open up a bit more for these players to have some options to work with.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention with Uptown opening up. You know, these teams have a lot more availability than just walking into Chapel altogether. And it does look like Youngie is going to get this wick line. But BNK Furex is walking up. They see that it's been started. Can Youngie take it down in time? Looks like Zerojin's going to prioritize the poke. Rosner is obliterated, but Zerojin almost getting brought down. The return damage, yes, he is going to go down. Bum running down the backline, and look at Jinho's timer. 6 seconds, 5 now. He can't stay out here against Bum. He has to kill him, and he has to leave the zone simultaneously. Meanwhile, Ing9 getting brought down in the 2v1 on the bottom side. Bottom shoving the corpse at the Jinho for access to the rattle. Rattle, rattle, rattle. I love it.
Oh, we are guaranteed a game number 6 to Gyeonggi, and they had only 1 kill. Beautiful fight from Team BNK Furex. They pick up the blood sample on top of it. Chaser online now for the ERM. What an incredible fight. You're absolutely right though. Bum goes absolutely massive. He pushes the corpse in towards the Razi as well. She gets slowed for a momentary of time, but that's all BNK Fear needs. Okay, huge amount of damage going in. Down goes the Elena, absolutely obliterated to oblivion. Auto Arms isn't trying. They are trying so hard to salvage this as much as possible. Sad Hand is forced to use the blink. There's a team inside of Warehouse right now too, which means only one avenue of res, which Asher knows about. They're gonna deny it. Team Auto Arms, they need to get a res off. 15 seconds to go. They don't know that the team in Warehouse is already gone, and Sadhan just used a flutter. Taekyon gets caught out by a blast wave, and down he goes. Sadhan, he is left by his lonesome. He has to teleport out and look for maybe Lumi res coming through in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with knowing the pathing of Lumi here, maybe he'll try to teleport into red, but I can't imagine his timer situation is very good with, you know, burning already a ton in Uptown here, trying to find the Hyperloop out. He's going to have to just kind of pick a spot, but Chapel is certainly not where he will go, because he already knows there are very much so a lot of teams hiding in here. Daejeong Cybers has a nice little corner themselves, so they have visions established behind them. And they're not under CCTV, so this is a pretty good spot for them to be sitting. Worst case scenario, they'll have to run through Dock and burn some timer. And yeah, it looks like Sad Hand is discovered by Cartel here. And yeah, NCMB is not going to let this kill go. And neither is Boomwa, yeah.
Auto Arms getting taken down, 5 kills on hand, 7th place, 5 points for them in game number 4. They will take the fall, all to the work of multiple teams actually, because we saw some fights happening down on the south side from Team Asher, and the final finisher will be team, I believe that was Cartel. Now that I think about it, we never really talked about the mirror matchup between Cartel and Daejeong Cybers. I just noticed this.
Oh, wow. That is actually a
hectic.
thing, yeah. Wow, this comp must be pretty good. It must be a contender for the My Haze Dean comp.
Yeah, they're both sitting on 5 kills too, by the way.
Yeah, they're both. Yeah, it's an absolute mirror match. I'm kind of curious how the item situation is between them, but I will have to digress for now. Just, you know, Sparkly Sports and Dina kind of poking back and forth with each other. Dina really likes this corridor to just throw Sunken Junks down, but Sparkle staying out of interaction range. They're just, you know, content sitting where they are.
This is a really awkward temporary zone, and I guess Chapel just really wants to make a showing today, because not only has it been multiple final zones for our games, it also has been now a temporary zone for our players. This is a really bad temporary zone, in my opinion, for a lot of these players. Sebi is going to be forced to use the force field, but he is going to be completely fine. A flank attempt coming through for Team Asher, not actually going to find anything. Song Harang also being forced to use the blink. That'll be on a 90-second cooldown. The totem comes out, but it doesn't save Scarlet. Down goes Scarlet. Sparkle Esports loses 1. Daejeong Cybers has finally pulled the trigger. Are they going to be able to finish it? I don't think so. We got about 90 seconds to go, but the recon drones come out. They're going to try to brute force force it. Soul Link comes out from the Chloe as well. I don't think it's gonna work. The Ghost Fire is enough to knock down both Nina and Chloe. Do they know about it though? We'll have to see. Can Song Harang somehow cover as much as possible in that thing corridor? He gets the res on Tefana, but that's about it.
Yeah, and they managed to take out Scarlet, so now Sparkle Esports is just trapped onto 2 players with Songharong and Fana, so it's going to be really difficult. Sebi finding access to the backline point, actually not bringing Jumo in towards the backline, but the third party is coming through. FearX is on the backside here, and yeah, it looks like both teams are going to back off from each other here. Nobody's going to go down yet, but Blanche forced to burn timer and probably forced into pond here where they're going to meet Cartel.
Yeah, really lucky for Team Asher because I saw somebody on single-digit timer, but as soon as it turns to day 6, you get a little bit of that back. Really lucky for that team. The telephoto camera also just disappears in favor of Team Blanche. Cartel, Pungwa sees this, so they know, but we got 15 seconds to go until the temp zone pops, and Team Blanche does not have timer to play with. They got to full send it now. They have to do it quick. Let's see what ends up happening. Bear trying to get a little bit of positioning. They're walking in right now. Double guillotines down on the ground is going to slow this fight even further. Cartel, they need to win this. They need to stay alive. Sebi has access to the backline, but the timer is just not looking good for Team Blanche. Sebi still in the backline. 5 seconds left on this timer. Team Cartel has enough time to reset. Blanche, on the other hand, they cannot. Pang, he's trying to eat up the timer as much as possible. He knows that these guys just ate timer. 3 seconds now left for Sebi. They're just going to reset and start coming back in. NCMB doing the same thing. They need to pick something up. 2 seconds left for Sebi. He's going to pop. Pop he goes. And that's just going to be it for Team Blanche. They are going to all pop correspondingly. Goes 1 and a 2. Pop, pop, pop. Cartel takes the temporary zone up in Palm. But now in Chapel, still got multiple teams trying to duke it out. Sparkle Esports, they're holding their ground. 5 seconds left on their timer, but now it's going to be Team BNK FearX in an awkward situation. Or are they? Look at the timer on Deadon Esports. Pop, 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 pop. Pop goes the popcorn. And it should be Sparkle Esports also falling down. BNK FearX 9 kills strong. Looking for 12. A huge temporary zone win for Team BNK FearX.
And with Gyeonggi not getting any points and BNK FearX riding in second place right behind them, they might be able to overtake them with this game if they can win it. It'll be very close on the standings.
That it will be absolutely absurd, and this is the reason why I said I want to give them a bit of a buffer game, but I don't want to give it to them just yet. Gyeonggi Innate, as soon as games 3 and 4 hit, they're faltering right now, buying more time for other teams, like BNK FearX to get items, like them to get more points. 9 kills strong, again 12. If they do get it, we might see ourselves a point upset going into game number 5. And maybe possibly even a team in checkpoint. I actually don't remember where BNK FearX was sitting in their score sheet. This has got to be a huge fight. Team Cartel, are they going to be able to hold up? Pungwa has to go absolutely massive here with the Smash to Smithereen still available for Bum. And CMB, he's taking a lot of damage. Just Marcus is so strong right now.
Yeah, and E8 with access to these red shoes, I mean, he's pretty much fully itemized, and the super heal cut is going to make some of the poke he does stick a little better through this Adina healing, so that's something worth considering. Peng looking for a little bit of an engagement here onto Rosner. Rosner getting poked out considerably here. The health advantage going over to Cartel as this fight starts, but Bum, access to the backline, gets on a Boomwa. Boomwa forced to deal with Bum. Meanwhile on the backside, Xenophine getting brought dangerously low by NCMB. Now they're going to collapse.
Oh my god!
Boomwa. Oh my god! What the heck? Boomwa just gets deleted by E8. I thought they were going to collapse on the Bum, but Bum is just so tanky. He managed to stay alive so long, and now E8
oh my god,
skills does manage to take down NCMB, and FearX is going to win here. Oh my god, we're going to need a IREM cap pop with your voice over it. By the way.
What the heck?
Pop,
well,
pop. That was crazy.
Indeed. GG's over to Team BNK FearX. 12 kills, first place for them in game number 4. Is this their second game in a row? I actually cannot remember this. They did really good in the last game too. With E8, it seems like they're turning their fates around. BNK FearX, I think they have something to prove to their fans after their performance in phase number 1. I think it was like a 7th place, 8th place, 7th place, 6th place finish for them in the finals. They definitely want to show up, and they are right now. What an amazing game, and this is going to be a huge one to shorten the gap between them and Gyeonggi Innate.
Yeah, I mean, FearX definitely has a lot of experience to fall back on. I mean, they've been a mainstay in ERM for quite a while now, and it's always nice to see them do well. I love how they play. They see the game in a way that I feel like I see the game, where like you want to run a good composition, but comfort comes first. And EA has always just been on this IRM, always so consistent. And yeah, I love it.
I remember there was an interview that I watched with Team BNK Furex where everybody but E8 was telling him to go play something else other than IRM, but he refuses to play something else. Very much reminds me of a Sylvia player that we have in North America, but no, that's besides the point. Really, really good game again from Team BNK Furex. Again, I don't know how they're doing it, but the amount of damage coming out from all of these members are really good. And I think at the end there, I'm pretty sure Bungwa ate a cat Q from the IRM, because I highly doubt a rattle auto attack from a Marcus, no matter how strong he is going to do at least half of Bungwa's HP. That's probably not happening. And if anything, I'm pretty sure Bungwa also got caught off guard because he had a star on him, if I remember correctly, and he just didn't use it. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Team Cartel. If anything, it just sets up really nicely for BNK Furex to possibly shake things up with the leaderboard. Overall, though, everybody's closing the gap now against Gyeonggi and 8.
Yeah, Gyeonggi is not. They didn't rack up really any points that last game. They got one field kill, I think I saw. So yeah, they're really not getting any points this game. This was a free round for all of our teams to just catch up and get closer to that checkpoint alongside of Gyeonggi. But man, Furex, I mean, the unsung hero of that fight was definitely Bum. He found his way onto Bungwa, made Bungwa just kind of deal with him the entire fight. And then it looked like Cenifine double dashed away, and it looked like NCMB was going to collapse onto Bungwa alongside of his teammates, but it looked like, Bum was going to go down, but this Marcus is just indomitable. He just stays alive for so long.
I wasn't able to keep track of what the items were on Bum either, right? But did he end up sticking onto the Axe of Pangu? Did he ever end up getting Scarlet Scythe? Because I know a lot of Marcus, especially towards the later stages of the game, he does want to change over into the Scarlet Scythe, even despite the stats that Axe of Pangu gives you. So we'll have to see. And look at that! We were right! 20 points was exactly enough. 55! Finally, Meek. The curse has been broken. It's 55 points. Gyeonggi Innate has been denied, but BNK Furex is in checkpoint. What?
I can't believe that. Gyeonggi's won the first two lobbies. They looked absolutely stellar, but these past two games have been the BNK Furex show, especially that last one. Asher, they're not too far behind at 40 points. I wouldn't be surprised to see either Asher or Gyeonggi enter checkpoint if BNK Furex doesn't win along this next game coming up. Cartel falling for Cartel, Sparkle Esports, AutoArms, all within the mid 30s, high 30s range. Daejeon Cybers and Blanche falling shortly behind them as well. Man, I can't believe we have a team in checkpoint already.
Yeah, that is actually something that I completely did not anticipate, especially coming out of games 1 and 2. I didn't really expect anyone other than Gyeonggi to be in contest for it, but BNK Furex, they are going to set themselves up really nicely, create themselves a buffer zone of that one game where they're the only teams in checkpoint. We'll have to see what ends up happening in games 5 and 6, but guys, that was game 4, which means you know what time it is. It's time for a break. Go grab yourselves a snack, go grab some water, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here to see if we are going to end it in game 5 or if we're going to go to a game number 6.
생존자가 사망했습니다.
사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 부! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이쁘라니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야. 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레분의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빵빵빵. 받아줄 거지. 와, 케이크가 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 11의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
밝은 달 아래 맑은 바람 불어오네. 버들잎은 말없이 그저 흔들리네. 세상에 바람 한 점 없는 곳이 있다고 하더니 이 섬이 바로 그곳인가? 바람을 타고 자유롭게. 섭리의 바람 휘몰아쳐라. 길이를 타고 풍류운산. 바람이 길을 열고 구름이 흩어지니 흐르는 대로 흘러가는 대로 종잡을 수 없는 고민이 있는 모양이군. 도사란 무엇인가? 바람을 부리고 구름을 타고 날아 도를 주문하자. 너희들은 도를 믿지 않아도 좋아. 무엇을 믿을진 사람 나름이니까. 이 또한 섭리일지니.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. I hope you guys had a wonderful one because, yeah, I hope you guys did really have a wonderful one because it's about to get even better.
I hope you had a wonderful one because it was a wonderful one.
Yeah.
I see.
I'm honestly at a loss for words because of how this series has gone so far, and you can definitely tell. I have no words left. My diction is gone. My dictionary is out. I might need to start bringing up the Merriam-Webster dictionary to start coming up with more words at this point, because I have no way to describe what the series is anymore. It is amazing. But guys, here we go. We're about to go into game number 5. I believe, yes, game number 5. I have been doing my math correctly. We have one team in checkpoint, BNK Fear-X. 55 points. They just barely made the cut after the last game. The 20 points they got from the 12 kills and the 8 points they got from the first place was just barely enough. They will keep E8 in this game, which means Huns are not going to be able to finish off the series, assuming that BNK Fear-X ends it in either game 5 or game 6. One way or another, we will hope to see this comp do well.
Yeah, I mean, sad hands on William, which is something that's standing out to me. And the Mize are all coming back in full force. We got 5 Mize. Surprise, surprise. Is there any other bans here? It looks like Nadine is going to be left open this time, as Sadhan has switched over to William. Yeah, I think that's the only ban is Mai. So, you know, that's not too bad. But we'll see if Fear-X is able to overcome these teams regaining access to Mai, or if they'll be able to close it out and win the checkpoint.
Indeed, I think this William pick is a really nice pick for Sadhan. In the end, Razi is a character that definitely requires a lot of micros, so something like a William falls really in line with Sadhan. I think it's going to be a lot better of a pick than the Nadine. Remember what I mentioned earlier, in the one game that he did play the Nadine, it just didn't seem like he was comfortable microing all the way in the back. He's someone that really likes being up close and personal with somebody, and who else to do that than the William, who can just dish out so much damage in the time of his fastball. I feel like Sadhan will have a great time with this one. Now, I may have cursed it, but I hope not. I do want to see a good William game before the night ends anyways.
Yeah, so, I mean, William's always super exciting to watch. We have some William gameplay in North America, and it's always so electrifying, because he can be played multiple ways. You can kind of go electric shift, press W, and stand on the mound and be a bit of a turret, or you can, you know, which is what I'm assuming is going to happen, you drop the fastball, or the fireball, the signature fireball, and just start dashing around in a fight and going in with your allies. I mean, he's a pretty versatile carry, and he certainly does a ton of damage. As soon as you gain access to that fastball, good lord, the damage just hurts. And yeah, we'll have to see what happens for Team Auto Arms here. Everybody else on the map, though, everything looks pretty standard. Blanche, going back to that comp we were seeing them find success in wildcards. Sparkle Esports still just sticking to what they got. Cartel and Daejeon Cybers still with their usual compositions. Yeah, everything looks pretty normal outside of this William pick.
Absolutely. I like the way that this is going right now. The fact that we are able to see consistency from these teams means that something worked for a lot of these teams to just be able to stay on that composition, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Kyunggi and 8 in a little bit of a pickle, but I mean, it might be Team Blanche in a little bit of a pickle instead, because Zero Jin, he did get taken low, but the damage coming out from Jinho is pretty good. It'll just be a disengage between the two teams. Same thing for Rosner, as the Sua is a bit difficult to catch. No one's dead yet, which is quite... No, never mind. BNK Fear-X got a kill. I don't know when they did, but they got one.
And yeah, what a nice start for BNK Fear-X to pick up a kill and get themselves control over whatever zone they're residing in. I have no idea where they are. Ah, here they are, over in Cemetery. And yeah, the Smash to Smithereens is going to come down. Fauna is going to be the focus here. Are they going to be able to take them down? E8, yes! They will be able to find the kill onto Fauna. Now, it looks like Scarlet will be following suit here. Yes, down he goes. And yeah, Song Harong running away using the speed gate to establish distance.
3 kills already for BNK Fear-X. They might not need the points, but it's the mastery, it's the snowball, it's the possibility of them continuing to get those big wins. Small battles allows you to win the war in Eternal Return. This is a great start for BNK Fear-X. Whereas Pungwa, beautiful blink. I don't think he's getting out though.
No. As fancy as his feet may have looked there, he walked himself into that corner with really nowhere else to go. So yeah, he's gonna go down. And Auto Arms will be picking up a kill. E8, a little caught out here. Magnani popping the Quake, getting the catwalk to Tana back in towards Dina. And yeah, it looks like... Whoa!
Whoa.
We've been seeing multiple wall jumps that we never knew existed, and that's another one. I didn't realize ERM could jump that.
I didn't either. I thought that was a little bit too thick, and maybe if there was a bell on the other side, I would have expected it to work, but nah, no bell. Well, Pang's gonna get caught out. Cartel might lose a member. Nice camera hop over the wall. This should, I think, give Pang a way out. The speed gate should be available on the south side. He's actually gonna take the White Lily out. Denied by Xenophine. Is this gonna be a kill going to Team Blanche? There's the route. No, it doesn't come through, and the speed gate is gone. Pang, I think, is not out.
And, Cinema dies too, so 2 Mai's dead. Down with the Mai's, up with the stocks on everyone else. Kills starting to get spread around, but honestly, probably the most tame early game we've seen thus far in the finals, or maybe even in ERM this phase entirely.
Oh, this could be awkward. This could be awkward. This could be awkward. Gosh, the storyline set throughout the course of the weekend, just all compiling into this, I'm loving it, man. The fact that we're able to see B&K FearX of all teams right now just be able to be in this situation is so interesting. Cartel on the flip side, though, they're going to try to duke it out up against Team Blanche on the south side. Maybe look for a little bit of prio on the Meteorite, but with Pang taken down at half HP, they will just back away. Same thing for NCMB. He's just going to rest up a little bit before trying to reset. Cinema taken down to about a 10th of their HP. The Ghostfire has been procced, but that is a tank. Her base health is not that bad. Sad Hand, Fastball is going to disappear. Don't think the signature Fireball is up anymore, but Scarlet is already down. Sparkle Esports going to lose the prio on that Tree of Life, whereas on the south side, down goes the Debbie and Marlene. Sebi going to get taken down a little bit too close to the sun. Will get taken out too far away from the rest of their team.
Yeah, and now with the objective rotation spawning, it looks like Cartel is going to be able to pick up that Meteorite. FearX picking up a Meteorite as well, so our wow, they're also getting the Mutant Wolves, so yeah, FearX on what I would say is a little bit ahead of tempo from the rest of the lobby. They're looking very strong. JCP gonna get out here, actually. I thought he would get picked off by Sparkle Esports, but no. Finding his way to the Hyperloop, gonna group. Oh no, he's actually gonna not group and go over here towards, that's Fire Station. No, gas station. No, what station is that? Police station. There we go. Wrong stations, man. Oh, man. The brain is already turning to mush.
Sir.
My fault. But here, I'm finding Daejong Cybers in pond here, right by the CCTV. Only as a little 2-man operation, though. Their Marcus kind of split off from them. Yeah, they're going to invest the Soul Stealer to regroup with their Marcus.
Do we want to talk about it?
No.
No? Okay. I don't think chat's gonna let you get away with that one, but I'll at least let you get away with it for now. I guess by talking like this, I'm not really letting you get away with it, but it's all good. Chat will take care of everything else for me. I love you guys. All right,
I see it already.
There it is. Alright, well, here we go. About halfway into day number 2, I apologize. It's going to be a pretty quiet day number 2 outside of the small conflicts we had at the beginning of this phase, trying to look for these objectives. Teams have figured out for the most part that, especially with Nadine's in the play again, thanks to all the Mai's existing, they are just going to have to farm. We do see some very hyper-scale characters like the William also coming in, which means, yeah, I think the slower pace of game is definitely making a lot of sense. Although Daejong Cybers looking to flip things around. JCP just full sends it into the backside, but he's the only one going in. Guys, you can't just send JCP as the only one back there. Sad Hand trying to run, but that is a William. The one on Daejong Cyber is going to chase on through, so... yeah, luckily for Auto Arms, only losing out on 1. The Force Core is just picked up by Cinema. They got it, book it. Yeah, oh my goodness.
He's got 2 on him. I mean, if he gets caught out here, oh man, that is the biggest loot box we'll ever have seen, period, I think. But fortunately, our little Force Core Pinata Cinema is going to make his way back into the police station.
There you go.
That's the right station. Yes, we are on the right station. Yeah, anyways, FearX finding their way into this battle zone. Sparkle Esports already with control over the area.
Oh, God.
They're setting up these Celine bombs. Nice.
Oh, no!
Oh, what on earth?
Oh,
no! We won't talk about it. So, they'll have to do this fight without Mark Assault. Bum looking for a flank angle here. Song Harong is going to find him, but...
it's kind of tanky.
yeah, I mean... yeah, he's kind of tanky. He can't really be focused down. And now, Rosner pushing forward, trying to find as much damage as he can. The knockup does land on Afana, but no, the charm does not follow suit. But he does manage to go down by the bouncy ball. Okay, E8 looking good as ever right now. Scarlet taking a little bit of damage. E8 trying to look for an angle. The Dove does not hit. The 2-man knockup follow-up as well. And the charm hits onto Song Harong. It's just an E8 world right now, and we're living in it.
Is E8 the GOAT on IRM or what? This guy somehow makes angles happen that you don't even think possible happen. Cinema getting caught out a little bit. The box didn't even open up. Although Rosner is a little bit by himself. Where the heck is Bomb? He's starting to step up now, but Rosner's already dead. Okay, that was definitely a little optimistic if I'm gonna be real with ya. It is gonna be the box secured by the team, and it was only just a tactical skill, so nothing too massive, but that would have been a little bit awkward if it didn't come into fruition. Revolu stays alive. He does end up getting a transition from the bear. Not exactly sure what that was just now, but he does end up picking it up. And it will be... What was that? I didn't even see. Rebuild.
I didn't see either. But yeah, I mean, kills kind of, you know, evenly spread out across the board here. A lot of the teams having 1 to 2 kills kind of in the lower end. Auto Arms and BNK Furex kind of being the front runners for kills here. The Twins Rush being invested onto Sung Harang here. Sebi is just pushing forward in Sebi fashion, but yeah, the exclusive is going to be used alongside the healing drone to keep him alive on the backside of things. And yeah, just a little exchange in damage, a little mastery exchange, if you will.
Nice pick attempt.
Nothing else really happening.
It was a nice pick attempt.
It was a nice attempt. I mean, it almost worked out. And yeah, for them, they definitely need to rack up a little bit more kills here on Blanche. I mean, you've only got 1 kill here, and you want to try and rack up as many points as you can before BNK Furex either wins checkpoint or more teams start entering checkpoint like Youngie.
Yeah, the problem right now is I think Mida and Sejong not being in this lobby is definitely going to start to have its effects. Although the double taunt comes in from Bear, Fauna about to fall down, the Soul Link is activated, but the health bar on Fauna is a little bit too low. Senafi not even entertaining the kill. There it is. Alright, Sung Harang in a little bit of trouble, will get taken down. Oh, no. The taunt, the totem. Are they going to be able to get it in time? Yes, they will! No. It's the Flowers of Parvati from Xenophine to lock that kill down. Well done from Team Blanche. Sparkle Esports eliminated. And good gracious, I didn't realize that was going to be a possibility for Team Blanche at the start of day number 3, but they do have enough damage to knock down the triple backliners.
Yeah, I mean, Blanche definitely is a team that lacks a little bit in damage here. I mean, the idea that we saw from Wildcards is that they more or less make Sebi just this unkillable demon, and eventually they just kind of win the fight while not taking really any damage themselves. Against the triple backline comp, you would think this early in the game they'd be able to pump out enough damage to kind of beat through things, but no. Blanche actually able to find a good early game here, finding their footing in one of these lobbies finally, trying to replicate their success from yesterday.
There was a lot of good damage dealt over onto Sebi, but the Priya was able to provide a lot of shielding. The effective HP, man, is absolutely insane in this game, especially with, you know, there's a little bit of a blast of the past, but even with all of these accessories coming back, Schrodinger's does not have the shield cut anymore, right? From way back in the day. So the effective HP coming through from Priya, absolutely valuable for our Debbie and Marlene. They do have enough damage over the course of time to knock people down, and enough crowd control, by the way, to also lock down an Emma, for example, from getting away. Good stuff from them. Kyunggi and 8 trying to look for a fight up against Team Blanche inside of Chapel. They just came out of a fight. Good damage over onto Sebi. It'll give enough time for Team Kyunggi and 8 to just reconsider their thoughts and maybe possibly back away.
Yeah, and you can see Jinho's items in the top left there. He already looks pretty strong. I mean, all he's missing is just a handful of stacks more before he's full stacks Nadine as well, so yeah, this Nadine is getting to that point where she's pretty much already online, and you have to really start respecting her damage. But yeah, it looks like Cartel is looking to get this call-in off before, yeah, just picks up a couple drones, grabs the box now, and Kyunggi is hiding up here, trying to find their way through this corridor, but pushing through Nadina like that, as you can see there, the Sun Conjunct kind of just covers the whole entranceway. So yeah, they're just going to give it the box. Keep moving forward here. Yeah, nothing really too crazy going on right now.
It was a flare gun inside the purple box, and there's nobody inside a beach. If that team wants to pop the flare gun, I think they're going to be in really prime position to actually pick it up without that much contest. Really nice position for the guys that just picked up the box, if that's the case. And something that I did realize is that BNK Furex doesn't have the checkpoint thing underneath them. Guys, if you guys are just joining us now, we do have a team in checkpoint in game number 5 that we are on. BNK Furex is the only team in there. Doesn't say it at the bottom side of our screen, but yes, we do indeed have BNK Furex as a checkpoint team, so keep that in mind. If they win this game, series is done. Phase 2 is over. They're going to walk away with the 1 million Korean won, and also most likely 1 million Korean won with the points as well. That's the big part of this.
Yeah. the circuit points in general from Phase 2 here is going to be very important. With Mir and Sejong already out of the picture, I mean, this is a big opportunity for one of these teams to kind of rack up those points and, you know, put themselves on the map in a prime position for the finals.
Indeed. Night 3 is almost done. Got about 30 seconds to go before that is over. Recon drones being thrown out all over the place. Tejan Cybers looking for an initiation, but this is a third-party opportunity just handed over onto the hands of Team Asher. My god, ZeroGen just obliterated. Gyeonggi Innate, again, they seem to be struggling. Minus 250 credits going over to Team Gyeonggi Innate. They do have the credits for it, but that's not what they're looking for right now at all. Oh boy,
They're gonna find a way to work before Gyeonggi can get in here, and now they're forced to walk back towards Asher. Asher has CCTVs, they see what's going on, so yeah, they are gonna start closing in on this, but Gyeonggi managing to find their way into police station. They're still not out of the woods though. I mean, we know this team's a two-man. Daejeong Cyber's now closing in, they have vision of what's going on. Ig9 trying to hold the line, buy ZeroGen some time. The healing plant is gonna heal him up, but the Quake is gonna come through onto ZeroGen. Magnati trying to push through, but these rockets check the damage out, man. Oh my god, you cannot disrespect Haze like that. It is just so much. Ig9 barely alive. Oh my god, no. Oh, Daejeong Cyber's biting off a little more than they could chew. A 2 for 2, but going into the favor of Gyeonggi, they are going to be able to get these revives off. Minus 500 onto the side of Daejeong Cybers. Oh my goodness, but now here comes FearX. They see what's going on. They see the... No, they don't see it. They're just outside of the drone. Oh my goodness. If they had placed that drone a little bit more to the south side, they would have seen the revives going on and maybe tried to chase them down. But no, FearX just swooping in, grabbing vision. They know none the wiser on anything that's going on here.
What a massive play again from Jinho. This guy on his Nadine has been the savior of Gyeonggi Innate for so many of these fights over the course of the weekend. He plays so aggressive on this Nadine the moment he finds an angle. It's so hard to do that as a Nadine. You almost never try to go that deep into a fight, but somehow Jinho always threads the needle and finds the angle on some of these priority targets. The fadeaway Wolf Assault attack on towards somebody was just insane. Barely enough damage to knock somebody down. He has max stacks at this point in the game of the Wilds. Of course, you would have to expect that. It apparently was enough. That's insane.
And yeah, look at that. Checkpoint text is back. I don't know when it came back, but it's there. So yeah, it's like they heard you or something. They must be watching us. I wonder. But Asher getting control over this wick line. They are going to pull it to the north side of Forest. The aggro is going to drop. So now it's going to actually walk back towards Research Center? No, they are going to keep the aggression on it. And yeah, it looks like Cartel and Blanche are kind of zoning each other off from being able to contest Asher, funneling Wickline into a corridor and making the other teams kind of corral into each other to be unable to contest.
The Nosferatu built up now for G-Work. This is a Adela that will one-shot quite literally anybody that he sees, whether you're a tank, whether you're a backline, whether you're a frontline, whether you're a backline, whether you're a mage, whatever you are going to just get obliterated the moment you eat something from that Adela. Team BNK FearX now looking for an angle up against Gyeonggi Innate. If they're able to knock this team down, that's going to be a big adversary taking off. Here we go, ZeroGen getting stunned away, but Bomb taking quite a lot of damage. There's a taunt coming in as well on the backside. Force Field finally activated, but the Animals not going to be enough. Launch over onto the other side. The Mai just gets two split apart from Jinho. What a boar launch. The pork chops are coming in clutch for Team BNK FearX. That's another minus 250, but look at the credits. Look at the credits on Gyeonggi.
They don't have 250 to spare. Bub is just a master of Marcus, man. I don't ever see somebody use this knockback so effectively and in such creative ways. Meanwhile, over in Forest, Cartel is fighting auto arms here, and it looks like, yeah, Zadhand is on the back line here, takes down Boomwa. The damage is still raining down. He is going to be able to take this corpse out, and now with it going into day 5, they're going to have a hard time finding this revive if they can even escape Cinema here. Yeah, it looks like NCMB and Peng are going to split off from each other. Peng will be the sacrificial lamb here. Or will he? JCP's timer is very low. They're going to have to give this up.
That's kind of lucky for Ing9, but is it? He just hyperloops into a really awkward spot. Down he goes. Gyeonggi Innate, they're gone. BNK FearX finds the last one and will be able to wipe them, but now they have to deal with Tejan Cybers. Nah, they're just gonna screw that. I don't want to deal with that.
I'm in shock from Bum pushing Ing9 into the mutant boar push. Like, oh man, it was so good. Bum is just an absolute menace, man.
Almost
But,
makes you
yeah.
wonder if it was even intentional, right?
Yeah, it does make me wonder, but after watching the play earlier where he shoved a corpse into, I believe it was Sad Hand, or maybe it was Chol, I'm not sure. But yeah, after watching it earlier, I mean, this guy, he definitely knows his character inside and out. Looks like Peng is going to get brought down here. Cartel more or less just split off from the aftermath of that forest fight. Yeah, so poor NCMB, he's going to have to find a way to get to Lumi and get these revives. I mean, with 10-second timer as well, he can't do it in red. He has to do it in an honest way. And that's, you know, honestly quite difficult with the vision control that all these teams have over all the available zones.
Yeah, where even is Lumi right now? I can't tell. The minimap doesn't really show it to us at the moment. This is going to be rough for NCMB. He still has 6 seconds of timer, but that really doesn't mean too much when you're a Felix. It's not like you get to teleport over a wall. It's not like you get instant mobility over the wall. Yeah, he has a lot of mobility, but a lot of those are very small movements. 6 seconds does not mean too much for a Felix when it comes to trying to run away into a red zone. Gonna have to rat it out a lot. Just barely keeping himself alive right now. The chicken horde, not going to be a thing that NCMB can go for. I think across the board, it's just looking doomed for a couple of these teams. Whereas on the flip side, BNK FRX, they just managed to get Queen of Hearts on the ERM.
Yeah.
Nice attempt from G-Work, not going to find the Queen. Stun also, the taunt also not going to go into the hands of Jumo, so his shield is still up. It's a little bit spooky inside of Force right now. We still see the Mai hanging on the bottom side of our screen. What team is that? It is Team Auto Arms.
Is it Auto Arms or Ditchung Cybers? Anyways, the fight starting out now. Sadhand dropping a bunch of damage onto Jumo, but Jumo, with his W, is able to just soak it all. And yeah, just clean disengage. Checkmate's been invested, though, on the side of Asher. So it might be a little risky if they can, if somebody's is over here in school. I don't know if there's another team just kind of waiting up in the top side of school or anything. Quite not able to see. Poor NCMB here is just completely cornered. He is going to get spotted out by Auto Arms. They are going to see he's all alone. The White Lily is invested. He is going to get a little bit of extra timer with the day cycle changing over to day 6. So he will be able to get back into school here. And yeah.
Okay, it's still a little bit awkward. JCP, he needs to go back in, but they get the kill onto G-Work. Oh my goodness. Sadhand gets taken down, though. There's the counter kill back over Auto Arms, losing a couple members. They're just going to get the counter punches. They can't cancel the res from Jumo, but G-Work, let's see if he can react fast enough. The checkmate goes in, but it's going to be the wind-up to knock that down. Cancel it. There's the punch coming through. The finger point is good from Jumo. They can't stop this anymore. G-Work is alive. Jumo is alive. He can't get the res any longer, Team Auto Arms. That is going to be it from them more likely. They're just going to prioritize the res. I like this idea. Now Tetris Cybers duking it out up against Team Blanche in Chapel. Nice double Moon Dorito coming in, but it's just not going to be enough. Down goes the Felix. Down goes the Mai. Dina, the last one alive on that side. He doesn't really have that much timer to play off of either. Temp zones are a little bit too difficult for them to deal with. Team BNK FRX, on the other hand, 30 seconds to go for these guys. They have to find something. They have to win this temp zone in order to have a chance at ending the series right now. But 20 seconds to go. Nobody is falling. The health bars are a little bit too healthy. They gotta find some kind of positioning in the temp zone right now.
Yeah, but the timers are ticking, and look at Asher's timer with some solos running around. I mean, we might see Cinema kind of, you know, give himself up to Asher to try to give them more timer, and yes, he is going to give that timer advantage over that. King making going on. GRX is going to have to be really decisive with this kill, but they don't have enough timer, they don't have enough damage, and they don't have enough to get this done. The head pops are starting. Down goes E8, down goes everybody, and FRX not quite able to find their way to winning this checkpoint game.
That was really well done, I think, from the Mai, right? The king-making situation has to be done in that case. Otherwise, I think there was a very good chance that BNK FRX, with the added timer, could have pressured Asher a little bit more. So nicely done from Team Mai, not Team Mai, but from the Mai. We are going to have ourselves a guaranteed game number 6. Now, I don't know how many teams are going to be in checkpoint after this. I don't even know if Gyeonggi Innates made it in. They only got 3 points off of this one, and I think they were in their 40s still, high 40s for their points. This could still create another buffer for BNK FRX, although Team Astra on 11, they're looking for 14. Overall, 22 points possible, and even more maybe for these guys. Team Blanche on 7, they're looking for 10, possible 18 plus points for Team Blanche. We'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, I mean, Asher, they were somewhere sitting in the 30s point range, so winning this game might actually put them in checkpoint alongside of FRX. So, again, yeah, we'll have to see what happens, but Asher pushing forward here. Jumo, his passive reactivated here, but meanwhile on the flank side, G-Work getting caught out by Bear a little bit. Forced to invest the Queen. I mean, G-Work's not really able to contribute to this fight, but Asher slowly but steadily pushing forward into Sebi, but as a two-man, yeah, they're not able to accomplish much. Jumo getting chunked out considerably, half his health gone. He's going to try and rest up before Asher decides to try and find a way in here. And yeah, the electric shift invested onto Chol. He is now trying to push forward. There comes the point. Here comes the lockdown, and down goes. What the heck? It's just pure devastation. Clean 3-0 fight. That engage was just so clean by Jumo.
Wow. Wow, Sebi didn't even anticipate that. He just got blown up. I don't even know from what. Because Jumo pointed his finger at not even Sebi, he pointed his finger at Xenophine. But yes. I think the little duration of time that he got pulled back in the magnetic field threw off his combos, because he didn't even react fast enough for the parry. Usually Sebi is really good with things like that, but it does end up getting him killed. Nicely done from Team Asher. They do end up picking up, I think, the 14 kills for themselves and the first place. Yep. You're right, they might also be in checkpoint. If 22 points was enough for that team, then they are eating good too.
Well, it's 55 minus 22. They would have been 33 or higher.
That's a possibility.
What were they at? What were they at? I can't remember.
Imagine if it's 33 exactly and we get another exact 55.
Oh my god. I mean, I have a feeling they're going to be... I feel like they were at like 31 or something like that. They're going to be a couple points off, I think. But I might be misremembering. I think they were sitting in, what, 3rd place after the previous game? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what the scores look like. It's going to be quite interesting. But another game where Gyeonggi is not able to get anything really rolling here. I don't think they're going to be into checkpoint either.
Oh, this could turn into a really awkward series for them. A lot of people were definitely cheering them on, I would have to assume, after game number 2. But starting from there, it's just been a falter after falter after falter for that team. They're always trying. We always see some fights that are working out in their favor, but these mix-up of compositions is not making it easy for the standard comp of Team Gyeonggi to win. That was the first time, I think, in a while that we saw them with their main composition not being able to take away a win. And I say that, of course, maybe they lost in game number 3. I just don't remember on top of it. We just haven't seen the domination from Gyeonggi that we saw in the first few games of the series, or even just the weekend at all.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like teams are catching on how to deal with Gyeonggi. A lot of adaptation has been going on, maybe not in the composition side of things, but more so on how to play against them. So we'll have to see if Gyeonggi can kind of counter-adapt to what's been going on and figure out what's going wrong. You can only be left to think as well, with the first 2 games going so well and everything else falling apart from there, their mentals must be a little shaken from this. But we do have our scores, and oh, wow.
See what is going to happen. Oh yeah, look at that. BNK FureX and Asher now. They managed to get themselves up to 62 points. Gyeonggi in it exactly as we thought. Still not in checkpoint after that first 2 games. 52 for those guys, about 3 points away. I would have to assume if they manage to get one more game after this, they will also be in checkpoint. But Asher and BNK FureX have been 2 very, very aggressive and very, very consistent with the question mark, because I don't think I've seen these guys do like insane for every single game, but yeah, with the results that they've had so far, you can definitely consider them relatively consistent. 44 kills over the course of 5 games is what, an average of maybe 8.5 kills a game too. That's pretty good, I would say.
Yeah, and FureX and Asher, both of them are running like they're just running their comfort picks. I mean, G-Work is on Adela, and I think he's the only Adela we've seen in ERM really. And he's just looking absolutely phenomenal on it. BNK FureX, same thing. I mean, Bomb on this Marcus, E8 on the IRM, Rosner on the Sua. That's all their just trademark picks, and they're the front runners here. So, yeah, it's really nice to see that these 2 teams playing their comfort picks and what they're used to are finding success. But Gyeonggi not far behind, and AutoArms also kind of slated to get themselves into checkpoint after this game, sitting at 44 points. 11 points is not a tall task for that team.
Mm-hmm. And in hindsight as well, by the way, if Team Asher's on 62 points, I would have to assume that they were on 40, so both of us were wrong. They were not.
Yeah, we were way off.
It's all good though. The end result is exactly what matters for Team Asher now that they are in checkpoint. We'll see what kind of strategies they decide to bring to the table. I think the biggest issue with Team Asher's composition is it gives me vibes of DHC and J's composition, where they have really good opportunities to pick up kills throughout the course of the middle of the game, but they don't really have that consistent win counts, no matter how good they do during the mid game. So I'm kind of giving them the benefit of the doubt, especially after that last game, being able to kind of snipe down Sebi, who's been really good in these games, reacting to a lot of fights. But I'm still also worried that their composition is just not consistent enough to get into that first place spot for them to maybe take advantage of the fact that they are on checkpoint.
Yeah, and that's something I know all too firsthand about with playing alongside an Adela player, playing alongside multiple Adela players, is they always worry about the consistency of that character's kit. I mean, when things hit, it looks phenomenal, but that's when things hit. Things are kind of reactable and premeditated on the side of Adela. You know when she has her queen up, you know when things are going on, and so long as you're aware of your surroundings on where the pawn stacks are and everything that's going on around you, she's kind of not easy to play around, but kind of more predictable to play around than other backliners may be. So yeah, their comp is a little bit on the unconventional side with things, but they are finding success on it, and they've shown us just now they are capable of winning games. So only time will tell if Asher will be able to repeat that success again in this coming game, or if, they'll have a Fear X situation and have be kingmaked on.
Exactly. If anything, I do appreciate the fact that Team Asher is also really proactive with taking these Wicca lines. I think the checkmate in this game just now was a little bit overdone, because I think Wick was at about 830 HP when the checkmate landed. That is overkill. Don't think you're going to have to do that any longer, but yeah, they know exactly what their game plan is. They know how to move their mid-game advantages into the late game. It just all comes down to the consistency, exactly as you mentioned. That's one of the reasons why G-Work always goes for these potential flanks, because you don't really anticipate it. But at this stage in the game too, all the teams are understanding of exactly how G-Work plays. They've watched this guy for seasons on end. He's always stayed consistent, and that's to how he's played Eternal Return. That's why the flank watch was there, and even from Team Blanche, I think the Mai of all people pushed away G-Work at the initial portions of the fight in Forest. That's the kind of things that you're gonna have to deal with once you become a big name in Eternal Return. People know how to deal with you.
Yeah, I mean, G-Work, but to G-Work's credit, I mean, he's been around since, I don't even know, man. Like, he's around as long as I've been.
Birth of Christ.
And he stood the test of time of competitive Eternal Return. I mean, this guy is like the faker of herbs as far as I'm concerned. He's just been around for so long. He's had such a prestigious career and been, what would be one more for him winning Phase 2 of ERM at this point, too, on nothing less than his trademark Adela.
Exactly. There's a guy that's saying G-Work is as old as you, me. Kind of. This guy's the goat, then, I guess.
Maybe that's why G-Work and I get along so well. He's always so nice to me. But I think that's just because he's a nice guy. But yeah, we're getting into this game. Rainy, windy will be our weather pattern coming into this game. Any picks coming out here that stand out to you?
Not really. The double Felix pick has been pretty consistent ever since we've seen, We've seen NCMB start to sub in. Revolu is seeming to like that character, so it is going to be a mirror matchup between Team Cartel and Tejon Cybers. Felix, Adina, and the Estelle for both of those teams. Whereas everybody else just, again, playing consistent compositions. We've seen every single one of these throughout the course of the weekend at least once, and for a lot of these team compositions, multiple times. We know exactly how they're going to run. We know what their win conditions are going to be. Let's see who actually ends up getting to that point, though.
Yeah. Any weird loot things going on? Nobody seems to have loot buddies. Everything seems to be spread out. So yeah, everyone's going to find at the very least their first distributions unbothered here. But even with that, I mean, I don't know about you, but I've been running into loot buddies every now and again in my games, and I've had no problems finding my items.
Yeah, for the most part, these loot distributions have been getting pretty good. They've also been increasing a lot of items in the zones as well throughout the course of patches. It does make life a whole lot easier. And these stray boxes every now and then that you do see that are not part of loot distributions are also, funnily enough, in pretty decent spots where even while you're moving on towards your next zone, or even while you're moving on towards your next routing zone, it's not that big of an issue for you to... What the... What is going on here? Okay, Pungwa, They are really wanting this kill. What the heck? What are the items on these players anyways? They can't kill. There's no damage.
There's no way anybody has any items. This is looking like my first time playing herbs, where we all spawned on the same spot and just
Estelle's
ganked
level
some guy.
6. These guys are level 4s and 5s.
No, what is Furex doing here? This is kind of comical, honestly. I mean, I like it. And now here comes another Hyperloop.
What the-
This Felix also level 6. Nobody on the side of Furex even has access to their ultimates. What is this? E8 is gonna have to run for his life now. But like, what? What did I just watch?
Yeah, their items are atrocious. I think the rest of the members of... I don't even know which team that was, because we have two of very similar teams. I think that was Cartel. I think both of the players that wasn't Pungwa all had their items, so yeah, that's a little bit awkward. Rosner's going to be put even further behind now. He still hasn't completed any of his items as far as I'm aware. This is just not a good situation. E8 in the same predicament as Sebi's going to find that out. He's got the Envenomization, so E8's not even going to be able to build items while he's waiting. Level 6, so his death timer's pretty short, but that is more time they're going to spend not having their items complete. We got 20 seconds to go until night 1.
I still can't believe Furex said that, but they're gonna fear. Oh, okay, another fight going on here. Asher is gonna get the better of Sparkle Esports here, maybe? Fauna is very low. The Soul Link just ending now. Yeah, Jumo is gonna be able to take him down. Meanwhile, over in Chapel, Dejong Cyber's in a lot of trouble. Revolu looking very low, and he's running right into Blanche here. Are they gonna be able to spot him? No, they are gonna spot him. Revolu is gonna manage to get out here.
Just barely being able to get out. Alright, good stuff. For Team Blanche, though, they still want more kills. The Squirrel Trap is going to deny any form of initiation coming through from the members of Blanche. It will just be a casual disengage. Finally, the map is going to simmer down a little bit. Bum is still sitting on the box for his arm piece, by the way. He doesn't have his purple item for the arm piece. Hopefully he gets that figured out very, very soon.
And that's just the aftermath of going for an early grief like that, you know? You set yourself behind on all these loot distribution timers. Now, every distribution that you want to loot has already been looted, and you got to kind of scrounge up the last bit of your items while everyone else is already moving on with things, getting on the bear rotations, getting more XP advantage and leads. But now, Sanafine looking a little caught out here by G-Work and dropping the checkmate, is going to be able to finish him off, but the rest of Team Blanche getting out. They're going to have access to that White Lily to further separate the distance. Meanwhile, Dejong Cyber's finding a pick on to Peng.
Shadow Stab was pretty good. It does push Ping back in, which means he is going to die. No way out. Nicely done from Team Tejon Cybers and Revolut to find that opportunity. 40 seconds to go until day 2 will begin. Starting from there, Tree of Life going to be important. Meteorite's going to be important. We should see a contest inside of Cemetery, assuming that Tejon Cybers wants to go for it. But for now, Team Blanche has control over the Tree of Life, which is quite surprising, considering the fact that Cemetery has been pretty contested over the course of this series. Nobody's seeming to go for it this time around, though. No one even remotely close to going for it, actually. Tejon Cybers jumping over the jump pad. Are they going to look for it? I think so. Although, whoa, this could be weird.
Cinema finding a huge flank angle here, sitting in the bush completely undetected. Yeah, looks like Rosner's going to get chunked out, but the healing plant is going to be able to bring him back up to fighting form here. The tree just spawning now. We'll see if Furex kites backwards towards it. Yes, they will move back. That fight disengaged the tree going over to Furex. Meanwhile, over in Chapel, looks like Bear is going to get ran down by Revolut here. Oh, Bear actually cutting back towards Sebi, just barely managing to stay alive, but Magnani on the tail end of things. Oh, he does manage to find the kill on the Bear. Now the healing drone coming down, keeping Revolut alive just barely to pump out a little bit more damage here. Yeah, it looks like Blanche is going to have to kite this out as Revolut's cooldowns are coming back. And yeah, it does look like they are going to get another kill out of this onto Sebi. Sebi trying to find the kill onto Revolut, but just not enough gas in the tank.
It's too early in the game, and especially in Egeon without the Flame Barrier buff with the tree, it's a bit difficult for him to lock down any damage, especially once an Adina comes into the fray. Yeah, it might be early in the game, but the healing from Adina should be able to counteract most of the damage from an Egeon this early in, especially, you know, a lot of people might laugh at me for saying this, but that guy is a tank, guys. A lot of his early game items are just only max HP. If you don't have the Flame Barrier, you're not really using it for anything other than staying alive, so a little bit unfortunate for Sebi. It's just going to be a 2-for-0 in favor of a team. I believe that was Tejon Cybers, and the Tree of Light picked up for the Adina as well. Really, really nice start.
Yeah, beautiful start for Tejon Cybers. They're looking good. I mean, Force Core is now getting called in, getting online for the teams that were able to farm up enough hunts in the early game. They are going to get those spikes in time for these battle zones and alpha spawn. Tempo looking pretty good for a lot of the teams here. A lot of credits farmed up. Not too much fighting going on otherwise, though. Everyone's just kind of biding their time, waiting for these objectives to spawn. Fear X completely alone on the north side of this map. They have all this farm all to themselves. Meanwhile, a lot of people kind of corralled into school. Everybody's kind of funneling into this one section here as this Lumi drone gets started. But Blanche, unaware of just how many people are surrounding them here.
This could be bad. Sebi, where is Sebi going? There's another one. He's missed out on some of these resets. There's so many people here that even Sparkle Esports just completely deciding to disengage from everything. Auto Arms will be able to pick up the remnants of the credits left on Lumi, but here we go, a fight inside of Hospital. This is a battle zone as well, so it's a preemptive fight started out from Cartel and Daejeon Cybers. The mirror matchup, who is the better rotation? Who is the better team running this composition? Helitac Stat has already been invested. Helitac Stat still available on the side of Team Daejeon Cybers. The damage is being rotated. Tempest Hydra is being exchanged as well. There's the Helitac Stat coming in from Daejeon Cybers. Blinks invested from Team Cartel. Cartel is still technically low. Punga getting jumped on by the Estelle, but there is no support on the other side of Team Daejeon Cybers, opting to go for the control on the drone instead. Choke point going to be held by Dina. The cooldowns are going to enable the rest of Cartel to walk back in, and here we go, round number 2. Timer is being procced by Team Cartel. 7 seconds left. Ping, about to get taken down. This is not looking good for Team Cartel. There goes the Estelle, and this should be it. It is going to be Daejeon Cybers to take away the battle zone inside of Hospital, and they are just a better comp.
Meanwhile, over on the other side of things, Fear X winning the Temple Battle Zone. I believe there was multiple teams here, as I saw a Force Core get picked up by E8, the Persona getting online. Also, Marcus also picking up a Force Core. Maybe they just purchased them off of the drone after winning the Battle Zone, but they did win that Temple Battle Zone. So, Fear X also looking like they're in prime position after their early game shenanigans.
It's alright though, it's alrighty. Early game shenanigans aside, we're about to start moving into that mid stage of the game now soon, Meek. Day number 3 is upon us in about 8 minutes, and starting from there, deaths will become detrimental. This game is relatively sped up, and I say that not in regards to the kills, but because
I'm sorry, there was no Temple Battle Zone. What am I talking about?
Yeah, no, I saw,
They just won a fight over there. They had a fight over there. I thought it was in Battle Zones. Whoopsie.
It's all good.
Anyways.
It's all fine and dandy. You know, people in chat are just mean for picking it up. I was gonna let you get away with it, but I guess people in chat are just doing my job too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, transition. Oh, picked up by Bob. Okay. It says thank you.
Lose it and scoots it. Yeah, that'd be trying to get it as well, but yeah, I'm just a little quicker to the draw there.
It was a Tree of Life. This team can definitely use it. It's going to go into the hands of, I think, the Marcus. He was trying to craft something up with it. There it is. Yeah, okay. You do love those boots. Additional cooldown for the Marcus on top of the additional HP. Bonus damage, bonus cooldown. You take those. Team Blanche a little bit on the back end. Kyungi Innate just constantly throwing down the damage. Nice cancel, nice buffer with the Don Quixote. And now, what the heck happened to Ing9? That guy was just stuck in the middle of everybody. Down he goes. Kyungi Innate. Last death before the -250 begins. That's a little bit of a consolation prize.
Yeah, fortunately, dying just before the day change happened. Maybe not even less than a second before the day change happened. Very fortunate for that. But yeah, Sparkle Esports spotting out another opportunity here, doing a lot of damage to Peng. Peng forced to use the Helitac Stat and Heal Drone all onto himself. And now NCMB is completely split off from his team. But Felix, you know, ever so elusive. But whoa, huge angle from Scarlet. Finds the angle, gets the Caltrops down, but NCMB is just kind of chopping him down. And yeah, the Blast Wave managing to just barely get that kill.
Alright, Cartel still in a whole heap of trouble as Boomba now getting ran down by Sebi. He does create himself a little bit of space to work with. He does have a Moon locked and loaded. It will land as the Luminary is going to lock down some members. But Boomba in a whole heap of trouble as still as Senephine is going to completely flank him around. He's landing so many of these Moons. He has a he has a Star Conjure, but I don't think that's going to happen because it is a stationary healing zone, especially when you're up against those kind of characters. You do not want to stand still. Down he goes. 2 members down for Cartel. Peng is the last one alive on his team. He needs to get out now, but the crowd control and the flip-flop, the ping-pong around, bouncy house everywhere. Peng trying desperately to get out, but now his timer is ticking. I do not believe Bianchi Furex is going to let this slide. Knock up in the air. Cartel is going to get taken down.
Oh, man, and that's so disheartening for Cartel. they really, really, really need to rack up points in this game because all these teams are now getting closer and closer to getting that checkpoint. Gyeonggi is very close. I believe they just need only a couple more points, maybe even just one more point.
Yep.
They were sitting at, what, 52?
Yep.
So yeah, they're only one more kill off, or just a little bit of placement here. They're more or less guaranteed to get into that checkpoint unless they get eliminated without getting any more kills.
This could be tragic for Team Cartel. I think this is one of those teams that has always shown us some really nice performances throughout any of the stages during ERM, but they always come up short in the finals, even if they do make it. That is the devastating reality for a lot of these teams, because in the end, this is an esports tournament, and you also have to think about the fact that in comparison to a lot of like really standard esports games nowadays, you don't have 2 teams, you have 8. A lot of these teams are just not going to be able to make history with the wins that they want in these tournaments, and Team Cartel has been one of them in the past. Very rough reality, but again, it seems like they're going to fall short unless they have some breath of fresh life from some of these other non-checkpoint teams, giving them a couple more buffer games, possibly enough for them to get into checkpoint themselves too.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult because Auto Arms is also very close to checkpoint, but they haven't really racked up any points themselves yet. But a fight breaking out here. The Pure Rage uppercut finding its way into Bear. Bear forced down to... Ooh, my goodness. Zerojin blinking over the wall, finishing the kill onto Bear. Now Sebi left to kind of just fight for himself here. And yeah, he's going to get out, but both of his teammates now down on the ground, and his timer already burnt a little bit from running through Research Center.
With that, Gyeonggi has gotten themselves into checkpoint. All they have to do is not -2. They'll be guaranteed in there.
Yeah.
Good stuff for this team. And you know, at this point, all you have to do is just deny BNK Furex and Team Asher. I'm sure Gyeonggi Innate knows at this point, but I'm pretty sure all the other teams also know at this stage that, you know, this is a situation where it's just not going to work out for many of our teams. There's a blood sample coming online for Zerojin, Hellfire up and ready to go with the Dawn upgrade, Cataclysm online and set.
Look at... Okay, so Asher's items are kind of insane right now. They're a little strong. The Nadine is full build. G-Work just picked up a Blood Ripper off of a flare gun box, so like the damage is online for Asher. This team is already a real threat that needs to be watched out for, and with them on checkpoint, that's not what the rest of these teams want to see. They want to see them in a slower game state, so that way they have more opportunities here. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard fought for some of our other teams here. I mean, FearX only has 2 kills. I can't imagine their game state is all too good, but they have managed to get a lot of force cores onto their hands, so... Yeah, we'll have to see what ends up happening here. Asher picking up another purple box here. It's going to be... I did not see what it was at the bottom there, but... It was a tree, so yeah, I imagine they will just...
Oh, it was a Mithril. He just got the Commander's headset.
Oh, okay, so yeah, Commander headset going through. That's, you know, even more damage coming down, so... Oh, man, Asher is going to be a big threat.
Oh, boy. And Team Asher still can get stronger too, by the way, because both of their carries are running the yellow transitions, the legendary ones. I think G-Work is on Eye of Argos, and I think Char was sitting on Sharanga. Actually, that should make sense. There's only really Sharanga that Char can transition into with the crossbow, but there is still avenues where Team Asher can get stronger. We know how proactive this team is with getting Wick. This is the reason why they're still sitting on the south side of the map, especially with Wickaline starting to pop soon. They'll make their way over onto the Hyperloop, probably make their way over to school as fast as possible, although there is a lot of damage being dealt to people right now. Team Asher looking for some opportunities, not going to find it. Move their way on up. Team Blanche in a bit of trouble. Team Auto Arms looking for opportunities. They do end up getting Bear, and another -250 going into the hands of Team Blanche. They are just not having it in Game 6.
Yeah, Blanche is just, they've invested so many credits into revives, they're just so far behind the curve on tempo now. You can see it in this Ekion's items, he only has his weapon transition and Guardian suit. And yeah, he's gonna get into Exuviation here and get brought down in force. Meanwhile, over in school, a fight starting to break out. Yes, Sebi will be going down. Can we go back to school, or is that already diffused? It looks like nothing else is gonna happen there, but... Cinema trying to skate forward to try and find a fight onto Jejong Cybers, but they are going to be able to walk back out. Wickline spawn. Looks like Sparkle Esports are here with nobody else, and with, you know, having 3 carries, especially something like an auto attacker alongside a Celine, that's going to drop lightning fast.
Absolutely, and on top of it, the fact that they do have the Wickline buff is going to create them a little bit of a safety net in some of these fights, because a lot of teams... you know, even if you don't want to, as soon as you see a team with Wickeline buff, you're going to play a little bit more passively. That kind of passive gameplay is the complete thing that Sparkle Esports will take advantage of. The moment you show a sign of hesitation, they will jump and pounce on you. Who cares about Wickeline buff giving you extended fight durations? They will just burst you. That's how strong they are right now as well. Very slow game for Team Sparkle Esports, but they are playing exactly according to how their team composition wants to. They are at the point where they can start finding and fishing for some of these kills.
Yeah, but Team Blanche here, I mean, they have enough credits to get that second revive, but they weren't able to do it as Auto Arms were waiting in the wings. They caught vision of them and both dashed out. So, yeah, they're going to have to find a way to get this next revive off, but they can see the pings of Daejeong Cybers happening on top of the school call, and so, I mean, they're going to have to kind of test their luck here and walk in, and it's going to be close. They're going to wait till the very last second to try and hope that the other team has walked away, which they have, so they should be able to get this revive off if they're willing to run the risk.
Oh yeah, they should be able to get that. Just enough credits to Blanche. I don't even know. I can't even keep track of how many credits they've invested to resing in this game. I would have to say it's at least 1,000, which is detrimental. We talked about how many credits you get on average as a player in these games. 1,000 is pretty much your entire average amount of credits that you gain per game. But here we go. BNK FureX put it into a corner. They need to get out. Although the Wolf Whistle was invested by Jinho, so that is not going to be something they have access to. BNK FureX sitting on 10 seconds somewhere around for all of the players. They need to find something if they still want a chance back into this game and try to end the series with a win in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, and again, they're back in school here, a little reminiscent of how last game ended, but, you know, with Daejeong Cybers waiting in the wings, FureX seeing that, they're not going to look to try and get any fights, they're just going to back out. I mean, I agree with this. You're on checkpoint, you're on, you know, quite a few transitions, you're kind of postured into a game state where you can already win, you just need to kind of make it there. So, yeah, no need to take any sort of unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Asher over in Forest, I mean, these guys have a good control over a majority of Forest here, but with the way the zones are closing, yeah, I mean, Forest is going to be a good one to try and take control of, as it will likely be one of the final zones here.
And the thing is, they're actually taking control of a good chunk of Forest right now. Pretty much the entire area where the temporary zone is going to be is all under the control of Team Asher, and the reason why that is good is because it forces the other teams that are in Forest to eventually duke it out with each other. And thanks to the fact that Team Asher have a lot of information in this area, right? They know no one's behind them. They know teams are going to be piling on in from the left side. At any point in this zone, they can probably make their way over to the left side and have a decent chance of finding either some teams trying to look for kills. They can probably, to a certain degree, find some teams already fighting, which means third-party galore for Team Asher. Otherwise, teams have to walk into them. That's not good.
Yeah, no, you do not want to be, especially when you have multiple teams trying to walk through the same funnel. I mean, whoever runs first is going to have someone behind them, and that team's going to have somebody behind them. That's probably best case scenario for whoever's in the back. At least one of these teams will not be able to get third partied. Worst case scenario is what you mentioned. Yeah, these teams start breaking out and fighting third party, and then, you know, Asher with the fourth party, and just just everything just breaks loose, and Asher gets to reap the benefits of all the credits, all the kills, and make their way into the final two. I mean, with 7 teams alive here, 4 of them in Forest, and the rest kind of chilling out in school, I'm almost left to wonder if another team's going to find their way into Forest. Looks like Cinema's going to try and find an angle for the freeze, but the spell shield is going to be dropped onto E8. He's not going to get slowed. He's going to be able to get out of any sort of interaction range. And now with Cinema's Rapier skill and Quake already invested, yeah, it looks like the poke's going to go down. But now Daejeong Cybers, yeah, they are going to push their way into Forest here. FureX forced to run southward, but now we have Team Blanche cornering them. FureX is in the corner, and these teams know this team's on checkpoint, so they're definitely going to try and get them killed. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. And now Asher's rolling it as well. Oh my god, it's just all chaotic, and FureX is trapped in the middle, getting kind of just picked off by everybody here.
This could be bad. Rosner is found out. He's so low. And oh my god, the pawn snipe coming from G-Work. He's going to take down Rosner. BNK FureX is in a whole heap of trouble. They are running out of space to run away from. I don't think their timers are even in a good spot either. And now the control over the temp zone from Team Asher is really coming into full stretch. 5 seconds to go until the temp zone is going to pop. Look at this control. Char will get flung over, but it's not good enough. The charm comes through. Oh no! Char gets taken down, and now Team BNK FureX and Team Asher Asher are in trouble as their main carries are gone. E8 is still alive, but Daejeon Cybers, they have so much timer to play around. Team Asher, they are down to G-Work, and that is not consistent enough. You need that Nadine. They need some kind of miracle in order to make this happen. And same thing for E8. He is trying desperately to get something done. He is not going to be able to find it. Kill credit goes in favor of Team Asher, but we are going to see G-Work fall down. I think we are guaranteed a game number 7 meet because Asher is about to fall in just a moment to either Daejeon Cybers or Team Auto Arms.
Oh man, and that's so disheartening for Asher. They had the perfect positioning, but when you have this many teams funneling into a zone, there's just so much going on. Cinema finding the Dance Macabre onto Revolu, but Revolu with the return damage, the health tech stat getting dropped on him, giving him just enough durability
the
to live.
timers!
The double knock-up as well, and the timers! Oh man, I wasn't even looking at the timers. And now Daejeon Cybers are finding the game they desperately needed. They're going to get all these credits. They have the remote call-in drone as well. They're going to get all these transition spikes online, but Sparkle Esports is going to have rights to control over the zone first. And when you have something like Celine, that is an utmost important.
Especially when you have very close range damage dealers like a Felix and an Adina. I don't really know about the chances that Daejeon Cybers has. This is such a terrible final zone to walk into as a Felix and an Adina fighting up against a Celine like this. No matter what you do, you're going to have to deal with something, and this is why I like this idea. Going to hyperloop in towards the fire station, but these pings are also probably going to get found out by Sparkle Esports, assuming that they are close enough. No flank watch with the cameras, though. This could actually be a big brain play. Sparkle Esports, they have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, they've only got a camera in that bush above them. Well, I mean, they've got bushes. They've got cameras surrounding them on the north side, so I think they're going to have a pretty good idea pretty soon. Yes, they are going to spot out the remote drone covering the bush, so they are going to be aware of what's going on here. Revolu looking to hit this plant, get a little vision and information for his own team, and yeah, it looks like Sparkle is more than well aware of what's going on here. Yeah, here comes... Yeah, I mean, how does Magnani walk through this corral here? He doesn't. Revolu's trying to look for a flank, and yeah, Fauna finding Dina, taking out half his health, but fortunately for Dina, he is on a Dina. Quick little star conjunct, and he's back to full. And now, yes, the health advantage actually going into Daejeon Cybers. It's ever so slightly. Kind of out, but yeah, you can't walk through like that, Magnani. You're just going to get choked.
Oh my god.
And now Revolu trying to find an angle onto Song Harong, but Song Harong with a fantastic blink, dodging out onto Revolu's Q3, not getting knocked up, not getting discovered here, and down he goes, now down to a 2v3. This should be in favor of Sparkle Esports, yeah, and down goes Dina immediately from Fauna. And that's going to be Curtin Sparkle Esports with that zone control, with that pressure. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better final zone than school.
Exactly. They saw and remembered what happened inside of hospital. They did not want to deal with it again. The sustain from Adina was just not a factor. They just pulled the trigger and said, let's go. And let's go they did. 10 kills in first place. GG's called out the Team Sparkle Esports. They desperately needed this game too. And it seems like they got it. Congrats.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how the scores all pan out. I mean, we know BNK and Asher are still in checkpoint. We know Gyeonggi is going to be joining them here. But we'll see if any other teams, maybe Sparkle Esports was able to rack up enough points with that. That was, what, 10 kills plus first, so 18 points going on with what was their score coming out of the last game. They might also be in checkpoint as well. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yes, indeed. It is going to come down to a very, very difficult lobby for some of these teams now. You have no more second chances left. BNK FureX, they had multiple. Not going to find it. We have team, what was it, Asher? They had a chance. Not going to find it. After this game, I would not be surprised if we have 4, maybe even 5 teams going into checkpoint with the amount of points that were distributed for so many of our teams. Starting from here, one small mistake, the game is going to end. We might have a situation where we have an equal amount of checkpoint teams, an equal amount of non-checkpoint teams, or even more worse for some of our teams, more checkpoint teams than non-checkpoint teams. That's where the lobby gets really scary.
Yeah, but with this game 7, I believe Mai is back on the table. So yeah, we'll see how things shake up with the Mai coming back. Gyeonggi always looks so good when they have Mai alongside their backlines. I mean, yeah, it'll only time will tell, really. I mean, you can see some of the metagaming going on as well with trying to get Asher killed. I mean, E8 would just send every cooldown he had at Asher to try and make sure that somebody comes by and, cleans up the kills. I mean, he's like, hey, if I'm going down, you guys are going down too. Nobody's winning this game.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I was really hoping it ended earlier just to spike chat, but I guess they're getting a little bit more out of me here today. Game 7 is guaranteed. Game 8 is still up in the air, of course, just depending on the results of game number 7. We still don't know which teams are going to go into checkpoint because I haven't done the math. I'm not even going to bother doing it. I'm just going to let the spreadsheets over on the Korean side of things all take care of that. But of course, guys, after the score sheets come out, we are going to go to a quick break. This could theoretically be our last one, so make sure you guys go get a very, very good break. I am running out of adjectives to say because I already used them, of course, throughout the entire weekend already. Whew.
A stupendous break.
A
There you go. There's a new one
stupendous
to add to your
break.
roster.
I'm gonna say
There you go,
fantabulous
but-
break. You guys are
yeah,
getting a
there you
little bit
go.
of a spoiler.
Oh,
here we go.
the scores.
Let's take a look at the scores, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my! Oh no! Team Auto Arms.
Oh, just one kill off. It's so hard to look at, but with half of the teams in checkpoint, and Daejong Cybers and Auto Arms just barely trailing. I mean, if we do get in game 8, that's more than likely going to be the last one. But yeah, look, man, this is going to be crazy. Going into this game 7, I mean, with 4 of the 8 teams already on checkpoints, it's a very good chance that game 7 might be our last one. And if not, then game 8 will almost certainly be. But I mean, we've seen crazier things. A full 8 teams checkpoint is a realistic thing. It can happen. So we'll have to wait and see.
I'm a little bit worried now for Team Auto Arms. Someone's going to have to go back in the VOD and check this, but I could have sworn there was an Adina that did a -1 earlier in the series, and I don't remember if that was Auto Arms' Adina or if it was somebody else's. Maybe there was another one, I don't know. If that was the case, well, they could have been on 55. Otherwise, if it was for Team Daejong Cybers winning the game just now, they would have been the ones in checkpoint over Team Sparkle Esports. But for now, guys, we're going to send it over to a break. A lot of questions up in the air. Are we going to end it out in game number 7, or are we going to go to a game number 8? That'll all be decided after the break, so go grab yourself a snack, go grab some water, go take a stretch for what might be the last time of this weekend and for Phase 2. We'll see you guys for the next 2 games.
생존자가 사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이상하니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야. 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빵빵빵. 받아줄 거지? 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
밝은 달 아래 맑은 바람이 불어오네. 버들잎은 말없이 그저 흔들리네. 세상에 바람 한 점 없는 곳이 있다고 하더니 이 섬이 바로 그곳인가? 바람을 타고 자유롭게. 섭리의 바람 휘몰아쳐라. 기류를 타고 풍류운산. 바람이 길을 열고 구름이 흩어지니 흐르는 대로 흘러가는 대로 종잡을 수 없는 고민이 있는 모양이군. 도사란 무엇인가? 바람을 부리고 구름을 타고 날아 도를 주는 자. 너희들은 도를 믿지 않아도 좋아. 무엇을 믿을진 사람 나름이니까. 이 또한 섭리일지니.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from what could theoretically be the last break of Season 5 Phase 2 for Eternal Return Masters Finals. Hope you guys had a fantabuloso break.
What?
Whoa. I don't even know what that's a word
now, man.
Yeah.
Like what is I think it was fabuloso, not fantabuloso. Like what is
we
going
just
on
smash words together and then just come up with a better version of them, yeah? It's
yeah,
like
fantastic plus fabulous,
fusion?
fantabuloso. Yeah, fusion.
Okay, cool. Here we go, guys. Everybody, we are in game number 7. No bans. Look at that. That's actually a funny one. We haven't seen this in quite a while, which means every single character is up for grabs. And with 4 teams now in checkpoint, of course, this game is going to matter a lot. Already 4 or 5 mines being picked up. We are going back to the same situation we had in game number 1. Although I will say, Team BNK Furex, now that they have still kind of kept Sunzar out and kept E8 in the lobby, they don't really have any leniences on running something like a Mai. They do desperately need the damage, so no Mai being picked up there. Let's see what the ratio is between Cadet, Transfer Student, and the regular one. Oh, no, we got a new skin now. It's going to be the... What is that? The
beach
Elegant
one,
Summer,
the summer
yeah.
side or whatever. Yeah, Elegant
Yeah.
Summer. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, we do have a new Mai skin approaching Bear on that Mai. They're going back to that that trademark comp that they're running over in Wildcards. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty standard stuff across the board with everything available. Nothing really
Oh, actually.
wacky. Oh no, there is one thing kind of wacky
you
standing
saw
out
it.
here. I think we both spotted here. Jangi on that Theodore now.
Although this is a pick that he did bring out in the past, I think it might have been during the group stages. We didn't see them in the wild cards. It's not a pick that's all too unfamiliar for me, right? I've definitely seen this guy play this character several times in the past. He has also brought it out again, as I said, during the group stages, and we saw it do pretty well. They made it out of group stages after all, with one of the picks being a Theo. So good stuff. It might be a very worthwhile change-up for Team Cartel. We've talked about how this team has always gotten to this point where they get to the finals but always come up short. Theo, in my opinion, is definitely going to be a nice switch-up for this. We do see a lot of compositions in this game being a lot more close range, and we also saw that some Debbie and Marlene's had some trouble killing Theos, especially in the mid-stage of the game, because the healing coming out from his lasers are pretty good. So a lot of good ways to counteract what these teams want to do with the Theo. We'll actually see whether or not if it works for Team Cartel.
Yeah, I mean, for some of these teams that they're going against, it's going to be very effective, but then there's going to be other teams that I'm a little worried about. I mean, if they go against Auto Arms and JCP here finds an angle onto him, he could just blow him up instantly.
We know he's been the type to do that, just immediately gunning it for the back. But we've also seen Team Auto Arms kind of leave JCP out to dry. We've seen that multiple times throughout the course of the series, which is actually quite surprising to me, because it's usually the other way around. JCP just waits for the rest of his team to do a lot of stuff and then start to initiate, but this phase he has been on point with a lot of these initiations. Although, it is a squads game after all. Even if you're on point, if the rest of your team doesn't follow up on it, you do still carry the inherent risk of just not being able to kill anybody. Just like in this situation, JCP goes in by himself and everyone else is gone, so he's just going to book it out now as well with the speed gate still in tow.
But off screen here, Asher does find a kill on the Cartel here, and yeah, it looks like they are going to try and kill Magnani here. Oh, sorry, not Magnani. Revolu's actually going to be the focus now.
There we go.
Exclusive coming out, but yeah, Revolu does go down. Cartel looking to push for more, but Sebi kind of on the backside here. We'll see if they try to jump Sebi after, or yeah, I guess nothing really came of it.
Yeah, still very similar compositions when it comes down to it for Cartel and Digital Cybers. They're just going to swap out the Adina for the Theo instead for a bit more of that damage and consistency. Magnani now getting ran down by Team Blanche. This should be a kill pickup unless the camera comes up in time. Ooh, I thought that Kaku was going to get it. Oh, E8. Oh, you might have found yourself in an awkward situation, my friend. Down goes the Mai, I believe. No, she's still alive. And E8 gets out. Sebi, I don't know if you're going to be able to kill Magnani here. Even if you do take the jump pad over, is it really going to be in good faith? Oh, he sends it over. And now Rosner's the one looking for the opportunity. He's chasing this down, and you should be able to pick it up. There it is. There is the bookmark auto attack. Down goes the Mai finally. Sparkle Esports losing out on Fana will also have a little bit of trouble. Swangharan going into the red. A lot of timer invested, but look at this. Kyogi NA desperately want this advantage. They want a snowball, and they are going to get it. 12 seconds left on the Celine. She's going to have to head pop in order to not lose any more timer. There it is. And 15 seconds to go until she comes back alive. A lot of players falling down in day number 1 and at the start of 912.
Yeah, I mean, with Mai coming back, I mean, we saw this before when Mai was available in the earlier games. We saw a lot of early grouping from these teams and a lot of early team fighting. And yeah, it's repeating itself again. Gyeonggi, you know, these guys are always in force when they're on this composition. And yeah, Cinema's learning the hard way that that's what's going on here. Jinho trying to push forward, using the White Lily to push Cinema back, but that might not be what they want, as the rest of Auto Arms is actually here to follow up here. Down goes Jinho, down goes Zero Jin. And yeah, the White Lily actually giving a bit of an angle to Auto Arms to create a fight.
A cinema? Hello, cinema in the chat, everybody. What was that? I thought the White Lily was troll. I didn't realize the rest of his team was coming in to dogpile on everyone. Well played. All right, here we go. Now the series is really starting to get fun. Team Auto Arms with Sad Hand and Cinema on tow. They're trying to get everything else done. Team Asher now looking for a little bit more in Temple. They're looking for the control onto the Tree of Life. Same thing for Team Blanche. They want this Tree of Life as well. Cenifine taken down to about a quarter of their HP, getting knocked up again by a stray Night Fork. This is problematic. There is the checkpoint locking down Cenifine, and now the rest of the entirety of Blanche has to completely book it. Bear gonna get slowed down by the Wolf again. Should be Sevi managing to get out. I highly doubt Char without Wolf Assault can catch this. Highly doubt.
And the Wolf Assault just barely ending. I mean, I wasn't sure if that one auto was going to be able to be the one with a Wolf. I you know, kind of lost count. But trademark hotel contest by Gyeonggi here. Cinema trying to get at least half of the tree gathered there, but it's going to get poked out a little bit. I mean, Zero Jin also looking to poke. Yeah, Sad Hand. I mean, we've been seeing this, you know, all weekend long. Auto Arms and Gyeonggi, but the fight is going to start, and yeah, Jinho is going to get locked down again. I mean, okay, the White Lily being activated by Cinema to push Ing9 back in towards them. The exclusive going to be used to dodge out on the catwalk taunt, but they are still chasing him down, and they should be able to close this kill out. I mean, getting away from Razi is nigh impossible after the catwalk's been used.
Brutal. They're going to lose the tree. It's going to be Auto Arms to pick that one up. Fantastic. Transition actually picked up by the Felix inside of the Wolf. It's going to be a meteorite going straight into Racing Boots. Nicely done over there. That's gotta suck for Gyeonggi Innate. Their early game seemed really good, and you know what? I think kudos to Ing9 for sticking that tree, but it just gets the entirety of the team caught up. Do remember that running a composition like this without the Mai sitting in the front line zoning away everybody else, it's the same situation we had on our hands with the Nikki, right? With what you theorized. Nikki goes a little bit too far away to actually peel away any aggression on towards the Haze and the Nadine. The Mai was too focused on grabbing the tree to do any of that, so effectively speaking, they didn't even have a Nikki in that situation.
Yeah, without anything standing in front of these two backliners, I mean, if Haze isn't using rockets, she has to get a little bit closer to deal any sort of effective damage, and that's exactly what we saw. JCP completely capitalizing it, Jinho stepping up, and yeah, JCP just blowing up Jinho immediately.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Gyeonggi Innate, they are still holding strong, right? 2 kills is not that bad of a start for those guys. Same thing for most of the lobby. We do see kills across the board. Sparkle Esports seeming to just take a slow path this time around. 0 kills in the earlier stages of the game. I do believe I see Blanche also sitting on 0 on top of it. Everybody else sitting on at least something. Maybe Titan Cyber's also sitting on 0. Yeah, it's just a bit of a slow start for a good chunk of this lobby, which should not be bad for everybody else. Everybody just being on equal pace is definitely a good thing for them to see. But here we go. BNK Furex, Team Auto Arms duking it out inside of stream. JCP getting taken dangerously low. He's going to blink out, but I don't think he has that much life expectancy left. Down he goes, right in front of the hands of Team Gyeonggi Innate. Nothing really picked up from that side of the team, but another fight down in Cemetery.
Oh man, these Theodore autos coming out through the gate is just gonna... Yeah, the lockdown is just insane. And yeah... Theodore just completely taking control over that fight, completely left unchecked in the back, just autoing through the gate, getting AoE auto attacks, getting resets onto his Q through that, and just, yeah, just nobody on Cartel was taking any damage.
Indeed. Blanche is still alive though, same thing for Cartel. This is going to be brutal for many of our teams trying to keep themselves in play. Auto Arms, JCP is going to come back up finally. Blanche about 5 seconds to go until they're all going to be regrouped back up. Night number 2, we've talked about how important this phase is in the game, but at least nothing detrimental yet, right? No teams fully wiped out, no teams having to invest credits to res anybody. It's still recoverable as long as you're able to micro and macro correctly. CMB isolated by himself, just gonna try to run it out, regrouping with his teammates. But look at how many teammates, look at how many teams are in the minimap. This is not exactly the best place to be fighting. Ninja Blast Field goes out from Jingy. He is completely untouched throughout the course of this fight. Rosner is already dead. Bum needs to leave. Cartel now getting found out by the members of Digital Cybers. Bum is just going in. He wants to distract as many people as possible. Down goes Jingy. He is dead.
And it's one of those hard spots to fight Theodore in when he's just sitting in a bush, access to the Sapphire Protocol whenever he wishes. Even if you get on him, he's able to just find an angle out and gain that shield. But, oh my god, an absolute cinema of a catwalk. Fauna is going to go down immediately. The 3-man catwalk is just far too detrimental to creating a fight, especially against a team like Sparkle Esports where there is no tank. You have triple backlines all getting taunted. Yeah, JCP is going to take advantage of that every single time.
Yo, that could have been so bad for Sparkle Esports.
Yeah.
Ooh, the fact that at least Scarlet was able to get out, that's a bit of a saving grace. And again, it's still night number 2. It's just about to turn into day 3. Starting from now, deaths equals credits spent. Nobody wants to do that, especially at this stage of the game. Pang can deny the box open, but it does go into the hands of Bum. Will be a disengage.
Yeah.
We should start seeing something like this. It's almost the last game and these teams know it. The risk is too inherent for you to just full send something without having full information of certain areas.
Yeah, and that was great by Rosner to give the spell shield over to Bum to negate the catwalk taunt, so that way Bum could just keep opening the box unchecked. Great play from FearX, but Blanche is gonna get out of here, actually. Yeah, it doesn't look like Sparkle's gonna be able to continue this chase. The exclusive invested to create more distance from Sebi to the rest of Sparkle, but Scarlet trying to push forward a little more, but, you know, they're not quite able to close the distance.
I like
Asher
the idea for
getting the
both
credits
teams,
up.
though.
Yeah, no, I do too.
Because you also have to remember that Blanche was trying to craft something with a 4-score Sebi build, probably the Helix about to come up. And for Sparkle Esports, they knew that Blanche was trying to do something like that. And didn't want them to either do it or maybe capitalizing on an opportunity to try to pick up the 4-score for themselves. Either way, the decision was there. Blanche running away from Sparkle Esports. I guess they just don't want a piece of them at all, even with the 4-score possibly built up into the Helix at this point.
Yeah, but Auto Arms also kind of in the area. I mean, this is where the taunt incident happened, so it would be deja vu if it happened again. But no, it does not look like it. It looks like, yeah, FearX is going to find themselves on this bridge against a team that fully loves to abuse kite corridors like this. Zero Jin with the rockets and these Nadine Qs flying down this corridor. I mean, they're all going to find their mark. Rosner trying to look for a flank on the Ing9. The Wolf Assault is going to begin here. And yeah, it looks like Jinho is completely blocked off from this fight from Rosner, not able to take the monkey wire. Yes, he is able to take the monkey wire, but it's a very risky one to take because you're in the middle of 3 people. Now Ing9 following suit, but Asher also on the top side here. They're going to stumble upon this fight, and yeah, it looks like FearX is going to back off instead of chasing down Ing9 due to Asher's third party.
I love the macro play from BNK FearX. They never overreach. They just play enough to get themselves an advantage. That's a minus 250 going to Team Gyeonggi Innate. For a team that desperately needs to get these points, they need to turn things around after games 3, 4, and 5. Even 6 didn't go in their favor. They just barely making the cut into the checkpoint. Oh gosh. Losing minus 250 as the first team to do that in game number 7 is not the way to do it.
Yeah, and for FearX there, you know, Bum with the flank, Ing9 was forced to respect Bum and kind of keep him pushed away. But then you have Rosner and E8 pushing from a different angle. He's not able to block both angles at the same time, and that's what gives him access to the backline. But Temple is loaded with people. I mean, you know, everybody's getting these hunts split across the board. Gyeonggi has been relatively quiet this game. We haven't seen much of them, but the Sharinga getting online for Jinho now. Yeah, it looks like they're just kind of silently trying to get through this game and make their way to the late game, as all our checkpoints are trying to do. 8 teams still alive by this point. Night 3 going into day 4. I mean, these zones are going to start closing, as we always talk about, and things get a little too congested for fights to really be something you can consistently try and take.
And on the topic of transitions as well, I did see the Dainsleaf now finally being picked up by Sebi. And yes, whoever mentioned to me yesterday that I was calling it, I think it was Durandal the whole time, there you go. I called it Dainsleaf this time. Thank you for catching me out yesterday. I do appreciate that one. Yeah, I did see Sebi picking that one up, so he's going to be extremely strong. I think he went for the Crimson upgrade on this one. I
Yes.
think that one's the Smolder one. Again,
Yes, it
I
is.
swear I saw him run Dawn once, and I think that's Magnetic Midnight. But here we go, a fight between Team Blanche. They just picked up the blood sample. This could be very good. Twins Rush is going to completely whiff. The damage exchange is actually pretty good. Oh my god, Xenophine just refuses to get hit by skills, but finally he goes down. There's a trade coming out though. It's going to be the Felix taken down. Dina does not want a part of this at all. He will just back away from this fight, allowing Team Blanche to pick up the Xenophine. It's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. Of course, advantage going into the hands of Team Deadon Cybers. A lot of good damage over onto Sebi, but he's a bit too tanky.
And Magnati trying to get the cheeky revive off of the remote drone, but not quite able to find it. So yeah, got a little zoned off from the enemy team, and yeah, but they do manage to find the revive on that remote drone in red, but the timers are getting dangerously low for Daejeon Cybers here. I mean, everyone except for Dina is at 10 seconds, Dina at 15, so yeah, not looking too hot for Daejeon Cybers here.
Did also see Sparkle Esports losing Fauna, if I remember correctly. That's a minus 250 going over onto that side too. The credits are starting to rack up. The amount of credits being used is going to look tough for some of these teams. Looking for a bush chase for Team Sparkle Esports. They know somebody's coming thanks to the camera that was set up inside of Alley. All these pings are being made by the members of Team AutoArms, but Team Sparkle Esports, they're not going to be patient enough. Will make sound. They will alert Team AutoArms. That's a double taunt coming in. The totem is going to be forced out, and Soul Link also forced out as well, but smack dab in the middle of a set of a Celine. You do not want to do that. That is just terrible. The damage is absolutely insane. Song Harang does manage to get away, but that is going to be it for now for Team Sparkle Esports. Another 250 going into the hands of that team. Minus 750, at least from what I could accredit to. I don't know if they have an avenue back in this anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's going to be a long-fought battle. I mean, you have the Selene alive who can definitely farm hunts efficiently, but with 8 teams still being alive, it's only a matter of time until Cinema and whoever he revives here gets found out. And with them only having 5 seconds timer, I mean, you know, yeah, they're going to have archery range here, but they're surrounded by red zones. They have nowhere to run over to Hyperloop. But I digress, as we have another fight happening. Daejeon Cybers and Cartel. Cartel gonna try and just walk out to this other side. Magnati is gonna find the taunt into the Dorito onto Jungi with
There's
no
no bushes.
Yeah, there's no bushes. The exclusive's on cooldown now after being used, and it did not establish enough distance to keep Jungi alive. And you know, Theodore, one of those carries that can absolutely not get caught out like that.
I don't know what the idea was for Cartel walking up like that. They had no business doing so, especially after the energy blast field was already invested and the duration of his ultimate acceleration was gone. You cannot do that, and you're right. Theo is the one character in the game that you absolutely cannot get caught out like that with, and they just walk straight into it. I don't know what that one was about, if I'm going to be real with you. A very, very uncharacteristic mistake from Team Cartel.
And now, you know, they see themselves found by FearX after getting cornered into this revive. This is all yellow zones here. They got to get out of here. Their timer situation is not good. And now with Daejeon Cybers also running up here, things are getting a little chaotic down in Hospital. Meanwhile, a fight starting over here. Blanche finding the Twins rush onto Songharong. Songharong forced to run back here. Sebi trying to push forward onto him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Bear is getting dangerously low from Fauna.
No.
Fauna now able to hitting Sebi, and Sebi is going to go down. Scarlet is going to be able to finish Bear as well. But a hyperloop happening. What the heck? If your X is here on top of a corpse, they see that some action is going on, and Bum goes investigating, but he's not going to be able to find it. Sparkle, aware of what's going on, seeing the ping from the hyperloop, finding Bum, and they're just going to retreat back.
This is devastating for Team Blanche. I don't know if they're going to have a way back in this either. It's day number 5. They got to somehow get the reses back as much as possible. Kyunggi and 8 about to lose to Team BNK FearX. Knocked down Zero Jin already, and that is a day 5 death. You're not getting him back unless you have Lumi, and the chances of that happening right now is slim to none for so many of these teams. Mai secured for Team Blanche as well. Down she goes. Minus 500 for that team, but it's a Priya left alive with absolutely no credits. So many teams now hanging around in archery range, trying to get something done for their team. Jinho is going to get taken down too. Kyunggi and I think they have also ran out their life expectancy. Mai, the last one alive, she has the credits, but where the hell is Lumi? She's above, she's in archery range, she's about to step in. Can the Mai make it? I don't think so. Look at her time!
And look at Cartel. They're so smart. They see 8 teams, 20 alive. They're just shadowing Lumi. They were just waiting for maybe someone to come by and try to scoop it up. But now Lumi going into school. And with also a fight happening over on Fire Station here, you know, it's going to be really hard for any of these teams to try and get their revives off with no Hyperloops really accessible for them. Yeah, I don't see how they get to Lumi. But G-Work trying to push forward, trying to find a queen, trying to find a pawn, Night Fork knockup angle, literally anything he can. Look at the timers on the side of Daejeon Cybers, 5 seconds onto the hands of Revolu. With them stuck in the corner here, they don't want to burn any more red timer. They can't afford to with these final zones starting very soon. Temporary zones are going to be archery range and fire stations, so yeah, we'll have to see what happens.
The longer and longer they stay in this corner, the worse and worse it gets for this team, though. The Wick Line buff is already online and ready to go for Team Asher. They were on top of the objective again. The proactive play from this team is absolutely insane. Whereas Team BNK Furex, they're stuck in a corner. These guys are triple melee, no real range, whatever to speak of. They got a full send on something, and they're going to go on towards Team Sparkle Esports. They're still stuck in the corner. Rosner trying to do what he can. Bum doing the same thing. Sparkle Esports as well as Team Auto Arms, they are zoning each other off, buying a little bit of time for BNK Furex, maybe to find a little bit of breathing room, but I don't know how much of a breathing room they're going to get. So much poke coming through from Team Sparkle Esports. BNK Furex stuck in the exact same situation they were just in now.
Yeah, this is looking really reminiscent of the Forest incident. They're just completely cornered by multiple teams here. They are going to try and push their way through Auto Arms. I mean, and Auto Arms is going to respect it. They know Sparkle is not too far behind. They do not want to afford getting third-party and just giving another checkpoint team in Sparkle a victory here in the archery side. But we also have, I believe that is, yeah, Gyeonggi and 8's Mai just kind of sitting in the corner too, so that could also come into play here in this archery range zone. We'll have to see what Furex decides to do, because they still are the team that's in the middle. Bum trying to push forward onto Sparkle Esports. With the day 6 happening, the CCTVs are gone. Tries to find some sort of knockup or knockback onto anybody. Looks like they're going to be waiting for Scarlet, but Scarlet does manage to get out after the stasis. Fauna brought dangerously low. The Soul Link forced out. So yeah, they do get the Soul Link out of Fauna before these zones start. And now here comes Auto Arms, and they managed to avoid death from Auto Arms here.
How the hell was there nobody in that thin strip inside archery range? Usually there's so many people inside of their area with how many teams are inside of the zone, but they're going to go for it again. Round 2, Soul Link was invested. Svanna does not have that available for, I think, about 20 to 30 some more seconds. If they get sent in, it's going to be over. The damage onto Rosner is good, though. There it is, locked down, taken down. They have the damage. Yes, Fauna will get taken down too. Bum in a whole heap of trouble, but the walls have been closed. There is nowhere to run. BNK Furex on the backside, they're gonna get eliminated. Down they go. Gyeonggi and 8, Ing9, the last one alive on their team. Down goes Scarlet. That's another one of our checkpoint teams gone. Gyeonggi and 8 gone. That's another checkpoint team gone. It all comes down to Team Asher, and look at the fiesta that is happening inside a fire station. Man. Team Asher, they're in desperate straits. This Alonzo will get taken down. Timer goes in favor of Team Cartel. They're trying to get the kills. It's not gonna happen. We are going to have a game number 8.
Oh man, and the politics happening already. These 4 checkpoint teams, none of them able to find a ticket to victory in this phase 2 of ERM. Now we'll have all our non-checkpoint teams left, but look at the timers going down. They're getting dangerously low here. Is anybody able to find any kills to refresh them? Nope. Yes! Cybers is going to be able to get a kill, and they are going to be able to refresh their timer a little bit more. And yeah, they will be going up against Auto Arms in the final zone of gas station here.
Look at the number of points right now in this lobby. 13 for Team Auto Arms, 6 for Daejeon Cybers, just from kills alone. Daejeon Cybers looking for 9, possibly 17 points going into their favor, plus even more if somebody gets a res and they manage to kill them again. Auto Arms looking for their 16th kill, possibly more.
Oh man,
looking
I just
for
thought of
24. You know what I'm thinking. I think I know what you're thinking. What you got?
Oh no, Auto Arms was at 54 points. Imagine if they were on checkpoint right now. Oh man.
Well, either way,
But-
this will guarantee themselves in there, right? It's been a long time since they've been guaranteed in this situation. Daejeon Cybers, they need to try to get as many points to get themselves into checkpoint 2. I don't know if they're already in there, but here we go. The fight is already sent. Semtex has landed over onto Revolu. It's not going to pop with the bonus damage. Magnani still alive on the backside. JCP also taking a good amount of damage. Ghostfire is going to tag JCP for quite a while. That's going to deny him from resting. On the flip side, Dina on the Star Conjunks, he's just getting all the heals in the world. Cinema sitting inside of the zone. He's trying to recover as much of his timer as possible. JCP now back up to full HP. They're going to go send it back in. 24 seconds, 26 seconds for Sad Hands. Cinema, this is a pretty large final zone. These players can play it out safe. A little bit on the backside. Dina, here we go. 33 seconds left on the Dina. They're going to try full sending it. Double taunt comes in from the Mai, but is it something that can be recoverable? I don't know. The health bars are starting to drop. Magnani will get taken down. Daejeon Cybers, they're going to get taken down. Auto armed, 54 points. Not like this.
54 points in the dream, man. It's so hard to watch, but they are going to get this win. The catwalk did lock down, sat him for a little bit, but there was no real damage follow-up on that taunt, so yeah, he was able to stay alive and take down Magnani. And yeah, here goes the rest of Daejeon Cybers here. Dina not really able to do anything here. Auto arms, oh, the curse of 54, it's so sad. A game 8, though, coming up very shortly, and with more teams entering checkpoint, you just have to wonder about these teams who still aren't in checkpoint after this game, what you're left to do.
Indeed, the end game is near me. Congratulations to Auto Arms, though. They will take away that first place spot. At least, you know, on the flip side, even if they don't get to win the series because they got the 54-point curse, they deny it from the checkpoint teams, right? And that's good.
Yeah.
That's at least a start to what you can do. If Auto Arms is able to pull off another performance like this, then we will see them actually win it out. And at that point, who cares about what happened in game number 7? Who cares about their point total after game number 6? They win the tournament. That is all that matters. But that will all come to fruition as soon as game 8 actually begins. What a series we have on our hands. I know everybody in chat is cheering for the fact that I don't get to go to sleep, but
per usual, right? Nothing.
Yeah, I guess
nothing new there.
On the flip side, I get to watch some really good games of VR again, like usual. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I can
you
be
can't
mad about
complain
this one.
too much about that. And I mean, with the My Band coming up too, you have to wonder how it's going to affect these teams that are on checkpoint. I mean, you have teams like Sparkle and FearX who aren't using My at all, haven't touched it once this whole series, and that's going to be kind of a little bit of a buff to these teams that aren't using it. I mean, for teams that are using it, I mean, their backup comps have found success in this series thus far, but I mean, they're definitely, you know, when Mai's available, they're definitely running My.
That's the funniest thing about all of this. Some of these backup compositions are doing better than these My comps.
Yeah, no, definitely. But part of that can also be attributed to that these backup comps only function because Mai's not available. When you have something like Exclusive, Gyeonggi is a lot harder to execute Nikki with when you have something like Exclusive that can deny Nikki's ultimate.
Exactly. It's a pattern back and forth anyways. We have the My games where we see a lot more of a standard comp that everyone is comfortable with. And then we have the non-My games where it's just pretty much whatever the heck you want to play. And on top of that, your backup compositions. In which case, a lot of the My comps that were running it, it's not the same. It is completely different. These guys are just running a different idea entirely, which really does distinctify the identities of every other game. We do have those teams that are going to be sticking onto their original classic compositions because nothing's getting banned from it. Like we have BNK FearX, we have Team Asher, always running basically the same compositions. Sparkle Esports is also another team that is almost never going to be in danger of getting any of their characters banned, especially in a series like this. Outside of that, I mean, it's pretty standard. I don't know what else to say about that one.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot. The My Band has been just alternating every game, but we have had some other bands being splashed in, like Razi, like Nadine. But yeah, I believe My is the only band coming into this next game. I don't think anything else was picked enough to warrant it. So yeah, all the backliners will be able to play what they want. But for now, we have the scores ready to go.
Let's take a look at what is going to happen. Game number 7 resulted in 6 teams being in checkpoint with Cartel also being in 54. If statistics has shown us anything, Cartel's going to win the next one.
Man, and Blanche in 8th place coming into these finals after the wildcards. I was really keeping my eye on Blanche. They looked phenomenal in wildcards. They just, I don't know what's happened today. What's really changed for them.
I don't think anything's really changed. It's just that there's so many my teams that even for Team Blanche, they dealt with the my teams well yesterday, but when there's a little bit too much, it can get overwhelming. The Debbie and Marlene composition coming through for Blanche is good, but it also has its limits because you can see how many teams are running very consistent damage compositions. Debbie and Marlene is pretty decent at dealing with some of these burst comps, just not too good at dealing with over and over damage no matter how many times you try to keep that character alive. You can shield her all you want, you can exclusive her all you want, you can parry all you want. It's not going to do you any good if the damage dealers on the other side are still alive.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, and with no way to really check those backliners, because, you know, Sebi is the way to check those backliners, but it's going to involve him getting a little far away from Priya and putting her at a lot of risk to try and keep providing shielding from that distance. So, yeah, and then you have other teams like Auto Arms who are just down to brawl, you know? Like, you have Sadhand who's willing to just be like, okay, you want to fight? Let's fight. And he'll just, you know, do Sadhand things and outplay you and just be, like, phenomenal as usual. So it's hard to fight teams like that, too, when they're just outputting more damage than you, again, with that consistent damage output.
Exactly. Another thing that we do have to start factoring in now, Meek, is that we're on game number 8. You know about these extended series. Players can and will get fatigued, but you have to win through it at this stage in the game. It is going to be a very, very important time for you to try to, you know, get a stretch, go take a breath or something. You gotta find a way to focus and lock into this game. With 6 teams in checkpoint, the chances of it going to game number 9 is extremely low, especially considering the fact that the teams that have been in the checkpoint spot for quite a while now, they are all very aggressive teams. They are not going to let any small mistakes or even any small weaknesses by at all. Once you start kind of getting into the phase where game number 8 starts to come to fruition, whoever is able to endure this long of a series is really the one that starts to shine. You can tell which players are accustomed to this kind of situation. For the most part, all of these players should be, but it doesn't change the fact that a best of 8 series does not happen every day.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a lot of games, and, you know, you could sit there and play solo queue for, like, 8 hours, and it's just, like, kind of whatever, but, like, for a tournament setting like this, it's a lot more focus and effort going into each and every moment, each and every game, and it's draining. It's honestly very, very draining, so, you know, but if you're any of these checkpoint teams, you just have to sit there and forget about the games that you've already played and focus on what's at hand. You are in checkpoint, many other teams are also in checkpoint. It's winner takes all unless of one of the bottom 2 teams between Blanche and Cartel, was it, are able to take this game.
Indeed. We'll take a look at whether or not that actually is going to happen, because ladies and gentlemen, here we go for game number 8, a long and arduous series, but not the longest one that I've definitely dealt with, and definitely not the series length that all of you guys want, because you guys want more. I know you guys want to torture me, I get it, I see how it is. But Maya's banned for this one, right? We're going to go back to our classic picks. No way, Bob. Don't tell me you're going to pull out something like that at this important of a game. It could be a factor that you could really look for, but no, he's just going to go back onto the Marcus. A very standard pick. Whereas for Blanche, Sebi on Isaac and Seraphine back on the Lenny. Okay.
This is very different than what I would expect from Blanche, but, you know, Baron Yan is something that we saw earlier in this series, but we haven't seen Seraphine play Lenny really at all this phase of ERM, and this is definitely a pick they're very well known for, so yeah, we'll have to see how it all works out for them. It looks like the rest of these compositions... Wait, Revolu's on Heart!
Yeah, he's opted to swap out of the Felix, which means NCMB is going to be the only one running that character. And again, I will highlight the Isaac coming out from Sebi, because I believe this is the debut of Isaac for Sebi as well. He's going to be running the False Oath, so actually going to be going in for damage. This is really risky, in my personal opinion. You have 2 characters that are very close range, and 2 characters that once you miss your initial combo, you're just stuck in the middle of nowhere doing absolutely nothing. On top of it, Bear is going to be running Glove, so he doesn't have the backup strategy of keeping himself alive for that split second using the quick spin. Isaac, yeah, you can get quick spin, but you don't have the cooldown, the low cooldown like Yan does. You miss something, you are really stuck in there. If they start messing around in any of these fights, they're going to start falling behind extremely fast. And even if they do get some of these fights, you make one mistake, you're still going to fall behind. It's a very risky play, but we'll see how it goes.
I was I was really hoping for the bum Ekion as well when I saw him hovering it.
Yeah.
It's just that's another pick, just like Xenophine on Lenny, that bum is very well known for. I would even dare say famous for is his Ekion. Just so phenomenal on all weapon types of it too. Not just the Black Mamba, but also the Death Adder and the I'm just gonna call it the
Sidewinder.
Kool-Aid Blue Sidewinder.
Yeah, Bum's like
couldn't think
the
of the name of
one
it.
guy in ERM history that's played every single weapon. Usually certain players are just going to divert onto one and just stick onto that. Typically it's Black Mamba King. But Bum's the one guy that's played every single one of them. Yeah, I would have really enjoyed watching the Ekion, but I don't really see what it would have done in this lobby. Running Black Mamba King, we've seen its faults. Especially when you're running something like a Sua Lenny, yeah, they can follow in with you, but you don't have that much lockdown guaranteed damage that something like a Marcus is going to give you. So I do like the fact that he's going back onto this. Even if you did run Death Adder, really, in this kind of lobby, you're going to run Death Adder?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
not
think so.
great. Yeah, and Bum has found success on Death Adder in ERM.
yeah,
has
he
found
has.
success on side. He's found success on all three weapon types, but yeah, this just is not the meta for Ekion right
Yeah.
now. Especially with what's being played in this lobby, you'd be very hard pressed to try and run something like Death Adder here.
Yeah, you try going on to almost anybody in this fight, in this game, and you're gonna probably get yourself crowd control locked to oblivion. Only characters here that I would assume he can maybe kill is like Nadine, and that's it.
Yeah, really. A little bit of kills just going around here and there, but ultimately, if nobody gets wiped, none of these kills really matter too much outside of you know, being in the name of getting more XP. Magnani is gonna find the slow. The double Dorito is gonna come down, and yeah, down goes Rosner. Yeah, really the only teams that kills still matter for at this point is Cartel and Blanche. I mean, outside of that, these points from the kills mean absolutely nothing for these checkpoint teams. All that matters is that they take first place in this game.
Sir, yes sir. BNK FRX also looking for a little bit more, but they're outmatched 2v3. Team Digital Cyber is looking for a little bit more. Although E8 is still not letting up on the pressure. He's still going for it. Rosner is taken down already. Good damage coming out from the cap punch, but with the healing drone in hand, I don't really think E8 is going to be able to find another kill. Down he goes. He will get taken down. We do see Bum still remaining alive, whereas Char... not really. He's dead.
Yeah, Char on the opposite is not remaining alive. He is going gray. Yeah, nothing really too outlandish going on here. A little remote drone going over to Ing9, so that's always a nice little pickup before these RNG, what am I calling them RNG for? Before these objectives spawn, that's the word I'm looking for.
They used to be.
Game 8, yeah, they used to be RNG. Well, they're still kind of RNG, but they're not fully RNG anymore, you know?
If anything, the RNG aspect of these transitions have definitely gone down to dirt, because the
definitely.
Wolves and Bears don't really drop them much anymore. BNK FRX are going to take the loss. Rosner will get taken down once again. Blanche looking for kills up against Team Tej on Cybers. They even invested the Soul Stealer for this. They got it go, and yeah, look at this. I mean, once you miss something, look at how little those two are doing. You can't really do anything as a Yan and an Isaac once you start missing your skills. The backline, they're just pumping damage out onto these two frontliners, and that's the problem with these two characters. It's so tough to get anything guaranteed and confirmed. And here we go, Energy Blast Field jumping over the wall is going to be Xenophine. Bear needs to jump over the wall. The ultimate even invested from the Isaac. They just fall further and further and further behind, Meek.
Yeah, and with Isaac's ultimate down, they no longer have the agency to contest over the cemetery tree. They're gonna have to find a way out. I mean, the cemetery tree is already heated enough anyways, as Auto Arms is also here alongside Daejong Cybers. Cinema looking for a freeze, finds the freeze, but does not invest in Dance Macabre quite yet. Isn't quite comfortable knowing there's no real follow-up for it. JCP trying to find an angle, invest the blink, and yeah, does not find enough damage onto Magnani. Meanwhile, over in Chapel, it does look like Blanche is going to go down for... Wait, what? Jungie, what the heck happened over there in Chapel?
Well, it was a third party coming in. I think Blanche and Team Cartel were duking it out up against each other. It was a 2-for-0 in favor of Blanche up against Team Cartel. But then a third party comes in from, I think that was Kyunggi Innate. They do end up killing Sebi, but that's about it. Kyunggi Innate on the flip hand, they are still struggling a little bit as the Nikki a little bit caught out by their lonesome. But the members of Team Cartel, they are a little bit isolated. There's a Sapphire Protocol at least making it a little bit, but the Wolf Assault, the slow coming in from the Monkey Wire, they don't have a single kill right now. They're gonna get taken out. No!
Oh no,
Cartel!
Cartel! And they got 0 points out of this game. Even if we do get another game, they're still not going to be in checkpoint.
Oh, now for Team Cartel, the only chance they have is Team Blanche, and I don't really know about that one. They are trying desperately to find something. The kill possibility going in on towards the Alonso, but that combination is so good, but the checkmate is not good. Down goes G-Work, down goes Jumo. 2 kills in favor of Team Blanche. They're finding something in this game, and you know what? At a good time too. It's day 2.
Yeah, they needed something to go in their favor, and boy did it ever. Now with 4 kills, the XP is looking good for them. Their credit scores are looking moderately okay. I'm not sure what's going on with Lenny's credits. How are they so low?
Maybe you should call it something. Like a drone.
Yeah, must have maybe bought something. Yeah, maybe off the VPAD, brought some
Prime
drones
Day.
or vision or something. Yeah, so yeah, Prime Day. It's Prime Day Sundays right now at the finals of ERM Season 5 Phase 2. Yeah, Gyeonggi getting some transitions online here. The Nightmare Nails going over to Zerojin, and I believe it was the Cowboy Hat, or Star of the Wilds going over to Jinho. A call-in happening from Asher here. They are going to get it off before they get engaged on the Soul Stealer invested to create some distance to get this craft off, but Blanche is pushing forward. The craft is finished, though. They do get their itemization online. Sebi not going to be able to find the pole. So
Bear,
now Jumo's
look
going to
at him.
step up.
Oh.
They find an angle on the Xenophine, and yeah, Xenophine just goes down. Meanwhile, on the
Oh,
backside,
boy.
Bear is going to find a kill with Sebi bringing the hand of justice down.
There's a
and
pole.
now they're pushing forward. The pole lands on the G-Work. It looks good. Can he get the W?
Oh,
Yes, he
no!
can find it with the Q, but Bear able to get over the wall. And yes, they are going to take down G-Work as well. Now Jumo is
Bye,
just,
Jumo.
you know, he's all lonesome. He's going to get beat up here. Not much else to say about that. Battle Zone going over to Blanche.
How much must it suck for you to get knocked down by a sheriff and an MMA fighter just at the same time? That is just like maximum physical damage being dealt over to the Alonso. Down goes one. It's going to be a flank angle on towards Sadhand. He's going to get taken down by the Ghost Fire. 1 for 2 exchange in favor of Team PNK Furex. They will also get the res, which means control over Temple goes into their hands. Mutant Bears on top of everything is going to go into their favor too.
I was getting a little worried for AutoRems there, but thankfully, Cinema able to recognize that this fight was not it and managing to get out. But is he out? I mean, he has full meter, so he should be able to get out. Elena, one of the hardest characters in the game to really chase down, but if there's anyone that can do it, it's an IREM. This character is also very good at chasing and running away from people. And Cinema just has enough meter now to skate away a little more, but the Soul Stealer invested, the freeze already down, the knockup find its mark onto Cinema, and he is going to go down, but fortunately buying enough time for Sadhand and JCP to respawn.
Who's the real rabbit here? My goodness, he is hip hopping all around the entirety of Lumia Island. Luckily for AutoArms though, all of their members did come back before the Elena fell. It's a bit of a disjointed res time, but for the most part, I don't think AutoArms are going to be too worried about it, especially considering the fact that it is still night number 2. They're actually opting to fight without the Elena, and they get a kill! What?
What the heck is that? Okay, sure. GCP and Sadhand are just LeBron James and Steph Curry at the Olympics. Like, what the heck?
Did we just watch the Olympics or something? What happened?
Like, what was that?
How did they even come up with the right line to fight that and also win? I don't know how Dead on Cybers didn't. They didn't even invest a Peacemaker, man. They just dipped.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed. But they do find their way to a kill. They get their Collins off on Chapel, and now they're on tempo for this tree contest against Blanche. Blanche is one of these teams that can, you know, is down to brawl with AutoArms. We haven't seen too many teams that have really wanted to do that. So we'll have to see. Oh, wait, hold on. Dejong Cybers on the north side of Forest as well. It looks like they got spotted out by both teams here. Now, as you can see, AutoArms are getting kind of pincered here. Blanche trying to triangulate a little bit. Sebi pushing them back. Now,
oh my god, the spring trap.
Yeah.
Parry is there. It's not going to save
Down goes
JCP.
Cinema is just going to run away as that hand goes down, and Dejong Cybers are going to be able to pick this tree up.
Look at the credit count of AutoArms, me. It is in dire straits. They have enough to res one person, and then they need about 180-ish more. Yo, that is not a good situation for AutoArms. 6 kills on hand. Of course, the points don't actually matter for Team AutoArms anymore at this stage in the game. They just want to win. For Cinema, he's the last one alive on this team too. The farming is just not going to be good. Sadhand will be the first one brought back. Of course, this is the smart idea. Oh, it's still looking like a long road ahead. Cinema sitting on single-digit timer for himself as well. It is just... I don't know. It's looking like a terrible uphill battle.
With JCP dead still, and he's going to remain dead for a long time, he's not going to hit his level 16 spike for eons here. Meanwhile, we have teams like Asher that are already hitting it. So it's like, oh man, like even if they get the revive off, he's just going to be so behind the curve on XP.
Even for the other teams, other members of Auto Arms too, they're also both on 14, right? While Team Asher 16-16 for the Adela and the Nadine, we have 16 for Tejon Cybers on the Adina, 16 just hit for Blanche's Isaac. We should see it just coming up for the Yan and the Lenny in just a moment too. 16 hit for the Celine, although that technically doesn't matter. Her skill leveling scheme is a little bit different than our standard and known ones. 16 hit for BNK Furex and Gyeonggi Innate, slightly far behind. Oh, there's a 16 for the Nadine. There we go.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of these players hitting their important level 16 spike. Objectives should be spawning just momentarily here. Yeah, it looks like Beach is going to open back up for this meteorite, and Blanche is here, but look who's waiting in the wings. Daejong Cybers waiting in this push. Ooh. Oh, but they are spotted out by Sebi. Good presence of mind to put that ward down.
Yeah, I don't know if the graphic of the White Lily being going down that we saw was actually visible for Team Blanche. For now, meteorite picked up by Team Tejon Cybers. There's the moon. Oh, it gets caught right after he decides to go in. Now Sebi stuck in the middle of nowhere. Oh my god, the Soul Stealer is going to get him out, but he's already down to half HP. And again, yeah, look, they're ahead. They have the kills. They have the items. But they can't do anything if they get interrupted while in the middle of the initiation. You can see it.
Yeah, no, the flaws of this team comp are showing, but they are still trying to push forward here. But with something like, oh, the Spring Trap 2-man pushing Vina back in. He's forced to invest the Blink, but the Bear? Oh my.
It's Jover, bro. It's Jover. No, Sebi, he's going to have to use his hand to get on out of there. His credit count in dire straits again, too. Team Blanche, the only hope for Cartel, losing 2 members. It is just not looking good. We are slowly but surely inching to the end of ERM Season 5 Phase 2, possibly with the 8th game as our last final finale.
And Yan is just one of those characters that, like... It requires a lot of rehearsal to execute flawlessly on this character consistently. We saw it with KCW and, who was it? Taekyung? Running Yan? Who was the other Yan that we saw?
Yes.
I can't remember. I believe it was Taekyung. Yeah, we saw it with them in the wildcard stages and in the groups, how phenomenal they look, just how sensational they are as players, and just, oh man, like, if you're not able to play like that consistently like they are, it's just one of those picks that is not at ERM level.
Yeah, it's the same thing for Isaac too. You can practice him all you want, but executing him in actual practice is such a difficult task, a monumental task for so many of these teams to actually achieve because of how short range he is. A lot of team compositions, you can see it, they are very much based around poke and all that stuff. Zanhand, he has no timer to play around, he's going to have to go back in. And also take the fall. Team Auto Arms now again having to spend another minus 250. They were just on the brink of being able to call back the Fiora, but he's going to have to spend even more time dead now as the Rossi comes back. Level 14, his weapon mastery has got to be in the dirt. Auto Arms, I don't know about this anymore, Meek. It just seems like the era is over.
And for that being on a character like Fiora, I mean, if it was something that had a lot of utility, it would be okay, but Fiora's whole shtick is to blow someone up and do a ton of damage, and that is something she's not going to be able to do by being this far behind. So even if they get the revive, it's over.
Yeah, and even right now, I'm pretty sure from what we've seen, we should see JCP on the two-handed sword. If you're on Rapier, you at least have a guaranteed way of getting onto somebody. If you're on two-handed sword, you have to invest pretty much your whole kit trying to get in onto somebody to deal damage. And starting from there, you only have the parry. Yes, it is survivability, but when you're this far behind, even if you go in, what are you really doing? Oh boy, Auto Arms, the long path forward has gotten even longer for these guys. The light at the end of the tunnel has gotten even further away. It's just a little glint. A little glint. It's not impossible, but it's so far away.
It sure is arduous. Yep. Yeah. And, man, if at the back of your mind, you just got to be thinking about 54 points.
Boy.
I hate to say it, but I know it would be haunting me if I were in their shoes. Auto Arms looking a little scared in this bush right now. I mean, they know 2 teams are nearby with Sparkle Esports throwing out skill shots. Sebi gonna get a
Oh
little caught out
no.
here. And yeah, down he goes. The Isaac, I mean, doesn't have much freeform mobility to really get out. Only has his one little dash. And yeah, G-Work just gonna blow up this wick line. So Asher, once again, picking up wick line.
Yeah, Blanche will have enough credits to get the res back onto Sebi inside of Chapel. Luckily, there is nobody inside of this area, but they don't have leniency to get the CCTV. They don't know that. We do. Look at how slow they're playing to try to get to the Hyperloop and the console call. They will be able to get it, but everybody else, while all this is happening, they're just going further and further ahead. Team Blanche, they've been stunted ever since the first maybe 10 minutes of the game. Ever since then, haven't been able to find a single good fight for themselves. And after that too, they just keep having to use the credits to res. They haven't moved forward in this game at all. They are just stuck right where they are, whereas everybody else is just getting accelerated. Look at that. Heart sitting on the Heartbreaker. Everybody sitting on full transitions. Auto Arms on the flip side a little bit behind too. But look at this, man. Legatus also built up an online for this Heart. This is a strong one.
Yeah, and who better to pilot it than Revolu? I mean, this guy's just like the originator of Heart. But oh man, yeah, Blanche is going to get caught out in the corner here. They're going to try and find some sort of angle in this fight.
Oh, okay. Wait, she's over the wall.
They actually yoink him over the wall. Dina forced to use Blink. Now the follow-up coming
damage
down
to
onto Magnani. But Magnani's not taking any damage. They invested everything after him. And there's just no damage. Centiphede's going to go down. And now with the day cycle changing to day 5, they're going to be hard-pressed to find this revive. I mean, even if they can amass the credits for it.
Oh no, it seems to be the end. Chad is in shambles. We are not getting a game number 9. Sebi, the last one alive, trying to keep his hopes alive for Team Blanche. He's going to get taken down. I'm sorry, it's going to be, what is it? Bear as the last one alive on his end, but he is just a lonely Yan. Plus, he's also running glove, as I said. He doesn't have any safety net since he doesn't have the quick spin from the Tonfa skill. Auto Arms, they have the credits to res, but I have no idea where, again, Lumi is going to be. All consoles are being controlled by several teams across the board. There is just no breathing room for these teams. Down goes Sandhand. Auto Arms is gonna be done. You're right, the curse of 54 strikes again.
And it's just so brutal. And meanwhile, Youngie just taking pot shots over at FearX here. They're pretty much trapped in this corner, and Zerojin can shoot down this corridor from many different angles. He could shoot from over this wall here. He can align himself in the doorway and run rockets straight down the middle. So yeah, FearX is going to have to give up this positioning, walk their way into Factory, and try to take the other angle into Chapel. Maybe get to this bottom cubby? Because I don't think they want to push through this tight corridor here. This looks pretty impossible to get through as well.
Yeah, pretty much Gyeonggi Innate is being spoon-fed yet another Chapel final zone or temporary zone for themselves. Oh my god, BNK FearX has had to deal with this several times during the group stages too, and they're going to have to do it once again. Somehow Bum is going to have to find an immaculate angle with the Smash to Smithereens, otherwise it is just not going to happen. But you can see, look at Gyeonggi Innate, look at the amount of spacing they're giving, look at the amount of respect they're giving to BNK FearX. They know exactly what the win conditions are on that side. E8 trying to get a little bit of poke down, but it's just not happening. The long range poke coming from this character is not happening either. Jinho gets pulled out. Whoa, wait a second. Monkey Wire is actually not that bad. The damage exchange is pretty good. Look at the movement speed. Soul Stealer is there. The knockup up into there. Not going to happen. Explosion Shot is gone, but Ignite is already dead. BNK FearX. Oh, they finally turned it around. Chapel is not the resting spot for Team BNK FearX. It's the resting spot for Gyeonggi Innate instead.
Oh my god, how does Bum keep getting away with it? How? I don't know how he keeps doing this. He keeps finding these angles. Jinho just got completely blown up at the start of the fight. Anyways, I can't even talk about that right now because Sparkle and Daejong Cybers are at each other's throats over in the forest. Both of them are trying to look to get their way into Chapel, but it looks like Sparkle has the positioning advantage here, so Daejong Cybers is going to wake their way to school instead of trying to walk through this triple backline through a tight corridor entrance into the Chapel. Meanwhile, over in school, we have lots of teams and only one more joining them.
Oh no, Gyeonggi Innate doesn't even have enough credits. Lumi was in school. I see him at the top side of our screen earlier, but he doesn't. matter when you don't have the credits to get the characters you need back up and alive. Gyeonggi Innate somehow needs to do it with a Haze and a Nikki. I don't think that's happening when you're trying to deal with Team Asher. I do see G-Work taking a little bit of damage, but it's probably poke damage coming out from the rockets. It's not going to be enough. It all comes down to Daejeon Cybers to see if they can knock down Team Asher. Of course, inside of Chapel, it's going to be between Team Sparkle Esports and Team BNK FureX. Looking for an angle on towards the Sua, but it's not going to happen as the shield comes up. Fauna is going to actually invest a blink. That's a big cooldown gone for Fauna.
Yeah, but the Ultimate of Rosner also invested, which is not nearly as big of a cooldown, especially with Sua's reset mechanic. Autoing wards and plans to try and reset this here.
Go.
Yeah.
Yo, the fights are going to begin.
Yeah, the Smash to Smithereens invested by Bum, but no real follow-up happening on side of it. Yeah, Bum gonna get shoved in here, and now the Spell Shield also invested on the side of Rosner. And without Rosner being able to auto-attack anything, he's not resetting that cooldown. And the Spell Shield is quite a long cooldown. Sparkle, slowly but surely, pushing their way in, establishing a little bit more damage at a time, but their timers are ticking away, down to 13 seconds. Meanwhile, FureX has a huge timer advantage.
Bum can't die.
They are able to...
Bum can't die. Bum, he has to not die. Timer, not looking good.
Punch wrong on the outside. Oh no, and they're gonna see this pop, and now Bum is gonna try and stay in the zone and maintain it. Shoves Fauna out, says get out of here. Your timer says no time being left here. FureX finding the win. Meanwhile, over in school, Daejeon Cybers is still fighting with Asher here. This fight gets dangerously close. Whoa, Revolu finding the kill with only 4 seconds timer left. The hard ult gonna come down, and they are gonna find a bit of an advantage here. The checkmate not anywhere near enough damage. Magnani with the shields up, and now they're gonna take G-Work down. We'll see. The Rapier still invested, but the pawn misses, the Knife Fork misses, the castle does connect though. Magnani going down. Now it's just G-Work versus Dina. The old-fashioned solos, my favorite. And G-Work is gonna go down here. Oh man.
What a roller coaster of emotions for so many of our teams. But now we go to our final zone of Forest. Of course, it's Forest, and homage to Mr. Circadia. How else to round out an ERM Season 5 Phase 2? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. BNK FureX, they should have an inkling that they are going to be the team to get the advantage going into the final zone. I know the people in Discord are going crazy right now. BNK FureX, just one more team to go, but it's the exact same case for Team Daejeon Cybers, looking for 16 kills or more, possibly with the res. BNK FureX looking for 13 plus now. Of course, points do not matter, but it's the win and the ego of the number of kills. Let's see who is able to win it out. Positioning-wise, BNK FureX with the slight advantage. They are pressuring Daejeon Cybers to back away a little bit. Everyone's timers is going to be full because we do go into the final zone. Never mind, 33 seconds. What the heck is going on here? This is not really good for Team Daejeon Cybers. They're going to have to send it one way or another. BNK FureX with full control over the final zone. There is no traps. That is the one good thing for Team Daejeon Cybers. They're going to try to pull the trigger. Good damage onto Revolu though. Those Arts of War auto attacks from Bum is just doing so much damage. Smash Smithereen comes out. There it is! The kill onto Revolu! No Peacemaker! BNK FureX off of an atrocious performance in Phase 1. They are going to be able to turn it around. It's the complete flip-flop side of their performances. Congratulations to BNK FureX. GG's, 13 kills in first place, and the first place in Phase 2.
And just, you know, with that kind of positional and timer advantage, at some point, Daejeon Cybers has to make some sort of move. And when you have to push in like that, you're going to slip up your positioning, and everything is not going to be nearly as good as BNK FureX's will be. And yeah, Bum finding the angle onto Revolu, finding that knockback off the Smash to Smithereens with the Rattle Auto to finish him off, to prevent the hard ult from coming out as it's a CC combo.
Oh my god, what a series and a half. Let's bring it back over onto us. My god, BNK FureX overcome the mountains that were Gyeonggi Innate, overtake them in the total number of points they had in game number 4 to put themselves in a checkpoint. A little bit of a finicky games 5 and 6 and 7, but that's okay. The end result is theirs. They take away the series as a whole. The Discord server for BNK FureX is going crazy. They got the copy pastas over there. They got the pictures. They got the screenshots. It is a fiesta inside of that server, but of course it is all for rightful reasons. Congratulations to BNK FureX. They fought through such a tumultuous series. And again, I want to bring this up again too. Phase 1 was just not theirs at all. Their results in the final series was just not good. They couldn't get that many points at all. But this time around they do. Mira and Sejong being gone opens up the opportunities for so many teams, and BNK FureX will be the ones to swipe away that opportunity with no opportunity for anyone else to look for it.
Yeah, and the bans of Mai not affecting them really at all, and with that final game being a Mai ban, seeing one of the teams that hasn't been running a Mai at all series long, they look so well rehearsed and so well, what would be the word for it? Just comfortable in general on the picks they're playing. No real weaknesses really being found from them, and all the fights they took. I mean, I was really worried about that Sparkle fight. It looked like it was going to be really hard for FearX to deal with that, but no, they found their way through everything.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Navigating their way through the tunnel, they got to the light. Oh, what a series and a half.
When you think about a zone like Chapel against things like Emma, Celine, like it's so hard to move and not just get blown up, but they found a way. Song Harong on the tail end of that fight getting kind of ran down by Rosner on the bottom side of Chapel, and the 2v2 not falling apart, Bum barely staying alive and not giving up any timer. Fauna ending up exploding from Bum, shoving him out of the zone, which was, man, the knockbacks that Bum was doing all series long were so good and so creative in so many different ways. Like, he just looked like just so phenomenal. E8 as well on his IRM, man, they just, all three of them, Rosner as well, all of them just look so well rehearsed on their picks. But we have the final scores here ready to go.
Ooh, BNK FearX, they're going to take away the championship with the checkpoint system, but they also are going to take away the first place spot when it comes to the points, which means 2 million Korean won will be going into their hands after today. Congratulations to BNK FearX. Wow. Truly, as their name states, striking fear into the rest of the Phase 2 finals teams. GG, well played. 66 kills on hand, the kill leaders in the lobby. On top of it, the point leaders in the lobby. These players can go home happy today. Well, they are already home, but they can rest easy tonight, knowing the insane achievement they pulled off in, quite frankly, one of the most insane series I've ever watched too.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some checkpoint formats have the winning team not have the most points or the most field kills, and it's definitely received some backlash as a format due to that. A bit of fraudulence winning a format like this. But no, the best team definitely won today. FearX played phenomenally, but the rest of the point placements as well. I mean, Asher with second at 91, AutoArms at third with 84, Daejeong Cybers, like all these teams all played really well. So yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I guess you know what this time. You know what that means. It's time to buy the BNK FearX National League pack from the game. Make sure you guys go buy it if you want to support any of the National League teams that played here today. What an amazing series we were able to watch. And again, a very tumultuous task that BNK FearX was able to achieve here. Definitely reinstalling a lot of good hope and good faith into their fans who's been cheering on for them for such a long time now. The Discord server is still going crazy, by the way. Me can see it because I'm sharing my screen with them.
I don't know what they're saying, but they're going crazy. And I've seen some funny images get posted. There was one with a train or something. I don't know what that was all about, but that was looking funny.
It is a great time for the fans. I know somebody was posting a screenshot of them winning like the little raffle they do in the Korean thing, and you said, "Thank you very much for the food."
Yeah. I don't know, man.
It's great. Guys, that is going to be it from us, though. The Koreans are doing the interview over on their side. I don't really think there is anything else left for us to do, but if you guys are interested, did I not put that up here? Give me one quick moment. I guess I didn't change the image for the group stages. That is upcoming in 2 weeks, by the way. Let's see here.
Oh,
Finals, bam, and then bam. There we go. All right, let's flip-flop over onto this. We got the group stages for Phase 2. Huh? That should say Phase 3.
Phase 2? Yeah, just like cross that out with a red marker and put a 3.
No. How about we keep it at Phase 2 and we bring it back?
Yeah, let's just like Phase 2, Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, Phase 2.2. Or just so it's gonna be Phase 3 on in 8th of November. 2 weeks from now. Same times. I believe Super will be here with you for that. I will be put back on the Korean bench. But Shuvi, it was a pleasure. I had a blast casting with you. I always love watching and casting these Korean games because these guys are just so electrifying, and it's definitely just like the peak performance of Eternal Return that is available.
Absolutely. I feel like whenever you come into play for casting, the series just becomes a lot more fun. So I kind of feel bad for Super, but no, lost for him. He's the one that abandoned me this weekend, anyways. Whatever.
Who
It's not
said
like
that
I'm
old men don't know how to
jealous
have
or
a good time?
anything.
Yeah, poor Super. It's okay.
Yeah.
Super is certainly having a phenomenal weekend right now, so I'm not too worried about him. So don't worry, your little escapade with me is welcomed.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna just continue the stream for now. I'll probably end up leaving the Korean interview up on that side. I know you guys are still looking for some minutes for points, so I'll sacrifice a few extra
Oh
minutes of
man.
my sleep so you guys can get your drops. No audio until the replays start coming out. I would assume the seeding for, well, not the seeding, but the circuit points for season finals are gonna show. We'll probably stay silent throughout all of it because we do need to get going for both of us. So hopefully all of you guys had a
Yep.
fun time this weekend. We really appreciate you guys showing up for ERM Season 5 Phase 2. We'll see you guys back here in 2 weeks for the next phase. Make sure you guys also stay tuned for ERCS. That's going to be coming up next week. That's where Meek's actual home is.
Yep, I am home of the North American ERCS. We will have games on Saturday and Sunday, 7 Eastern next weekend, so make sure you guys are here for that. It'll be me and Lucy casting. We'll have, I can't remember which groups are going to be playing each other. I believe it's A and C versus B and D, if I'm correct. I can't quite remember, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, it's week 2, right? Or is it week?
It's week 3.
Oh, you're right. We're already almost
Yeah,
done
so
with the ERCS season.
tomorrow we'll decide who makes it through to the finals of ERCS and who's going to the wildcards and who's getting eliminated. Some of the teams have already clinched their position in the finals, by the way. I believe it was No Flame and what the heck are those guys' names? Striker, Wokes, and why do I remember the players, not their name? The Mole Divers. That's
There
what
you
it
go.
was. Yeah, I believe those two teams have already clinched their finals position, but still a lot more action to go on for ERCS. So next week is going to be very exciting.
Exactly. There is still a lot more Eternal Return competitive left in the series, left in the season. So make sure you guys keep up to date with it. For all of you guys, thank you very much again for showing up. We'll see you guys in a couple weeks for phase number 3. Have fun watching a silent stream until replays play, I guess, and hopefully all of you guys have fun getting the drops. The screenshots will be there. If anything, I might interject real quick when the circuit points come up. We'll let Meek go. I think he's getting a little bit too old for this. He gotta sleep.
Old man needs his nap into a lunch
He's
break.
Gotta get his good night's sleep or good morning sleep at this point.
Good morning sleep. I'll probably end up staying up, but yeah, you'll end up getting a good sleep in, I guess, huh?
I suppose, unless I got stuff to do. All right, have a good weekend, everybody. We'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
네네. 잊을 수가 없죠. 네. 저희가 아무래도 직장인도 있고 이제 현업을 사는 분들이다 보니 진짜 좀 시간을 쪼개서 연습을 해야 돼요. 그만큼 정말 많이 노력을 하는데 물론 다른 팀들도 그렇겠지만 저희는 더더욱 그런 거거든요. 그다음에 은서 씨도 저번 주에 엄청 바빴고 그래서 진짜 시간을 쪼개는데 막 스크림도 결과가 안 좋고 막 솔로 랭크도 그렇게 결과가 안 좋았어요. 그래 가지고 진짜 고심 끝에 이렇게 해가지고 그래도 우리가 잘하는 거 하자. 보여줄 거 보여주자. 이런 마인드로 이번 페이지 보여줬고 그렇게 함으로써 저희 결과가 우승으로 이어졌다고 생각합니다. 감사합니다. 팬들이 만들어준 게 최고죠. 제가 만드는 것보다 팬들이 의미를 부여하는 게 더 중요하다 생각해서 저도 홍트티 좋아합니다. 아,
아예 메가지범이지. 저희 팀 이때까지 쭉 응원해주신 분들도 있고 최근에 응원을 해주시는 분들도 있는데 다들 저희한테 좋은 말만 해주시고 이제 성적이 안 나올 때도 좀 부진할 때도 많았는데 저희한테 항상 응원되는 말 해주셔서 그거 보고 저희 팀원 모두 열심히 할 수 있는 원동력이 되었던 것 같습니다. 앞으로도 이제 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 최선을 다해서 노력할 테니까 저희 팀 계속 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 저 그리고 저희 팀원한테 하고 싶은 말인데 한마디만 해도 될까요? 네, 저희 이제 모두 잘했는데 특히 이번 우승에서 이제 범 선수가 굉장히 노력 많이 하고 이제 개인적으로도 엄청 노력했을 거예요. 이게 이제 말은 본인 입으로 못하는데 저번에 이제 계속 우승할 때도 그 자리에 없었고 이제 저희 계속 성적 부진할 때도 우승을 못 해봤으니까 이번에 자기가 주전으로 뛰면서 캐리하면서 우승하니까 감회가 새로울 것 같습니다. 앞으로도 저희 4명 모두 힘 합쳐서 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
저희 팀한테 너무 고맙습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Ah, there we go. All right. I'm back for a quick moment just to talk about the circuit point rankings. There we are. All right. In first place right now is going to be Team Asher. Guys, the way that the circuit point works, for those of you guys who do not know, the top 4 teams that are highlighted in blue, they're going to be automatically qualified for day 2 of the season finals. The teams that are highlighted in that little like greenish yellow color, they're going to be guaranteed for the day 1 qualification. Right, and then the teams that are in orange, those 2 teams are guaranteed a spot in the LCQ. There is a qualifier stage for LCQ, so you want to get as many points as possible. So even if you do end up getting DQ'd from going into the first day or 2, you're at least going to be able to get a spot in the LCQ finals. Right. So for now, we have Team Asher, BNK Furex, Auto Arms, and Miden Sejong as our 4 teams that are guaranteed to go into day 1 so far, but we still do have another phase to go for points. So, whatever we see on our screen, whatever we saw just now, could still definitely change when it comes down to it. That'll all depend on what phase 3 is going to look like. But that is the end of the circuit seeding for post phase 2, I should say. Should have the replays coming up in just a moment again for those of you guys, and it's just going to be a roundabout of what actually ended up happening here today. For those of you guys who are joining us now or are staying, maybe you guys didn't catch the first couple of games, please go back and watch them. The first few games today, in my opinion, were some of the best Eternal Return game turnarounds and plot twists that I have seen in my life watching Eternal Return. There is a lot more thing where that came from. So please go back and watch. Otherwise, I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Please stay safe. Please stay healthy, and we'll see you guys. I'll see you back here for ERM Phase 3. All right? Have a good one, guys.
생존자가 사망.
사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이쁘라니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야. 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.